Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part what if Deku was the only boy in an all-girls UA. Here is short summary. Izuku Midoriya enrolls at UA, only to discover he's the only male student in a school full of powerful heroines. How will he navigate hero training, friendships, and unexpected attention in this unique scenario? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Uraraka, I'm leaving this kid to you. Shoko shove a passed out boy off her back to the said girl. Huh, Ochako grabbed the student. Ah, yeah, sure. A giant tundra appeared, due to Shoko's quirk. Sorry, folks, deception and running away are my only saving graces. Compress hopped across the ice pillar with some flips, like I'd stick around to fight aspiring hero cadets. He pressed his ear. New Genesis unit. Retrieval mission complete. It may have only been a small while, but with this, we must close the curtains. Head towards the recovery point within the next 5 minutes, as we agreed on. He hopped across the treetops with a cheery humming while glancing behind him few times. He know that the kids won't be able to catch up with him since they seems not to have any quirks that must give them any advantage to catch up and look very exhausted. Now, Compress looked ahead until he hears something behind him. WHOOOOOOOOOOOOA. A shout caused him to look over his shoulder to see Shoji flying toward him with Izuku and Shoko. Wah! The masked villain cried out in shock before the teenagers tackle him and they crash down on ground, holding him down, right in front of a group of villains. Whoa, I totally know these little punks. Twice gasped with pointing finger, who are they? Get out of the way, mister. Dobby lift his hand up. Roger. Compress confirmed and the patch-up villain blasting his blue fire at the group in front of him. The teenagers have no choice but to release the villain and jump out of the range while the masked villain quickly escape. Hey, those faces, they were on Shigaraki's list. Twice pulled tape out of his wrist behind Shoko. You and shitbeat Normo over there were totally not on that list. The dual-haired girl click her tongue before she send the villain flying with her ice attack. Hot hot hot. A needle darting passed between Izuku and Shoji, which the latter was forced to release, and Himiko leaped toward him with a big grin. Hello, little Izuku, I'm Toga. She pinned him down while swinging her knife. I've been thinking, you're hotter when you've got more blood all over you, Izuku. Huh, Izuku can't help but to cry out in confusion before the masked teenager shoved the crazy girl off the greenette. Ouch. Compress get up as he brushed his shoulder, to think they'd come flying at me. The things they come up with, I swear. Where's Bakugo? Dobby asked. But of course, the masked villain reached inside his pocket, only to feel empty air. Come on, run, Shoji shouted before he looked over his shoulder at the villains. What you just did made it clear as day. I don't know how your quirk works, but you flaunted them for quite some time. The marbles you put into your right pocket are Tokiyami and Bakugo, aren't they, entertainer? He was holding the said objects. Shoji. The greenette gasped. Ho ho. Compress clapped, and in such a short time, too. Figures, a guy with 6 arms would be a deft hand at pat-downs. Then it's done. Shoko rushed toward the villains, leaving Twice behind. Idiot. Dobby grunted. Wait. The masked villain threw his hand out to stop the villain in trail and a Numu appear along with familiar black mist. That warp, Izuku whispered. 5 minutes have elapsed since you gave the signal. Compress said as the villains jumped through the warping portal. Come, Dobby, we must take our leave. Wait, the target is still, the patchwork villain frowned. Compress removed his hat along with his mask. It seems as though they're so happy they're about to pull a runner, but hey, they can keep them as a little parting gift. It's bad habit of mine. See, one of the basic rules of magic is that when you're flaunting something, he stick his tongue out to reveal 2 marbles, it means you've got something to hide. Piece of ice chucks pop out from Shoji's hand to his shock. When you tried hitting me with that ice, I prepared a dummy and put it into my right pocket, and when you saw me put what was in my right hand into my right pocket, you were so happy to fly the coop. Shit, Izuku sweared. And with that, I'm beckoned backstage. Compress bowed mockingly. Thank you. A laser beam blindsided him, shattering his mask and causing him to spit the marbles out from his mouth. The teenagers swiftly leaped toward the marbles, and in this moment, the pain kick in for Izuku as he fall behind. Shoji caught Tokiyami and Shoko almost get the one with Bakugo inside, but it was caught by Dabi. Ah, how sad, Todoroki Shoko. Dabi grinned teasingly before he glanced to Compress. Target acquired. Release him. The hell was that laser? Compress groaned with a snap. Ruined my show, it did. The marbles released the trapped teenagers. All clear. The sew-up villain chuckled while holding Katsuki. You fool. Katsuki looked up to the villain angrily. Kachan. Izuku need to do something to save her, and without thinking about it, he channeled one for all to his legs. Stay Awa, the explosive girl hissed to the greenette. No. The greenette took off like a rocket and pushed Katsuki toward the teenagers while tackling the shocked flame user villain through the portal. Deku. Katsuki shouted with widened eyes as she watched Deku falling through the portal. Izuku. Shoko shouted, and before the teenagers can act, the portal vanished. And no, the explosive girl whispered shakily before she shout out angrily, RRRRRAAAAAGGGGGHHHHH. The ambulances and firefighters were everywhere with the police as the pro heroes and students were getting checked on while putting the captured villains were put away. Throughout the chaos, Itsuka just sit on the ambulance's back in shock like most of her classmates because they found out what happened to Izuku, and she can't help but to think what he's going through at the villain's hands. And I can't even protect him. She clenched her fists, biting her lower lip hard enough to draw some blood. Her gaze shifted to Katsuki, who was getting treating in another ambulance. It's all her fault. Because of her, Izuku, she squashed her eyelids shut. Toshinori have his head down with hands on his forehead as the staff discuss about the situation the very next day. His successor have been holding hostage by the damn villains, and it make him feel so helpless because there is nothing he can do at this moment. He needs to get out there on field and find young Midoriya before anything happened to him. His ringtone snap him out from his thought and he step out hastily with a quick apologize. He later get a very good news from his best friend about the villain's location. Izuku's eyes fluttered open as he feel very sore all over his body, following by some feeling of restriction on his limbs. Wah! He looked down to see ropes around his body, along with some bandage wraps. About damn time you get up. A raspy voice grunted, you have been out too long, and we even went through some trouble patching you up and give you some painkillers on sensei's order. What annoying. Wah! The greenette looked up to see Shigaraki with villains and his heart went up his throat. Now you're up, we can street. Shigaraki scratched his neck, only to be cut off. You're finally up, Izuku. Himiko lunged with a megawatt grin onto Izuku's laps, then hug his face into her chest. Tell me. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, can I be your wanna-key? Let me put some BL. Toga. Dear, the cute boy's passed out. Magna giggled. Huh. Himiko looked down to see that the boy have passed out from having his face shoving into her bust. Should I wake him up with a key? No, let's not. Spinner waved his arms. You shall not assault the chosen one. I'm with him. Dabi said uncaringly. I don't really want to see any mushy-mashy going on in front of me. So I have to get a room with him. The bun-spouting girl grinned widely. No. A couple of villains shouted. Yes. Go get it on, girl. Spinner turned to glare at twice. Shigaraki smacked his forehead annoyingly. He really wants to get it over with, but no, his sensei wants this boy alive for some reason. Maybe we can convince him to switch party. He huffed to himself. In a hospital room, a small group of students were gathering to check up on some of their classmates and discussing. Did you watch any TV? Denki said. UA's all over the news, it's pretty bad. No, Mina replied worriedly. How can someone watch the news right away after what they went through? Where's this Bakugo girl is? Someone asked. Some students are still unconscious from gas or some situations. Sensei's place her under some pro heroes watch until everything is resolved, as they said. Kami informed. And Midoriya is being holed by some villains. Tokiyami looked down along with Shoji. It's my fault. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. It's not your fault, it was mine. Shoji replied, and some teenagers looked down by the reminder. Then let's go save him. Eijiro said out of blue. What? Almost everyone stared at him with gaping jaws. Truth is, me, the hardened user spoke, and Todoroki, we came yesterday, too. We can't stand just doing nothing back home, and we overheard All Might and the police speaking with Yaoyorozu. She said she made a transmitter and have Awase place one-on-one of the villains. She give them a device that can pick the transmitter up. So I take it you want to make her, Tenya spoke up, another one of those tracking devices. His classmate refused to meet his eyes before he suddenly shout out loud as some students get startled by him, we should do as All Might said. We can only leave it to the pros now. This isn't the place for us, you fool. I know that, Eijiro shouted back, but there was nothing I could do. I heard them when they were targeting one of us. Then Midoriya risked his life to save everyone around him when he's hurt badly. But I couldn't do anything. I didn't do anything. If I can't move now, then it'll be the death of me as a hero. As a man. Calm down, Kirishima. Denki shushed him. I get your hang-up, man, but this time. Ida's in the right, Suyu said. I know Ida's right. The red-haired teenager shouted. I know you're all right. But still, he turned his head to Itsuka since she's Midoriya's childhood friend. You understand, Kendo. Itsuka bit her lower lip. So the plan is to have Yao Momo make us a homing device. Mina spoke up to break the awkward silence, follow the signal, and go save Midori ourselves. The villains called us targets on their kill list. Shoko said, Izuku getting captured alive is leading us to think they're planning to keep him alive, but we can't be sure they won't just straight up kill him, either. It's a hope she have right now, me and Kirishima are going. A joke can only go so far. Tenya shouted. Wait, calm down. Shoji stepped in. I understand Kirishima's frustration at not being able to do anything, and I understand Todoroki's frustration, having to watch him get dragged away right before her eyes. I'm angry too. His extra mouth pick up, but even so, this isn't the time to get swept up in emotion. Let's just leave it to All Might, Yuga said nervously. Our permission to do battle has been rescinded. It's just as Aoyama says. Fumikage said, though given I did nothing but require saving myself, I can't say it very firmly. Everybody is in shock over how they took Midoriya. The frog girl said, but we need to think things through calmly. No matter how reasonable your emotions may feel, if you say you're going into battle again, if you say you're going to break the rules, then that's the same thing villains do. No one say anything for few moments until. Sorry if I'm interrupting. A doctor knocked the door. I'm afraid it's time for exam. Let's go, guys. Shiro said as everyone leave. There's still others to worry about. Before Tenya leave the room, he overheard Eijiro speaking to Itsuka about Yaoyorozu, the plan, and place and time to meet. Eijiro and Shoko stand outside the hospital as soon as the night fall, and the red-haired boy jut his hands into his pockets. Yaoyorozu, he muttered, man, she told me to let her think. Damn, how's she gonna answer? Well, Shoko spoke calmly, being on edge the whole time ain't helping. It's ultimately up to her. Oh, she's here. Eijiro spotted Momo approaching before he noticed that Itsuka was behind her. Kendo, he turned to the creator. Yaoyorozu, what's your answer? Momo opened her mouth. Wait. The group turned their heads to see Tenya. Iida, the red-haired boy uttered. Why of all people are you going? Tenya gritted his teeth. I'm still grateful you and your classmate told me off when I went rogue. And yet you that received the same amnesty, why are you trying to make the same mistake I did? That's too much. What are you talking abo? Eijiro said puzzlingly along with others, but Shoko stopped him. We're still only kids. The engine legs user continued. We're still even looked after. And the situation at UA is already bad enough. Tell me, just who do you think has to take responsibility for your actions? No, Iida, it's not like that. The red-haired boy shot back. We're not going to break rules. Suddenly, his class president hit his face with a haymaker. You don't think I'm sorry? Iida shouted angrily. That I'm worried? Question mark. Of course I am. I'm class president. It's my job to worry about my classmates and fellow students. But it's not just Midoriya. He looked to the group. Seeing you with all those injuries, I projected the image of my brother on you. My brother, beaten on the floor. If all you achieve by going rogue is that you end up like my brother, that you end up irrecoverable, then Are you saying you don't care about how much I wring my hands over you? Are you saying, he put hands on Eijiro's shoulders, that you don't care about how I feel at all? Iida, Eijiro whispered. Iida, Shoko called to get his attention. Look, it's not like we've got any intention of just busting down their front door and invading either. Tenya looked confused. We'll rescue him without getting into any fights. A stealth mission, the red-haired boy said. The kinda mission that's available to hero eggs like us, a way to fight that doesn't break any rules. As for me, I trust Todoroki. Momo speak up, however. In case the worst should happen, so that I may be there to stop you. I've come to accompany all of you. Not you too, Tenya gasped bewilderedly. I can't push it out of my head. Itsuka frowned. I can't help but to think about saving Izuku. Right now, he need my help. Looks like we'll never see eye to eye, the speedster sighed, and if that's the case. He opened his eyes with determination, then take me with you. The group blinked rapidly. When Izuku come around again, he hears some shouting. I said no, Shigaraki shouted furiously, you can't try wake him up with a French key. Just go fetch water and douse it on him. Can I splash him with blood instead? No, I don't want this bastard to faint again. Shigaraki threw his hands up, for the third time. Wait, what did I just miss when I went to restroom? Dabi asked with an arched eyebrow. Toga told our guest that she want his babies and claimed that he can take her for a test ride, even waving a box of cover in front of his face. Compressed sweat dropped. Where does this box come from? She claimed she lifted off Muscular when he was here. Then shall I keep him wake by Sue? Oh, he's finally up. Twice pointed out as everyone turned to their widened-eyed hostage, you sure take damn sweet time waking up. You should go back and sleep, you need a lot of rest. Midoriya Izuku, the wannabe hero. Shigaraki swiftly turned to Izuku menacingly. I know this is taking things a little fast, but, what say you become one of us? Yeah, become my boy Fr, Toga smiled dreamily. Let me do my thing, damn it. The lanky villain shouted furiously with his hands up in air and Izuku can't help but to sweat drop nervously. The leader huff, turn the television on. Magna turned the TV on to show the broadcasting of UA's official apology press conference and it's on live. Due to gross inadequacy on our part, 27 freshmen in the Department of Heroics suffered damage. Aizawa spoke in a neat suit. Even though it was a camp for hero training, we neglected to properly set safeguards against villainous intent. We deeply regret causing the people any worry and offer our sincerest apologies. We are truly, profoundly sorry. NHA here. A reporter stand up. This would mark the third time this year that students have come into contact with villains. Please tell us what sort of explanation you gave to each of their families before this latest incident where students have sustained severe injuries, and also, what specific countermeasures have you been putting into effect? AA are they for RR real? Izuku muttered to himself, they're TTT treating them L like bad guys. We have reinforced the security around the school grounds, and we have once again put our in-campus crime prevention system under review. Nezu answered, we are guaranteeing the safety of our students through our strong stance, as we have explained before. There was some mumbles in the audience. It's strange, isn't it? Shigaraki smirked behind his hand mask. Why are the heroes getting so much blame? They just slipped a little, that's all. You gonna say it's because it's their job to protect? Come on, everybody makes a mistake or two. They might as well be telling them to be prefect. Things have gotten so strict, so rigid with heroes these days, Midoriya. The moment the simple act of providing protection started meriting compensation was the moment heroes stopped being heroes. Spinner said, that's what Stain taught us. The grotesqueness of converting people's lives into money or personal fame. The lanky villain said, a society that would enforce that with suffocating rules upon rules. And the citizens who, far from cheering on the defeated, would heap scorn on them. Ours is a battle of questions. What is hero? What is justice? Is this society truly just? We'll make everybody question those things, one by one. And we plan to win. He glanced to sew up villain. Dobby, remove his bindings. Huh. Dobby tilted his head, the kid'll go apeshit. That's fine. Shigaraki shrugged, we've gotta treat him like equal. We're scouting him. His gaze shifted to the greenette. Besides, you're not someone who could possibly be thinking you could win in a situation like this if you attempt to escape or take us down, now are you? Oh, student of UA. Twice, release him. The flame user turned to the said villain. Who? Me. Twice waved his hand. No way. He walked over to untie Izuku. We're sorry we took you by force, Compress hummed, or by accident. But you've gotta understand that we're not just some violent mob dedicated to doing so-called evil acts on whim. The lanky villain got up to walk up to Izuku. Everyone here's got different circumstances, but whether it's other people or the rules, or even heroes, we've all suffered in their shackles. And you of all people should appreciate that, as a late bloomer. Izuku jerked his head up in surprise. Don't be surprised by that. It was in your file when we steal it from your school before we invade USJ. He chuckled, which mean you know what's it like to be treated like some. No matter what you say. Izuku cut him off as the broadcasting continued in background. I will never join you, because I'm going to be a hero who will save others with a smile. You, Shigaraki sneered, are you trying to be like All Might? Make no mistake, we will take back a pupil of our academy without fail. Nezu's voice said. Looks like a bust here. Magna commented to Compress, now what? Ooh, let me, Toga grinned with propped head on bar. No, he's one of those goody-goody shoes. Dobby drawled. If you don't feel like it then you should have just played along. Compress shrugged his hands at Izuku, but that won't work now. I wanted you, if at all possible, to listen at least a little to what I had to say. Shigaraki spoke up after staying quiet for few minutes. I thought we'd be able to understand each other. We might. BB, but either way I won't agree to whatever you see come up with. The greenette say. What a shame. The lanky villain exhausted with shaking head, and the heroes said they were going ahead with their investigation, so we can't take our sweet time persuading you. He turned his head to static-wide television on bar. Sensei, lend me your strength. Sensei. Izuku felt cold for some reason. Does that mean someone have been backing this league up the whole time and is actually in charge, not this villain in front of him? For some reason, he think of All for One that All Might told him about before. A knock snapped him out of his worries and almost everyone turned to the door. Hello. A voice called out with series of knock. This is Pizza LA, the Camino branch. Your pizza's here. Everyone were confused for a second before the wall burst down as All Might charge in with a smashing fist. What the? Spinner cried out. Black mist. Shigaraki shouted. Make a gate. Preemptive binding lacquer prison. Kamui would swing inside and capture all villains with his wood quirk. Wood. Dobby sneered as he produced some flames. You think this'll stop? Don't be so rash. Gran Torino knocked the fire user villain out with a kick to head. Why don't you just be nice and quiet for your own good? That's the rising young star, Kamui of the woods, for you. All Might grinned, and then there's the blisteringly fast old veteran, Gran Torino. There's nowhere to run for you, Villain Alliance. Why, you ask? For we are here. All Might. Izuku cried with some relief. Gran Torino. All Might. Compress grunted in disbelief. You mean you arranged the timing of that press conference on purpose? Yo, wood guy. Twice shouted with some struggles. Quit squeezing us, damn it. Squeeze me hard, daddy. That does earn a couple strange looks. The more you assume the offensive, the more you neglect your defense. A figure slipped through the narrow gap of the door, then revealed himself to be Edgeshot. We're not the only ones at the Camino branch of Pizza LA. He unlocked the door to allow the polices in. Outside, several skilled heroes and the police have the place encircled, along with Endeavor. You must have been scared. All Might turned his head to his successor, felt very relieved to see that he was unharmed, by much. You did a great job enduring. Forgive me, it's all okay now, my boy. Hi, I'm glad, Izuku smiled shakily. And we'd fiddled around with so many little plans, the lanky villain grumbled behind his hand mask. So what are you doing coming to us, last boss? There's no other way, I'll take your words and throw them right back at you, we aren't the only ones. He shouted to the rap villain, Black Mist, warp in as many as you can. There was a pause. I must apologize, Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogiri replied, I'm afraid the numas that should be stored at the designated location aren't. You're just as immature as I always imagined, Shigaraki. The number one hero placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder as the said villain grunted puzzlingly, you underestimated us far too much, O Villain Alliance. Whether it was a young man's soul, the tireless investigation of our fine police officers or even our terrible wrath. This is the last time you take them all for fun and games, Shigaraki Tamura. I thought they must keep him in here. Mount Lady held some numas in fists while her fellow pro-heroes collect some creatures as she examined the storage house for any signs, I should be in another raid. So you can save your boyfriend. Best Jeanist joked, a young student, right? Midoriya is not my boyfriend. She shrieked with furious blush, why did Death Arm have to tell this guy about that? Stupid meathead heroes and their gossip. Good, because that's my godson we're talking about here. Gang Orca gave her a stinky eye, there is no way I'm going to let someone ruin little Izuku's first relationship. He believed that the blue girl he was with the other day is his real girlfriend, no matter what his godson kept denying. No one know that there was a certain group behind the wall or that there is a powerful villain lurking in the shadow, the latter will reveal himself in a bit. All Might, Spinner gulped, this is the heroics that Stain sought. This is the last time. Shigaraki growled under his breath, cut the bullshit, we've only just begun. Peace, they say. Justice, they say. He spat out, I'm gonna take the head of trash that's been covered by a lid of vague platitudes and demolish it, and seeing as All Might's the lid to that trash heap, I'm gonna have to remove that lid to do my work. I've even got comrades showing up by my side, one by one. So cut the bullshit, this is where it all starts, BLACKMI. URGK. Kurogiri's head suddenly slumped down to some confusion. Hya, Magnus screamed, oh my god, I can't even. What happened? I couldn't see anything. Is he dead? Who killed him? I merely messed around with his insides a tad. A sting come out from the teleporter's body, made him pass out. He won't die. The string form Edgeshot's head, art of the ninja all. This man is our biggest nuisance, so I shall have him sleep. He flick his bang up. I made a note of when a student exposed his weak point, back then. Is he talking about Kachan or Uraraka? Izuku wondered. I thought I told you, you ought to stay real nice and quiet for your own good. Gran Torino grumbled, Hikiyoshi Kenji, Seiko Atsuhiro, Aguchi Shuichi, Toga Himiko, Bubegawara Jin. The said villains looked surprised by the revelation of their names, despite how little information and time they had to work with. I heard how hard our boys in blue worked, pulling so many night shifts, and they managed to pin down all of your backgrounds. You understand what I'm saying? I'm saying you don't get anywhere to run. Hear that, Shigaraki, and I've got something to ask you, and that is, where your little boss man might be. The lanky villain becomes shaken, see cut the bullshit, there's no way, it can't end now, not this quickly, cut the bullshit. Go away, get out of my sight. Where is he, Shigaraki? All Might demanded. I hate you, Shigaraki screeched. I hate you. Suddenly, two strange fluids pop out in thin air and two Numu pour out, following by few more. Numas. Kamui widened his eyes, they're springing out of thin air. And what is that black liquid? Edgeshot. Gran shouted, check BLACKMI. He's out cold. Edgeshot cut him off. This isn't his doing. Kamui, do not let go under any circumstances. The number one hero barked out before he heard Izuku choke on something and he turned around to see some black liquid pouring out from his mouth. Midoriya my boy, he attempted to grab the greenette but the teenager vanished along with the black liquid, no. Could it be him? Itsuka and her group were completely froze in pure fear behind the damaged wall because a person just show up and demolish everything in a single blink. What kind of monster is this man? Itsuka shivered before the group heard a splash near the villain, following by a vomit and familiar voice. Wa. Izuku spit some foul-smelling fluids out. What was that black liquid? I must apologize, Midoriya. A voice spoke and the said boy looked up before he froze at the sight of a man in suit with some kind of black skull mask. Why do I feel? The greenette sweated with paled face. There's something about this person that drives some fear inside him. He barely noticed that the Villain Alliance members fall out from the liquid portals. You failed again, haven't you, Tamura? All for One said disappointingly. Well, that may be so, but you mustn't be discouraged. You should simply start over. Look, I've even returned your comrades to you. He gazed to the greenette, as well as this young man, seeing as you've seen fit to deem him an important pawn. You can try as many times as you like, that's why your sensei is here. This is all for your sake. He paused. Ah, there he is. From the sky, All Might dropped in an attempt to punch the masked villain, but they were blocked by All for One. I'm afraid I'll be having you give it all back, All for One. All Might bellowed. I take it you've come to kill me once again, All Might. All for One mocked as the shockwave wiped everyone off their feet. Come now, that was far too slow for you. This place is only a little over 5 kilometers from the bar. For it to have taken you 30 whole seconds to arrive from where I sent you all those numas, how weak you've become, All Might. Right back at you, you son of a bitch. The number 1 hero retorted, wanna fill me in on that mask? When did your neck sprout an industrial zone? You certain you're not overexerting yourself? I won't make the same mistake I made 5 years ago, All for One. I can't believe this man just shrugged All Might's blow off with bare hands. Izuku watched the scene from a small distance as All Might lunged to All for One. How many quirks did he use to do that? All for One's left arm swole up before he flicked a large air bullet that hit All Might through several buildings, causing a powerful shockwave that once again sent everyone flying back farther. All Might, the greenette cried out. Don't worry, he won't die from a love tap like that. All for One chuckled before he turned to the lanky villain with lifting hand. And as such, escape from this place, Tamura, and take the boy with you. A strange vine come out from his fingers and stick Kurogiri's body. Black mist, usher everyone back. Hello, Magna shouted. The guy's clearly knocked out. Like, I dunno what's going on, but if you can use warps or whatever, then would ya please warp us back yourself? I'm afraid my warp quirk is still quite fresh, Magna my dear. All for One answered. Not only is its range of transport exceedingly limited, it differs from his coordinated-based warp quirk in that I can only bring matter to me or send matter away from me. For that matter, the destination must be a person I know intimately, or it won't work. He forced Kurogiri's quirk to activate before a large portal formed in front of the villains. Now go. But sensei, you, Shigaraki barely said his sentence when All Might shot up in air with a shockwave explosive, then land in front of All for One, charging with stretching arm. You're not getting away, All Might shouted with gritted teeth. Tamura, always keep in mind that you've still got so much room to grow. All for One jump up to block All Might's blow. Come on, Shigaraki. Compress called over to the unmoving lanky villain as he turned Dabi into a marble. Let's hightail it while Pipehead's keeping All Might busy. He looked over to Izuku, grab the pawn. Izuku winced slightly. The painkiller start to wear out and he need to run for it because he know that All Might can't rescue him in this situation since he have his hands full with All for One. The villains rushed to the greenette and the boy quickly coat himself with OFA, try to do his best to avoid the villains as possible as he can. Every time All Might try to get over to the boy, All for One block him, and at same time, Itsuka think rapidly to make some plans inside her head. Iida, everyone, Itsuka whispered to her group. No, you can't. Tenya shook his head. Yes, we can, she replied, because we won't engaging in battle. We can be able to save Izuku and get away at same time. Go on, Shoko said, and the Oranget told them her plan. Back at the battlefield, Izuku hopped away from Compress to avoid his swinging hands and twice was about to jump in until a rail of ice suddenly pop up, distracting the villains for few moments. Izuku was very surprised when the ice slide appear, and he get more surprised when he see a familiar 3-person team soar off it at high height. Take my hand, Itsuka used her quirk to expand her hand out and Izuku immediately jumped high up with a kick to ground, narrowly avoid the villains on ground while All Might distract All for One. He land in her giant palm and Itsuka quickly pull him up onto her back before she takes some non-lethal explosive grenades that Momo created, out for more air support. I got him. Go. Magna quickly launched Compress up in air toward the team with her magnetism quirk and the masked villain was about to reach them, only to clash into Mount Lady's face as the heroine shot up with Titan Cliff move. Mount. Izuku gasped, slowly start to lose some consciousness from growing pains. Rescue. Mount Lady topples sideways with a groan, comes first, so go, you little, she crashed down on ground, creating a minor earthquake in process. The villains attempt again, only to be stopped by Gran Torino. We made it. Eijiro grinned widely as soon as they reach other side far away from the battlefield. Almost. Tenya replied hastily, we must get to a safe distance from here. And take Izuku to hospital. Itsuka placed the said boy on Tenya's back after seeing his injuries, he need to be properly treated. The group start to run and Izuku's consciousness kept zone in and out as he hear things from his friends and around him. The rescue's a success. Eijiro spoke into his phone, we're taking Midoriya to hospital. Hold on, Midoriya, almost there. Kamino Ward has been leveled half to dust. What the? All Might seems emaciated. Fight, All Might. United States of Smash, stands victorious. You're next. That was the last thing Izuku heard before he completely blacked out. The first thing that greets Izuku when he opened his eyes was the familiar white ceiling before Itsuka's head appear in his view with worried yet relieved expression. Izuku, you're finally awake. The Oranget said, we were so worried. Where? He asked, feeling a little hoarse. Hospital, where else? Itsuka brushed his hair aside with a sigh, you have been out for a day. The Greenette looked around until his gaze landed on foods and cards on tabletop. Everyone stopped by yesterday to see you and your mom just went outside to get some drinks for me and herself. Do you want me to get her now? Yeah, Izuku nodded groggily. All right. She bent down slightly to give him a gentle hug. I'm glad you're safe and okay now. The hug lasted a long minute before she break apart to go outside. I'll be right back. Izuku take another look around the room until he picked the remote clicker up to turn the television on and his eyes widened when he see the news playing All Might's battle over and over along with his retirement. Tears start to welling up in his eyes at the news and he rub his eyes with his arm, he don't know what kind of future will bring him to. It's the end of All Might's symbol of peace and the beginning of something else. And that end the 4th chapter of LC. Love it, hate it. Once again, a lot of things happen in this chapter from exam to training camp gone wrong and we just saw some changes here and there. Also there are some new things added in, even if it's a little bit. Now, here's a little omake. Omake. Nezu, I want to go over something. Toshinori enter the office with stack of paper, about the, he trail off as soon as he stare at a strange sight in front of him. Nezu and the staff were staring at him like they were caught with their hands in jar of cookie. The mysterious creature was wearing a green visor hat and there was stack of yen on desk while some teachers were holding handful of bills. Behind the creature was a giant board with picture of Izuku in center, surrounding by pictures of his classmates and schoolmates, and for some reason, there are even pro-heroines, even Midnight, up there too along with some pictures of females that the number 1 hero have never seen before. The number 1 hero slowly look up to a sign above the board and it say shipping bet. Quote, quote. We can explain. Present Mike uttered lamely, his finger was pressing up against a picture of Kyoka. Next to him, Aizawa was nonchalantly tossing some yen bills on some pictures. Toshinori calmly walk up to them and stare at everyone for good 5 minutes before he smash a hefty wad of bills on desk. My money on everyone for Midoriya. I'm marking you down for polyamory shipping. Nezu tally up with a crackle. No, you have to pick one. Snipe screamed at the number 1 hero, pick Hagakure. No, Jiro. Present Mike waved his arms, ORT Sunatori. F*** your ship. Power Loader shouted at them, he's going to end up with Hatsume. They barely speak to each other. Vlad shouted, he's going to end up with Kendo. Screw your childhood lover ending. A random teacher shouted, He better pick Kodai or his sensei. Everyone start to fight each other over their ship, and the mysterious creature crackle manically to himself as he collect the stakes. He know it was going to be very entertaining from the very moment he decide to make a all-girl class and smack a single boy in it. One for all, indeed. Nezu laughed crazily. Izuku stare up at a new school building in awe. It's hard to believe that you has built new dorms within 3 days and name it Heights Alliance. He think back to the teacher's parents' meeting and how hard they have to convince his mother to allow him to stay in heroic courses. His father was out overseas for his work at this time. He saw his father at the hospital and Hisashi was very relieved that his son's safe, mostly. Izuku glanced down at bandages around his arm. The doctor told him that if he channel full power into his arms, he will lost some abilities to use his arm again. Izuku look up again at the entrance of his dorm until he hears some shouts behind him. Deku, Izuku, Izuku, Midoriya. The said boy turn around to see most of his classmates racing toward him and he yelp out as soon as the girls mobbing him. At least they take some caution to not touch his injuries. Are you okay? Did they do anything to you? These were the common questions among their bombarding of questions. Girls, give him some space. Itsuka quickly stepped in between the greenette boy and the group. I'm okay. Izuku got his voice out, trying his best to ease his classmates' worries. So they don't do anything to you at all. Kashiko pushed her glasses up. He suddenly remember Himiko's key asterisk, yes. Most girls notice his tone and they stare at the squirming boy for a while. What did they do? The orange-haired girl hissed lowly. One of the V versus villains, AA girl, SS suddenly K Kimi and SS say she'll love me. Izuku admitted, BB but nothing else happened. There was a long pause. Seriously, Kyoka uttered in disbelief. That villain, how dare she stole your first key? Setsuna shook her fist up in air. TTT that was NN not my FF first key asterisk, Izuku said lamely in soft tone and almost everyone suddenly look at him with rapid blinks. Before anyone can speak up, Shino and you show up. Hello everyone. Shino smiled kindly to her students. First thing, Class 1A. We couldn't be more glad that you're all safe and sound, back together again. Looks like everyone got permission, huh? Kami said to change the topic. I had to fight tooth and nail for it, Toru sighed. That's what you'd expect, normally. Kyoka scratched her cheek lightly with index finger. You two were directly affected by the gas. Habuko commented. We're glad you're okay too, sensei. Tsuyu spoke and Ochako nodded at that. Yeah, a lot happened. The teacher nodded with a sigh before she clapped her hands together with a smile. Now then. I'm going to be giving you all a brief explanation of how the dorms will work. Let's go inside. Shino gestured to the dorm and the students head inside. No one noticed that Shino have used her quirk on few certain girls to give them a little scolding and warning, that they were lucky not to get expelled and not to do it again. Each class get their own dorms. Yu huffed with hands on her hip as soon as they enter the lobby of the dorm and the students look around at their surrounding in awe. The first floor is co-ed space. The mess hall, baths, laundry and etc. are here. So much space, and it's so nice. Mina pumped her fists excitingly. Oh my god, look, a sofa. Big ass television. Toru pointed to a large flat-screen television. Yo, there's a courtyard. Kami whistled at the outside. I'm in a mansion, a palace. Ochako almost pass out. Uraraka. Izuku gasped with some concern. Did I hear that right? Shoko hummed. The baths and laundry are co-ed. They're gender segregated so don't worry. Shino replied with a smile as she lead the class to elevator to go up a floor. The dorms are located on the second floor up. Each of those floors has 4 rooms, for a total of 5 floors. She opened an empty room. Each individual room, meanwhile is outfitted with air conditioning, a toilet, a fridge, and a closet. It's pretty luxurious. There's even a veranda. The bush-haired boy gasped. The closet is about the same size as the one at my estate. Momo cupped her chin with a hum. I'm in a palace. The gravity girl almost passed out again. The rooms will be laid out as we saw fit. Yu grunted. All of the luggage we had you send us beforehand should be in your respective rooms. Oh, and Midoriya brat get his own private bathroom in his room for obvious reason. She have to look at some girls with deadpan expression as they refuse to meet her eyes. Here goes their chance of rom-com accidents. For the time being, go get all your stuff set in your rooms. Shino laughed lightly. I'll explain what we'll be doing next tomorrow. You are dismissed. Hi, Sensei. The class replied before they split up to start unpacking and set up their rooms. By the time the teenagers were done with most of their unpacking, it was dark when they meet up in the common room. You know the way things got to this might have been rough, but Setsuna sit on the sofa's armrest next to Izuku with a toothy grin as she looked at several of her roommates. I'm really stoked we're all gonna live so close by. Yes, community living, Kashiko nodded. We can get a little closer and building up our connections with each other. Hey everybody, you finished setting up your rooms yet? Mina showed up with some more girls in tow. Yeah, we're just chilling now. Kami lifted her hand up with a nod. Sue, like. The pink girl grinned impishly. We were just talking, and it's only a suggestion, but why don't we have a competition to show off our rooms? Almost everyone turned to stare at her in silence for few moments before Izuku suddenly get off the sofa and make a run for it, but some girls have saw that one coming as they make a run for it ahead of him. What? Wait, no, please, don't. Izuku cried out as he reached his room and tried to lock it, but it was too late when everyone get in his room. It's nothing but All Might. Ochako clapped her hands in pure awe as the girls look around in the only boys' room. The All Might theme is so strong in this room, from posters to action figures, even his bed have All Might theme. His blue and yellow computer also has All Might hairstyle sticking out from the top. Oh, not everything. Suyu pointed out to few posters of Gang Orca and Yukio, even there is a Gang Arco stuffed animal and couple Yukio action figures. Some noticed that there are one or two random heroes theme and there is one weird crude plush in form of Black Dragon. It looked like a bad handmade stuffed animal with one orange button eye hanging down. You should have seen his room at home. Itsuka snorted in amusement. It have more than what he have here. Otaku. Yui said blankly. Don't look too down. Kaoruko patted Izuku's back gently while he looked too embarrassed as she chuckled lightly. Everyone may will crash the other rooms. Yo, your room is next door, right? Kami pointed out and the blue-skinned girl just smiled for few moments before she race out with alerting expression, only to be caught in Mina's and attractive buddy's holds as the group forced their way into Kaoruko's room for the first time. Wow, it's so normal. Setsuna whistled. Kaoruko's room was pretty normal and has basic things like computer, small low table, few picture frames, perfume bottles and blue blanket cover with frilly pillows and couple stuffed animals. There were few unopened boxes sitting near the closet and drawers. I can see next door girl vibes here. Kami agreed. It's so normal, it's amazing. Toru waved her arms. So this is what normal looks like, Ochako said bluntly with a smile. I'm sorry for having a dull plain room. Kaoruko muttered with head hanging down. She wasn't done with her unpacking. Who else have rooms on this floor? The invisible girl asked. Me and Pony. Reiko lifted her hand up. The other side is empty by the way. Shoko said. Had checked the floor plans out beforehand so she can know where Izuku live on. The only way to get to other side is through elevators or stairs on first floor, which means she'll have hard time trying to sneak into her future husband's room. Maybe she'll invite him to her room under some illusion of studying session. Let's go check Unagi's room out next. Mina pumped her fist up excitingly. Let's see who get the #1 interior design sense in the class. Who? I'm all for it. Kami flashed her thumb up. What? Kyoka looked shocked. Really? Izuku sweated. It's okay. Really? Maybe I'll go back to my room and... Suddenly Setsuna and Toru locked their arms around his arms to drag him into the girls' rooms. Wait. Wow, so dark. Pony gasped in shock. Reiko's room was so dark because of a blackout curtain and there is a large bookshelf, filled with horror movies and stories. On her desk, there is a laptop with some creepy items like fake skull and monster figures. Her bed appears to be all black with several pillows and creepy dolls. So spooky. Wow, you have so many film posters. The pink-skinned girl whistled at the horror movie posters. She realized few from pre-quirk era. Very few girls barely noticed that a bodybuilder magazine was tucking away under Reiko's laptop, but no one make a comment on it. The group moved to Pony's bedroom and they discover it to be so colorful and bright. So bright, Ochako cried out. There are several anime posters, row of shiny horseshoes hanging on wall over window, neon pink curtain, brown rustic rug, several shelves with cases of anime show and movies, mangas in English, figures, drawers, American flag and neon-colored bed. Some swear that they can see dazzling lights. What you think? Pony gestured to her room with a beaming proud grin, rocking on her feet lightly. Totes awesome. Kami gave her a thumb up. Wow, I haven't watched this one for a long time. Toru pointed a certain anime out. Girl, we should have anime night someday. I wonder if she get any BL. Kashiko wondered to herself. Let's go upstairs, the Gravity Girl said cheerily as she led the group to the elevator, and when they reached the third floor, the illustrator immediately guided them to her room. Welcome to my room. The illustrator gestured to her room. It appeared to be a simple room, but there are a lot of magazines laying around on a low table, many random feminine objects on shelf and few boy band posters. Kinda normal, huh? Kyoka blinked. It's quite unexpected because she have seen Kami dress up like Gyaru and she thought her room was going to be very Gyaru-ish. Well, I'm planning to touch it up here and there later. Kami shrugged her shoulders with a hum and they take a look around before they move on to the next room, Itsuka's. Whoa, dojo. Several outgoing girls cried out in shock at the sight of the Orangette's room. It largely resembled a dojo because of the floor and several martial art gears like wooden dummy post in the corner and wooden weapon racks on wall. Her desk has several picture frames and her bed have wooden frame with bottom drawers, covered with plaid patterned blanket cover. How do you do that? Kaoruko can't help but to gawk at the room. I put in a request beforehand. Itsuka scratched her cheek lightly with bashful expression. I don't expect them to do that. Few curious girls take a peek at the picture frames before Setsuna pick a certain frame up. Ah, Setsuna laughed. Little Midori and Itsuka. You two look so damn adorable. Almost all girls huddled together to look at the said frame. It show young Itsuka and Izuku stand side by side in front of a park and the little girl was smiling brightly while holding holds as the little boy leaned closer to her with timid expression as if he was using her as a shield. When was that taken? Around 8, I believe. The Orangette hummed in deep thought. Our parents decided to have a picnic together and my mom wants to take a picture of us this day. So cute. Toru giggled together with her friends at little boy before she turned to the Orangette. Hey, do you get any more of childhood photos? No, it's the only one I bought from home. Itsuka replied. It's a little lie because she have few more childhood pictures of her with Izuku, but she won't let them know that. Shall we move on? They went to Yui's room, which is right next door, and when they enter, the pink-skinned girl gasped out loud. There's nothing at all in your room. Mina gaped at almost empty room. There are only bed, small desk with chair and a single drawer. She noticed 5 boxes, small enough to fit one's palm, and what's up with these boxes? I have received an upgrade to my quirk, which allow me to change the size of any objects, so I shrink my clothes and items in these boxes. Yui said flatly. Very useful for packing and unpacking. Oh right, some of you girls' quirks have evolved at this time. The acid user winced at the memory of the hellish camp trip. Anyway, why don't you unpack them? Mood. She replied flatly, and few girls' sweat dropped at the blank-faced girl before they decide to visit Abara's room next. Hey, where's Bakugo at? Kami asked on the way after realized that the said girl was not with them the whole time. I heard her saying she's going to bed because it's stupid. Habuko replied. Izuku find it odd since the explosive girl was very quiet today and he remember her being quiet on the day that her family stopped by to visit him at hospital, leaving right away after take one look at him. The bush-haired boy admitted that he's worried about her. I apologize if there is nothing interesting in my room. Abara allowed her guests to enter her room and some were not surprised to see Christian cross on wall over her bed, Bible book on her desk and few Christian paintings hanging on 3 of her walls. There are some plants, Christian statues and flower vases on shelf and a small potted tree on her balcony with small vegetable sill. So religious. Kyoka twirled her ear jack around with unsurprising expression and few agreed with her. It looks pretty nice, anyway. Thank you. The vine-haired girl nodded as few girls make some comments about her flowers and plants before they move up to 4th floor since they can't visit another room on other side until they go back on the 1st floor. Who's on this side of 4th floor? The gravity girl asked. Bakugo, Tokage, Komori and me. Kashiko answered, and when the elevator stopped at the 4th floor, she suddenly raced into her room then locked it with a loud click. Wah! Mina ran up to the censor girl's door then rattled the doorknob while pounding. Open up, let us in. Open up. On the other side of the door, the white-haired girl just pressed her back against the door while staring at her bookshelves. There is no way in the world I'll let them in and see my BL collection and works. Meh, come and see my room. Setsuna waved the group over with a light shrug of her shoulders as she opened her door to allow them in. There was a lot of dinosaur figures and themed bed along with some green drawers and shelf. Almost immediately, everyone spot a tank on her desk and it hold 2 lizards inside under hot light. You have pet. Pony gasped and some get close to examine the lizards. One has light green scale and other have brown and black scales. Yup. Got permission from Teach. The greenette girl grinned lopsided with fists on her hip. The green one's Raptor and other one's Rex. To be honest, you do look like a girl that would have reptiles for pet. Mina nodded sagely before they leave the room to go to Kanoko's room, and they weren't surprised to see a heavy mushroom-themed room from bed to posters, completed with planting box of mushrooms. You sure love mushrooms, huh? Hi, I do. Kanoko nodded with a heavy blush because that is the first time she has a boy in her room and it's her crush. I find mushrooms to be very fascinating since my quirk come in. After a look around, they move on to the top floor and the first room they visit is Habuko's. Huh, another normal room. Kyoka muttered at the sight of a normal standard room with few pillows and stuffed animals on pink blanket cover and normal desk next to shelf. The only one thing that stand out is a large hot lamp in the corner. The rocker figure it's for Habuko because there are some mutant-type quirk users that request a certain thing for their day-to-day life and the snake girl might be a cold-blooded. I'm sorry that my room does not have some theme like some guys. Habuko rolled her eyes lightly, not bothered by the fact that her room is plain. The group become very curious by the next room because it's Shoko's room and they wonder what they will see inside. Please get it over with. Shoko barely cover her yawn. I want to go to bed. A Japanese-style room. Mina and almost everyone dropped their jaws with widened eyes at the sight of true Japanese-style room. This room is built completely differently. My house was Japanese style, so. The dual-haired girl replied before she glanced down at the mats. The flooring won't set in, though. Who cares why? Kami cried. How the hell did you renovate your entire room the day you moved in? I tried my best, Shoko said coolly. What is this girl? The illustrator's sweat dropped. She's definitely going place. Toru sighed before she waved her fist up in air. All right, back to 1st floor and go up on other side. The group head back to the elevator to go down to the 1st floor then take another elevator to reach the 3rd floor on other side. It's a little embarrassing, but, Kyoka glanced over her shoulder to the group with nervous expression before she opened the door fully to reveal her room. It have so many musical instruments, sounders, couple rocker posters and checker ceiling and floor. It's even more musical than I thought. Kami cried out to the rocker, who was covering her embarrassing face with her hands. Jiro, you're a real rocker girl, huh? The invisible girl whistled impressed. Can you play all of these? Ochako pointed at drum set. Well, just the basics. The rocker poked her jacks together embarrassingly before she power walk out with her hands jabbed into her pockets. Next. Next is mine. Toru hopped excitingly, the Hagakure room. She opened the door then hopped inside to gesture to her room. What do you think? Now that is a normal girl's room. Setsuna looked around the room. It looks so simple yet carries some feminine charm to it. The group moved to next floor and Mina showed them into her room. Ta-da! Mine grinned. Ain't it cute? Everyone stared blankly at her room. It looked like the 80s have just throw up in this messy room before they moved to the gravity girl's room. I'm sorry it's so bland. Ochako rubbed her head sheepishly. there is not a lot of things in her room beside old television and fan. And next is a Asui. Right, Izuku muttered as the group returned to the elevator for the top floor again. Suyu. The said girl corrected him. Sorry, Suyu. He stuttered as the group walked to her door and she let them in. Suyu's room has some frog-themed set and shelf with books, black and green patterned bed, and it looked pretty modest. Wow, it's cute, so like you. The gravity girl said, and some have similar comments like her. Thank you, Suyu replied before they leave the room. All right, you're the last one, Yaomomo. Kami said. Actually, Momo opened her door with a smile and light embarrassing blush. Well, you see, I made a bit of an error in my calculations, compared to all of your rooms, which are overflowing with creativity. My room. The group entered her room, then froze in their spot, got a tad cramped. Her bed was so large that it took up a lot of her room. It's huge. Setsuna dropped her jaw, and cramped. What happened? It's all furniture I'm used to. The creator looked sheepish. I never imagined the room would be so narrow. She's a rich girl, all right. Almost everyone stare at her. Okay. Did everyone put in their vote? Mina announced to the group in the common room. Remember, no voting for your own room. She shoved her hand inside the ballot box, and now, excluding Bakugo and Sekigai, it's time to present who the #1 ranking of the first annual Ruler of All Rooms contest is. She tallied the votes up, with a total of 11 votes. The room that beat out everyone else's by a large margin and emerged the sole victor is Midoriya Izuku's. Fought. Izuku's eyes popped out in pure shock. Why? Because your room is very interesting with All Might stuff. Ochako laughed. No one have a otaku room like yours. It's cute and unique in a way. Kami said. That in your room is the first boy room most of us have been in. Setsuna smirked, causing the poor boy to blush. Is it over? Shoko asked. Can I sleep now? Yes, you may. Abara nodded and the teenagers start to turn in while chatting with each other a bit. Izuku finished, changed into his pajama set, and he looked at Kota's letter before he smiled. Shino had gave him this letter the day after he got in hospital, then give him a long hug before she left. He tucked the letter away in the top drawer of his desk before a knock suddenly catch his attention. He get up to answer the door and see Itsuka with a sleeping bag. Itsuka. Hey, Izuku, can I come in? She smiled at him as he let her in with a nod. What bring you over? Izuku asked out of curiosity, wonder about the sleeping bag in her arm. Well, I figure it's been a while since we have our sleepover, and I found out that a steaming website is having superhero movie marathon, so, Itsuka smiled. Really? The greenhead quickly powered his computer up. The usual one. The usual. She laughed. So, is it okay if I stay over for tonight? Yeah. He nodded happily as the steaming website pop up to play Batman's Under the Hood movie, and he take his seat next to his best friend. By the way, I'm surprised you don't bring your comic books. Itsuka slowly leaned on his side. Ah, they're under my bed and in closet, Izuku said. Oh, she chuckled lightly. Get Wonder Woman or X-Men? Yeah, they're in closet. He answered, and the orangutan went to his closet, find the box of his comic books before she take couple of Wonder Woman books and a single completed volume of X-Men, then return to his side. Izuku noticed that she was leaning on him and she have been sticking close to him more than before lately, but he assumed it's because of what happened back at this camp, so he let it be for now. Right now, the best friends enjoy their little sleepover. The next day in class, Shino looked over at her class with a smile before she cleared her throat. As I told you all yesterday, our first priority is to acquire provisional licenses. She paused to let the students confirm. Hero licenses are a serious responsibility. They are directly concerned with matters of life and death. As such, the exam to receive qualification is very hard. Even the average yearly passing rate for just the provisional license exam is only about 50%. So starting today, each of one of you, the door slide to reveal midnight, Smintos and Ectoplasm, as all teachers spoke together, will be devising at least 2 new super moves. Now it's both school-like and hero-like. Some students cheered together. That's right, super moves. Ectoplasm spoke, in other words, killer techniques sure to win the day. And any such technique that's truly one with you admits no imitation. Smentos held his index finger up. The meaning of battle lies in how far you can push your unique skills. And your moves are your symbol. Midnight winked with a grin. In this day and age, if you're a pro hero without any super moves, you're an endangered species. We'll tell you all the details alongside some demonstrations. Shino smiled. Go change into your costumes and assemble at Gamma Gym. Training and Dining Land are TDL for short. The cement hero said, and the students looked little concerned and puzzling by the nickname of Gamma Gym. This is my personal facility. I can fashion whatever terrain or objects I believe best suit each individual student. He kneeled down to form cement shape from the ground. That's where the dining part of the name comes from. May I ask a question? Kashiko raised her hand up. What can be considering a super move and how did it help us with provisional licenses? They are necessary because whether they encounter incidents, criminals or accidental, disasters natural or man-made, it's a hero's job to rescue people from all kinds of peril. Shino explained, and the exam for the license will be judging your aptitude, insight, agility, judgment and fighting prowess along with other criteria such as communication skill, charm and leadership ability. The exam will test your aptitude at many of these skills, as its contents change every year. But within that paradigm, the item that will receive far and away the most emphasis for upcoming heroes is fighting prowess. Midnight picked up, so if you prepare for that, you won't have any cause for concern. Just keep in mind that having moves for battle greatly influences how likely it is you pass. If you can resist getting caught up in the sway of the situation and maintain stability on the field. Smentos said as he finished built platforms, then you'll be in possession of a high-level fighting prowess. And there's no reason our super move has to be offensive in nature. Ectoplasm hummed. For example, Ida's Recipro burst. Some students recalled the said boy's move at the sport festival. A temporary extreme speed boost is a threat in itself, and as such is worthy enough for the title of super move. Oh, I get it. Kami pounded her palm with fist. So we just need to think of a sweet move that make us go, gotta use for edge, fam. Yes, the R-rated heroine nodded. Remember how Kamui of the Woods made his dynamic entrance the other day? Lacquer Prison is a fine example of a super move. And it's not hard to see why, either. The quirk extension training that was cut short during camp this summer was supposed to be a step in the process of creating your own super move. The Telef heroine said as ectoplasm create many clones. So in the 10 days of summer break that we have left between now and the start of the next semester, you're in for some 2-in-1 trying as you'll be whipping up new super moves and extending your quirks at the same time. Furthermore, you'll also be thinking of how best to upgrade your costume to go with your quirk extension training and new super moves. You shall break past these walls with plus ultra on your lips. Now, are you ready? Ready. Setsuna grinned. We're psyched. What do I do? Izuku looked at his hand with a frown. The class starts to training or discuss about their new and latest ability of their quirks and he just stare at them before ectoplasm kick him with his peg leg. What are you looking at? The clone barked. Back to work. The teenager turned to him as he scratched his head. About my super move, well, it's like I've got bombs in my arms. I can't go overboard with them. To be honest, I don't have any idea what super move I could even come up with. It's certainly true that, in a way, your quirk is the furthest from any semblance of stability. Ectoplasm hummed, but your style isn't set in stone yet, so if you can, use today to extend your quirk some more. The greenette heard some explosive in the distance, then he looked around to see some of his classmates bragging to each other about their power-up, discussing or how close they are to finish their super moves. He can see that some have idea in their mind as they train harder and he looked at his fist worriedly. Hey. The boy jolted up to see his idol in his true form. Ah, All Might, Izuku uttered. Some advice. Toshinori clenched his fist. You're still trying to imitate me, kid. Wah. He looked puzzled. What do you mean? Hi there, Jiro my girl. The retired hero moved swiftly to the said girl with a wave before he give her some tips while Izuku watch on with some confusion and at same time. Shino noticed a Teaching for Total Dummies book sticking out from Toshinori's back pocket with a small sweat drop. Izuku walked down the hallway, then stopped at a steel door and he looked up to the overhead post that read, Development Studio. He decided to focus on upgrading his costume first before he can focus on working out his super move, and he gazed at his lifting hand. For the time being, I need to do something about the threat of my arms getting paralyzed. So, if I could get some arm supporters to help me move more safely. I have to build up my body in order to raise my limit on how much of One for All's power I can use, and then I can think about perfecting a super move. His face hardened with determination. I can't let myself be left behind, no. I've gotta be aiming for the top. I see. Kaoruko rubbed her chin. So you're focusing on floating more. Yeah, Ochako replied. If I give myself more mobility, then I can also make more of the fighting techniques I learned during our workplace experience. How about you? Well, I want to increase the size and numbers of bubbles. The blue-skinned girl formed a small bubble that popped, so I'm going to the development studio to see if anyone can build me a support gear or give me a better idea. The gravity girl was about to say something until she spotted Izuku at the steel door. Ah, hey, Deku. The smiling gravity girl jogged, and just when I thought you might not be here. Are you here to upgrade your costume, too? Oh, hi, Urara, the bush-haired boy replied back before the steel door suddenly exploded on him and the smoke burst out as both girls gaped with widened eyes. I swear you. Power Loader waved the smoke away with coughs. Don't just toss together whatever pops into your head so willy-nilly. Foo, but failure is the mother of invention, Power Loader sensei. A voice laughed as the gravity girl realized it. A man named Thomas Edison once said, just because something doesn't do what you planned it to do doesn't mean it's useless. That's not the problem. The supporter teacher growled as the smokescreen cleared up to reveal Mei on top of Izuku. Could you listen to me for once, please? Hatsume. Wait. Mei tilted her head at the greenette with a wide grin. You're that kid from back then. She unknowingly flashed him the valley of her cleavage, due to her low-cut tank top. Boo. Izuku quickly averted his trembling eyes to the ceiling with comical frightened expression. Buys. Ochako unknowingly finished the greenette's thought with gaped expression. Really sorry about the sudden kaboom. The pinkette hopped off him on her feet as she dusted some dirt off her while the other girls helped Izuku up. It's been a while, hasn't it? You're the heroic department kid. I forget all of your names. It's Midoriya Izuku. The greenette tried to calm his pounding heartbeat down while Ochako stared at him blankly. I'm Iwata Kaoruko. The bubble girl glanced at her male classmate worriedly, and that is Uraraka Ochako. Ah, I get ya. Mei turned back to her studio. Right, well, I'm busy developing my babies, so bye. Wait, Izuku followed her in. I kind of wanted a few words from Power Loader SS Sensei regarding the CC costume upgrade thing. Did you say costume upgrade? The pinkette's head whirred to them with a wide grin. I'm listening. Hatsume. Power Loader growled loudly. Now that you're living on the campus, you're allowed to spend your time at the studio. He gave her a heated glare. But if you go on wrecking the place at this rate, I won't be afraid to ban you. He turned his head to the students. I heard from Eraserhead. You must be here to tweak your costume for your new super moves. He waved them in. Well, get in. Wow. Izuku beamed at the sight of the studio as soon as the students step inside. Reminds me of a secret base. It does remind him a lot of secret base from his comic books and television. All right. Now show me your costumes manual. The supporter teacher spoke. You've got it inside the case it came in, don't you? Come on. I've got a license for this. I'll take a look and tinker with what I can. For small-scale upgrades or repairs I can just report how I altered the costume to the design agency after the fact, but for larger-scale upgrade, you need to write an application to the agency. Then once the government examines it and approve it, you can come back here to fetch it. Albeit, the agency I'm with is so first-rate that it'll come back within 3 days most of the time. I was wondering if there was any way I could decrease the load on the ligaments in my arms. The greenette rubbed his shoulder. Is anything like that possible? That's right, your style uses your fists and fingers, if I recall correctly. Power Loader nodded while typing into the computer. It's possible, all right. It will take a moment's tinkering and it'll be done in no time. All right, Deku. Ochako pumped her fist happily. Yeah, Izuku nodded before he froze as Mei feel his body up with her hands from behind. I see, Mei grinned. Wah! The gravity girl stared at the pinkette with shadow over her eyes. What are you doing, Hatsume? Kaoruko feels something stirring up within herself but she just pushed it out of her head. Fufufu, I'm feeling his body. Mei said proudly as if she didn't do anything weird. Ah, yes. You're more built than you look, aren't you? The blushing brunette gave out an silent scream. Fufufu, have I got just the thing for a body like yours? Before Izuku knew it, he was forced to wear a bulky armored bodysuit. The baby I was saving up my sleeve. It's my power suit. This child of mine's a high-tech wonder that senses the contraction of your muscles to support your movement. She's my 49th darling. Fufufu. I'd be OKW with just the AA arm supporters, though. Izuku turned his torso around until he realized that the suit kept twisting his torso farther. Oh wow, it's moving on its own. Wait, it won't stop. Wait, ow, my hip PPSSSS. Looks like I messed up when I was programming the range of motion. The pinkette clicked the remote to stop the suit with a grin. My bad. All I asked for some arm supporters. The greenette slumped on floor after the gravity girl helped him out, but I nearly got my torso twisted back there. Maybe it could be used as a capture item. Mei hummed until she overheard Kaoruko ask Power Loader for a supporting gear before she zoomed to her. Is that so? Then you need. She forced the blue-skinned girl to wear a bulky arm supporters that awfully look like Ida's engine leg. This baby. She's an electric booster item designed to suppress the heat it would generate to the maximum degree. And she's my 36th little baby, isn't she just adorable? But I don't need a booster, Hatsume, I need, Kaoruko cried. Booster activate. Mei turned them on. Hey, the bubble girl shouted before the arm booster launched her up to the ceiling and she stared at the ground as if she have lost all hope. Awada, her classmates cried before she managed to get down. Why should you give me that? Kaoruko said on her limbs, and on my arms. I don't need boosters to go faster, I'll rather use my legs to run. Yes, I know, it's just that I was thinking. The grinning pinkette said proudly, if you want to cool down your legs, couldn't you just try running with your hands? What are you talking about? The bubble girl lost her cool at that and at same time, Izuku come to some realization as he start to think deeply, barely hearing Power Loader's conversation about Mei and her pie of failed cadets. I've got it, Izuku gasped out loudly as they turned their attention to him. I gotta ask Iida something. He rushed out. Boy. Deku's beaming all of sudden. Ochako tilted her head and Kaoruko nodded, both wonder what Izuku came up with. Tsuyu. Habuko, you're making dinner. Kami peeked inside the kitchen. Most of her dorm mates were relaxing in the common room as they either doing their homework or killing some time by watching shows. Some of them were little exhausted from the first day of training. Yes, we are making curry and steaks. Tsuyu stirred the pot as Habuko checked the streaks in oven. Tell everyone it'll be ready in 10 minutes. Got it. The illustrator gave them a thumb up before she informs the others, throw herself across the sofa on her front with her head on side to watch the show. What did I miss? Evil twin just show up and reveal she was the one that sleep with Mahati. Toru tossed some chips in her mouth. Why are you girls watching soap opera? Kyoka grumbled. She feel like losing some brain cells from half listening to this stupid show. Why do they always use cliché? Because it's brain-numbing and fun. Kami said. Because there's bunch of hotties. Mina chewed her snacks, earning a couple nods from the invisible girl and illustrator, and Kyoka roll her eyes at them before she focus on her homework. It beat that they have summer homework, but at least it can be done in few days. They wait until it was time for dinner and almost everyone takes their seat in common room, only Katsuki was not present for some reason. So how was everyone's first nights away from home? Kanoko asked. Honestly, Habuko swallowed her meal, it feel weird. I was so confusing for few minutes when I wake up in my room. Same here. Itsuka blushed in embarrassment. When the school ended, I almost left the campus ground to go to the station until I realize we live here now when I almost reach the front gate. Some girls share her experience. Yeah, but at least we have each other. Ochako beamed. It feels so nice to live with her friends now, and to save a lot of money, yay for rent-free dorm life. Right, Pony agreed with the Gravity Girl, and they talk about their expectation of dorm life and the rest of their first year. We should make something special for any day. Setsuna snapped her fingers with a toothy grin. Like what? The rocker raised her eyebrow. Like game night, the Greenette Girl said. Oh, I like that. The Gravity Girl gasped. Movie night. Book club. Momo's eyes shine at the idea as she clapped her hands together. Sleepover party in this room. Toru waved her arms around and almost everyone become exciting as they talk about night activity. How about it? Setsuna raised her hand up as soon as almost everyone finished their dinner. We can start game night tonight and play Mafia. Raise your hand if you're all for it. Izuku meekly raised his hand up along with almost everyone. That will be his first time playing a game with friends, beside his best friend and family. Great. She take a blank paper to write the roles down. Since there are many of us, I'm putting 2 Mafia down. We'll have a doctor and detective. The rest, civilians. She glanced around as she tear paper to pieces, then put them in a ballot box that was left from last night. Who want to be the mod? I will. I know the rules. Kashiko raised her hand up slightly. She was one of few that don't raise their hands early. After explaining the rules to these who don't know the game and draw their roles, she cleared her throat as everyone have their heads down with closed eyes. Mafia, wake up. Reiko and Mina lift their heads up to point someone out before they drop their heads down with closed eyes. Doctor, wake up. Izuku slowly look up nervously before he points someone out unsurely, then close his eyes, and the detective turn out to be Kyoka. Everyone, wake up. Everyone open their eyes. Kami is dead. Ah. Bah. The said girl scooted back a little with a pout, and everyone start to discuss while studying the others' reactions. The voting was skipped this round since they have nothing to go on with. They continue the game for few hours and it end in Mafia's victory, only catch Mina. Damn, only if we don't vote Deku out in 5th round. Ochako swing her right arm up and down with a playful groan when they found out who was the doctor and detective. I told you all he was innocent. The teenagers laughed at that. Can we play another game of Mafia? One more than bedtime. Momo said. We have training tomorrow, remember? You heard Mom. One more game before bedtime. Toru teased and almost everyone laughed as the rich girl blushed embarrassingly before they play another game. Izuku was sleeping in his bedroom until his phone vibrate with ringtone, waking him up, and he picked it up to see that he have been added to a chat group. The name of this group read, Class 1A, and it looked like Mina have created it. There was dozen of texts and he just text hello in before a new text pop up. Setsuna. Midori, we all agreed that you can start call us by our first name from now on. We'll correct you if you try to use our last name. Wait, what? Izuku cried out in shock as he fumbled with his phone and he rapidly texted, trying his best to change that, but it was no use and he have no choice but to give up and accept it. Izuku. I'm going back to bed, it's late. The Greenette put his phone down with a resigned sigh before he go back to sleep, not bother to check his phone when a new text pop up. Mina. I wanna change Midori's name to Cinnamon Bun. Aye or nay? Mina's text was followed by multiple I replies, and he will never find out until he wake up, then try to change his nickname comedically, despite the fact that he don't have admin power. On the 4th day of training in Gamma Gym, the students were slowly honing up their super moves or testing out part of their costume upgrades, and Izuku checked himself over. Hey, Izuku, you changed your costume. Kami noticed some changes. Why yeah, Izuku confirmed with a blush. Their AA arm supporters. They'll help reduce the SS strain on them. Every time he look at her, he can't help but to remember their key in the forest, and he want to ask her about it, but he never find the right time. Still plain looking, but I dig it because it's totes you. The illustrator gave him a thumb up. Thank you. The bush-haired boy rubbed his outfit. He don't want to change it much because his mother put a lot of work in it. He look around at his classmates as few of them show off a super move to midnight before he hear a boom and look up to see that Katsuki have create a new move that focus on a single point, leaving a medium hole through a thick cement wall. The walls start to crumble and a large chunk fall over toward Toshinori, who was unawake that he's in danger until both Katsuki and Aizawa, who stopped by to check on the students, shout out the warning. Izuku quickly leap into action and destroy the chunk with a kick, landing on ground. If my arms are a concern, I'll just use my legs. Izuku feel a little proud of his shoot style. Correct answer. Toshinori grinned as if he can read his successor's mind. Are you okay? Izuku turned to his idol, All Might. Yep. The skinny buddy grinned again. Midori, that you? Setsuna jogged up to them with few girls. Holy crap, that was one destructive power. You switched up your style. Itsuka inputted. Yeah, Itsuka, Setsuna. The greenette lift his foot up to show his soul. The destructive power is thanks to these souls Hatsume came up with. And I changed my style by observing how Iida moves his body. He remembered asking Iida if he can watch him training the other day. All I've really done is determined what direction I'll be going now, and this skill's still only hot off the forge, so it's nothing I could call a super move just yet, but that's all right. Toshinori spoke up, because that skill is probably more than just hot off the forge. For the provisional license exam, that is. His comment confused Izuku. It's dangerous here, All Might, don't get too close. Aizawa approached the buddy man. But I'm heading out anyway. Toshinori replied before he looked up to Katsuki. Sorry about that, Bakugo my girl. The violent girl stand over the cliff with a sneer. Katsuki stomped back as she set off a huge explosive. Watch your damn self, All Might. Never mind that. Izuku turned to his classmates with lit up eyes. Everyone's upgraded their C costumes, too. Oh, you noticed. Setsuna grinned widely as she gestured to her scaly bodysuit with mask. Since my quirk has evolved, it was time to overhaul my outfit and the support department made it with my cells. She popped her right arm off as it floated in air and the bush-haired boy was impressed to see that her costume also split off. My outfit now can regenerate or mend together along with my quirk. Yeah, and you're not the only one that overhauled the costumes. Itsuka glanced at her classmates. Some looks have changed so much while some remain same with few little differences. The rest have been making little improvements to their costumes, so we can't let our guards down. She turned back to see that her best friend have went off in his long mumbling. It have been a while since he does that. She chuckled as Izuku analyzed the others' upgrades, gears and what he just learned from the splitter. How long do you think it lasts for? The greenette girl gestured to the muttering boy with a chuckle and the oranguette was about to say something but. Time's up, Class A. Everyone turned to see Vlad King as he entered with his homeroom class. Today we arranged for Class B to use TDL this afternoon. Class B, Izuku uttered. So make haste out of here, Mandalay. The blood hero scowled. We have few minutes left. Shino checked the time. Let us finish up a little before we go. Hey, did you hear? Nito spoke out loud as soon as he see the Class A. They say half the people who take the test for provisional fail. So why don't you all fail for us, Class A? What's up with this guy? Habuko stared at the ranting copycat oddly. Just ignore him, Tsuyu replied. Hello, Midoriya, Fumikage spoke. Ah, hey, TT Tokiyami. The greenette boy greeted him then noticed the bird-headed student's classmates, SS Shoji, K Kirishima. Hey, Midoriya, dig the new look. Eijiro waved with toothy grin. Midoriya, how are you? Mezzo spoke. Congratulate on your discharge. Sorry for not visiting you at hospital. It's okay. I'm DD doing fine. Izuku replied. TT thank you. No, we should thank you for helping us out back then. The bird-headed boy crossed his arms with closed eyes and the greenette boy scratches his head bashfully before he noticed something. I notice SS some new FF faces. The OFA wielder glanced at Class B. Some decide to transfer out to general education. Mezzo replied, therefore, new guys. Not that I can blame them. Eijiro rubbed his neck with another hand on hip. We have one crazy year and got attacked by Villain Alliance twice. Oh, Izuku can't help but to nod until he noticed something. Why is Mineta TT tied up? The said beep was struggling in tape and glue as his eyes have bloody tears, muffling something behind tape. He lost his shit when he found out that you're living with the girls in dorm and, the six-armed boy sighed, well, there are things that I can't repeat to you. He was trying to run and barge into your dorm and we tied him down many times. The redhead scratched his head again with a sigh. Vlad-sensei have to stop him by threaten to expel him. I see. Izuku stuttered and some girls glared at the beep deadly. That's why we applied to have the two classes take the exam at separate arenas. Shino spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. The hero qualification exam occurs with the same challenges at 3 locations twice every year, in June and September. Vlad replied, to prevent students from the same school from crushing their own, the standard practice has been to make students from every school take the test at different times and places. Such a shame we can't crush you directly. Nito shouted smugly after exhale out once. Ah, there he goes. Setsuna's sweat dropped. Maybe his mental disorder has a name. Denki inputted. Yeah, something called inferiority complex. The brunette girl deadpanned at him. We're skipping over the normal courses for normal course for obtaining licenses. Izuku said thoughtfully. Yes, only a minority of schools has their freshmen get provisionals. Aizawa approached them. To put it another way, it'll be a gathering of kids who have had more time to train and whose quirks you know nothing about. We can't know what will be on the exam, but there's no doubt it'll be rough. Don't fixate on that too much, of course, but don't forget, either. The students think deeply on his words before it was time for them to change places. Wee every day with this. Mina rolled her head back with an exhaust as the girls relax in the common room and kitchen of their dorm. The only girls that weren't present are Katsuki, Itsuka and Shoko. Izuku was outside, training. They weren't kidding when they said they'd compress all the training. Kyoka stretched her arms out. And we haven't even a week remaining. Momo went through the laundry with her hair down. How's your super move coming, Yaomomo? Toru asked. While there are things I'd like to try, my body still can't keep up with those ideas, so I need to extend my quirk, even if only a little. The creator hummed. How about you, Suyu? The invisible girl turned to the said girl. I'm putting the finishing touches on a move that'll be more frog-like. Suyu replied, you'll be surprised, too, Toru. Pony, Kanoko. Toru looked over to the said girls. Train hard with horns, almost ready. Pony gave her a thumb up, wearing loose blue tank top and black shorts. Like Yaomomo, there are some moves I want to do, but I need to work on my quirk more before I can do these. Kanoko drink her milk carton. And you, Ochako. The invisible girl looked over to the said girl and she don't get any response. Ochako. Suyu tapped the gravity girl's shoulder, causing her to spit milk out with a yelp. You must be tired. No. Ochako shook her head. I can't afford to be tired, I've still got more in me. She dipped her head slightly with a light blush, as what I want to say, but, I don't know, lately I've been feeling disconcerted. It's a love. Mina grinned widely and the gravity girl froze with sweating bullets. Love. The gravity girl waved her arms crazily. That's not it, I swear. It is. The pink-skinned girl laughed. I bet it's Midori since he's so cute and perfect boyfriend material. The girls blushed at her comment as the gravity girl flowed up out of embarrassment. Confess and your crime gets lighter. I'm telling you, that's not it. Ochako denied. I swear I don't know anything about that. We need to get up early tomorrow morning. Momo coughed with blush as she picked her laundry basket up. Let's retire. No way. Mina got up with a childish stomp. I wanna hear more, damn it. I wanna make it be about love. I'll lock everyone in with Midori and make up love stories. Please don't. Kyoka muttered as she blushed at the thought of locking in a room with Izuku before she shake it out of her head. I key-ed him. Kami suddenly spoke up, sipping her milk behind them as the girls jumped up at her sudden appearance and they whipped their heads to her with widened eyes and gaping mouths. When, almost all girls cried as they all feel pang of jealousy. Back in the forest at this camp. The illustrator answered, and if you want to know, he actually tastes like cinnamon. Are you too? Kashiko asked. Nope, never get a chance to confess when everything went down at this time. Kami sighed before she gave them a teasing yet coy smirk. However, I'm ahead of you all. She skip away and everyone stare at her back before one thought run through almost everyone's heads at same time. It's on now. Outside, Izuku don't know why he sneezed during the kicking and he figure he need to stop practicing for now or he'll get cold. The bus pull up in front of stadium before Shino step out. Get off, everyone, we're here. That is one of the exam arenas, the Nation Stadium in Takoba. I'm getting so nervous. Kyoka stepped off the bus with everyone as she tried to take some deep breath. We're doing it in Takoba. Izuku looked around in awe and nervousness. I hope I can get it. Kaoruko wet her dry lips. Remember, if you can just pass this exam and obtain your provisional license, then you will cease to be mere kittens and grow into cats. Shino smiled, into semi-pros. So give it your all. Awesome. Come on everybody, let's go become cats. Mina hopped. Let's hit out of the park like always. Say with me now. No one noticed a new guy appear behind them, plus Ultra. They turned around to see a tall bulky boy in some school uniform with hat. Don't go crashing the circles of outsiders without invitation, Inasa. The class turned their gaze over to a small group, who wear similar uniform with hat like this boy. Ah, you're right. Inasa grinned before he throw his back out then smash his head down on ground in a deep bow. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Almost everyone jumped at the loud sound of his forehead hit cement. What's up with this guy? Setsuna shouted bewilderedly. He's totally the type who just get through everything by being intensely chipper. The East's got UA. Katsuki grunted, and the West's got Shikatsu. Of the many departments of heroics in all the high schools out there, the one rival school that poses an obstacle for UA, Shikatsu Academy. I've always wanted to say at least once. Inasa stood up with wide grin as his forehead bleeding, plus Ultra. I love UA Academy. It's such a pleasure, the highest honor, to be able to compete against UA. Yoarashi Inasa. Shino recognized him. Do you know him, sensei? Toru asked. Talk about enthusiastic, huh? The pink-skinned girl said, and everything he said sounded good-natured and normal. That kid, the homeroom teacher said, he's no pushover. His name's Yoarashi. At the end of the last school year, or in other words, when you were all applying for the entrance exam, he was selected as one of the recommended students but, for some reason, despite his top-of-the-line grades, he declined to enter UA. Really? Izuku gasped. But wait, that'd make him a freshman, right? Not to mention, to have the top qualification for the recommended spots, wouldn't that make him even stronger than Todoroki? The said girl just stand quietly. I don't get it. Habuko raised her eyebrow. He says he love UA, but he tosses his chance at entering. So weird. Mina muttered. Oh, he may be weird, but make note, he's the real deal. Shino replied until she heard her pro name. Mandalay. Mandalay, is that you? The said heroine turned around questioningly before she smiled as a grinning woman in pirate-like outfit walked up to her. I saw ya on TV and at the sports festival and whatnot, but it's been forever since we bumped into each other like this. That lady, the greenette boy gasped in recognition before he speak excitingly. She's the heroine of Smiles, Miss Joke. Her quirks called peals of laughter. She can use her quirk to dull the thoughts and deeds of anyone near her by forcing them to laugh their heads off. The way she dispatches with villains is really crazy, too. Have you find someone to get hitched and have wild time? Miss Joke laughed. I'm afraid not. Shino chuckled. I'm basically a single mother. You're being really friendly, Suyu said to the laughing woman with finger on her chin. Our offices used to be close. Miss Joke answered. We kept helping each other out. True, that was like few years ago, right? The Telef heroine hummed as the laughing heroine nodded. It's always a blast teasing ya, Mandalay. Miss Joke glanced over her shoulder to her students with a chuckle. Come on, kids, come here. It's UA. Whoa, a teenager boy with black spiky hair grinned, in the flesh. I can't believe it. A teenager girl with spiky short pigtail and long bang swatted the boy's shoulder. I've seen all of them on TV. Provisionals for freshmen. A teenager boy with long black hair and small blank face said, well, if that isn't some high-pace education. Though I guess a lot's happened, so, makes sense. Goes to show you, they do things differently. Meet the sophomores I'm in charge of, Miss Joke grinned, Ketsubutsu Academy's class 2-2. The name's Shindo. The spiky-haired boy shook Izuku's hands, then each student's hands. UA's been through quite the string of troubles this year, huh? But you're all still aiming to be heroes, despite it all. So admirable. I think that from now on, what every hero fundamentally needs is an indomitable spirit. He turned to Katsuki, and then there's you, Bakugo. The kid at the center of the sport festival. You must have an especially strong heart. He offered his hand to the explosive user. Today, if you'll have me, it'd be my honor to be allowed to hone my skills with partners of your caliber. Don't patronize me. Katsuki smacked the hand away. Your words don't match your eyes. Hey, Todoroki, you were so cool during the sports festival. The girl with spiky hair come close to the dual-haired girl. Gimme your autograph. The girl stepped back uncomfortable, due to invaded personal space before she turned to Izuku. You too, cutie, gimme digits. I'm Nakagame Tatami. He's not interested. Shoko pulled the squeaking boy into a tight hug as if she's shielding him from Tatami. Okay, everyone, you all should get inside. Shino called out to her class. Man, Kyoko looked around. Every time we brush with people outside UA, I'm reminded. Yeah, just how friggin' famous we are. Setsuna agreed, as UA kids. Did you not? Miss Joke turned to Shino. Tell them, Mandalay. I don't have to, they'll surprise you. The Telef heroine smiled to her puzzlement. CC, can you let me go, SS Shoko. Izuku stuttered with red face as the said girl kept clinging on him. No, Shoko refused flatly. It's so crowded. Izuku gulped as he stand in a large crowded room after change into hero outfit. So many kids. Ochako gawked at the large amount of people. It feel like there are thousands. Ehem. A sleepy man tapped the microphone few times. Right, so, yes, let's begin the provisional license thing. Hello, my name is Mara, with the Public Safety and Heroics Committee, and my favorite kind of sleep is non-REM sleep. It's a pleasure. I've been so busy with work that I can't catch a wink. He slowly lowered his head on desk. Not enough personnel. I wanna sleep. And now that I have espoused our principles, I shall humbly explain how the exam will be conducted. The audience becomes worried for him. Gathered in attendance are precisely 1,540 examinees. You'll be vying for victory all at once. In the present age, in our so-named, hero-stated society, there has been no shortage of voices raising doubt over the state of heroics since Stain's apprehension. But, well, if you ask me, regardless of their actual motives, telling people we're risking their lives out there to save people not to want anything in return, it's hard not to think that'd be a bit merciless, given the realities of the modern world. In any case, no matter whether it was for material gain or for the valor of it, at the end of the day they applied themselves diligently to rescue operations and villains cleanup. The time that elapses between a case materializing and its resolution has become very swift indeed. When you obtain your provisional licenses, you throw yourselves into that raging torrent. To be blunt, it will be very harsh on those who can't keep pace. As such, it's your speed that will be tested. Only the first 100 to clear the terms of the exam will make the cut. Wait, did they change it? Habuko whispered worriedly as the people around them start to complaining. Well, a fair bit's happened in the world, Mara shrugged, so, those are the breaks. Do as you do. So, he lift a ball and target gear up. The terms of the exam are in these. Each examinee will receive 3 targets. You may place them on any part of your body, so long as they're always open and visible. So no soles of the feet or armpits. In addition, you'll carry 6 balls on your person. The targets are built to respond only to contact with the balls. If you're hit in all 3 places, you're out. If you hit somebody's 3rd target, you have defeated him or her. Victory is attained upon defeating 2 other contestants. And those are the rules. Huh, sound pretty tough, Setsuna hummed. All right, the sleepy man muttered as several men stepped forward with boxes. We'll distribute the targets and balls after that happens. The exam will commence 1 minute after everyone spreads out. After what happens? Shoko looked up and before they know it, the room fall apart to reveal a massive field with many terrains from mountain to city. I believe you all have types of terrain you like and dislike. Mara spoke. Please do your best and capitalize on your skills. All this work out of consideration to open up the terrain like this, but it was ultimately pointless. I lost so much sleep over it. If only the fastest to defeat others pass the exam. Izuku put his target gears on as everyone get ready. Then there won't be any infighting amongst schools. On the contrary, teaming up with comrades who know each other's power is the only way to win. Guys, he turned to his classmates, don't stray too far away from each other. Let's move as a group. UF******ers can pour each other's tea if you like, but this ain't a goddamn picnic. Katsuki ran away. I'm out too. Shoko jogged away in other direction. The larger the group I'm in, the less leeway I have to use my power. Shoko. Izuku stuttered. Midori, we've got no time. Setsuna hollered, let's go. I really don't like the idea of them going it alone. The greenette boy ran with his classmates. Why? Ochako asked. Just think about it. Izuku said. Everybody knows what we can do. All of the other schools will naturally be following the same path to victory I hit upon before, so I think this'll turn into a school-on-school battle. And just which school do you think they'll be aiming their sights at? Crap. UA hunting. Kami paled as the exams start and all the schools quickly charge toward the Class 1A. Super strength that wrecks even the user. Shindo grinned wickedly. You know what they say. Many balls threw toward the group. When there's a nail sticking up, you gotta hammer that beeper. To his silent surprise, Izuku kicked the balls away without any drawback while the rest of the class defect the balls. Let's stick close and move as one. The greenette boy shouted out as the class huddled up and he noticed the armored boy did something to the balls then tossed them over to the long-haired boy from early. He threw the balls into the ground as tunnels build up, the balls went underground. Izuku warned his allies. Stay back, everyone. Kyoka jabbed her jacks into her amp gloves, I'll do it. She slammed her hands on the ground, heartbeat fuzz. The ground in front of her split up as the sound wave knocked many people off their feet and caused the balls to pop up from the ground, flying toward Kashiko. Max acidity, max adhesion. Mina shielded her with wall of acid veil. Thanks, Mina, Kashiko said. No problem. The acid user grinned. It's a defensive move. I make it all muddy and put up a wall. An opening has shown itself. Reiko commended her balls to fly toward Tatami, who narrowly dodged them. Ehem, it's still a deadlock stalemate across the board. Mara's voice announced through the loudspeaker. 0 people have cleared. Alright, I should state I'll be announcing at board casting post as we receive all the details. 0 people have cleared. Out of the way, guys. Shindo bended down to put his hands on ground. Their defense is too solid. I'll break it. Max power. The earth rumbled. Underground shockwave. Everything explodes upwardly, forcing everyone to split up to avoid rising earths. Deku. Ochako shouted. 120 examinees are now out. Mara gasped at the result from other location. They have been taken out by a single person, who thereby passes the exam. Well then, you may consider me awake now. Quite the eye-opener. And seems things will only be hitting on ever more frenzied pitch. That's some quirk that kid's got. Izuku get up with wince as he glanced around at his surrounding, wondering where the rest of his classmates are while keeping eyes out on his opponents. Seems really hard to use where there'd be buildings around. He tried to figure something out until someone suddenly appeared with a flip, tagging one of his target gear out. Got you. He looked up to see Tatami, not the smartest thing staring off into space. Anyone ever tell you that grinning when you're this neck deep is weird? He recognizes her from early. What a cool guy. Little did Izuku know is that he will get the biggest surprise in few minutes. Reiko was looking for Izuku with Ochako as she defects some balls and the gray-haired girl quickly climb up the upright stab of earth to get a better view of the field. She immediately find him, and her mind shut down when she see Tatami attacking Izuku in her birthday suit as the stuttering greenette avoid her with backsteps before Reiko shot some rocks at their way, forcing the nude girl to hop back away from Izuku. Izuku, what is that? Reiko held her hand out to them as she stared at the said boy blankly. Why are you permitting this unclothed girl to throw herself at you? Nice, Reiko, Izuku cried out in gratitude. and I mean that in every way. Uraraka, she called out, and the said girl leap over her toward Tatami with swinging slap, only to have her dodge it with a backflip. Her reflexes are amazing. Ochako gritted her teeth out of furiousness. And it was just getting good. Tatami land on another stab as she sit down. Honestly, such as pity. Honestly, though, I wanted to chat with you some more. But that's impossible now, so sad. Uraraka Ochako, a lot of faith has been placed in you. Wah. The gravity girl furrowed her brows before the nude girl flee swiftly. Halt there. Perv, Reiko said before she clicked her tongue with a tisk. No, there's no need to chase her. Izuku said out to her, did she just tisk? He take a deep breath. I guess it must have to do with her quirk, but she's shed her targets along with her clothes. Sure, we run the risk she'll come after us again, but, considering the time we have left, plus everything else, and making a point of going after her becomes a tough proposition. He paused to look at the gravity girl, putting that aside, you two are the real you, right? Yeah, Ochako nodded puzzlingly. Yes, I'm real, the ghost-like girl replied. I see, thank you. The bush-haired boy exhausted as Mara informed them the number of passing examinee. I think we could handle the group that's nearing us in some way. How? Reiko asked, and the girls listened to his plan as they move out. The plan was simple, bind their opponents or control balls with Reiko's telekinesis, making themselves weightless with Ochako's quirk, and swiftly eliminate their opponents as fast as they can. And another 3 have made it. Mara announced. That makes 82, with 18 spots remaining. Oh, everyone made it. Ochako's eyes lit up as she see her class when she entered the anteroom with Izuku and Reiko. At same time, Izuku noticed Katsuki stomped inside before she spot him. So you made it, Deku, UF asterisk. Katsuki glared. K Kachan. Izuku jumped. Why yeah, it feel like she haven't speak to him since Kamino incident, and if she does, it was less hostile. TCH. The explosive girl walked away. She was so furious that she almost got done in by some F asterisk 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 king meatball guy until some shitty extra get a lucky shot in that disable his quirk. At least she take her rage out on these bastards and eliminate them all. Ka. The greenette was about to call her out until Momo speak up happily when she see the group. I'm so pleased everyone's hale and healthy. Momo said brightly, I was so worried. Yeah, too awesome. The gravity girl bounced. We ourselves just got here. Setsuna gave her a high five. Shoko, she got here faster. The key to release the targets is over there, plus they told us to put the ball bags on the returns shelf with them. Suyu informed them. So there's everyone here then. Shoko said calmly. The announcer said 82 have passed. The creator said, that means they need to be within the next 18 to pass. That must take a while. Izuku, I was worried about you when we got split up. Itsuka approached the said boy after she used the restroom. I'm glad you made it. Itsuka, I know you were going to make it too. Izuku grinned. How did you do against the others? Their quirks. I'll tell you about it later. The Oranguette laughed and she was about to say something until Mara make another announcement. 0 left. Mara cheered. 100 have made it. It's over. Woo-ee-ee, it's over. And now, though it saddens us, we must usher the examinees who failed off the premises. Alright, we made it through to the next phase. Ochako cheered with some of her classmates. Woo-woo, Yui said flatly. Ahem, alright, everyone. Mara cleared his throat to calm himself down as the giant monitor turned on to show the terrain layout. Please watch. It's the field, Izuku said. Wonder what's gonna. The gravity girl asked before the series of explosives break out, collapsing the terrains to rubbles as everyone becomes shocked. The next exam is the last. The announcer explained. You will all act as bystanders, and conduct rescue operations at a disaster site. Rescue operations. The bush-haired boy have a flashback to both All Might's video and Kamino incident. As bystanders, Kami muttered. Yeah, you know, as people who just happened to be there. Toru replied, we did it as a lesson once, remember? The term can also simply refer to the general public, of course, but, Momo inputted. You will not be acting as ordinary citizens, but as people who have already secured a provisional license. Mara said, "This will be a test of your aptitude for rescue operations." "Hey, there are people." Kaoruko spots some people in the middle of disaster site. "Wah," Pony gasped, "old people, kids. Wah, they're all in very high demand for all sorts of drills as pros at needing rescue." Mara announced, "They're the staff of the Help Us Company, or HUC for short." "Oh, so they're actors." Abara released a relived breath. "The folks of HUC are on standby all over the field disguised as casualties," the announcer explained, "and it's your mission to extricate them. Now, this time you and your rescue efforts will be graded via points. If, at the end of the exercise, you have exceeded the watermark score, you will have cleared the exam. The test starts in 10 minutes, so go use the facilities now if you need to." "I wonder if they're modeling this after Kamino," Izuku muttered to himself. "Probably." He almost jumped at Yui's voice and he turned his head to see that she was standing next to him. When did you get TT there?" The greenette stuttered as she stared blankly at him. Let's give it our best shot." "Reiko, what's up with the look?" Setsuna asked the said girl after noticing her odd staring at their only male classmate. "I happened to witness something," Reiko said emotionlessly. "You see this girl over there, one with spiky pigtails? She told the greenette girl about the event that took place early and their classmates were listening in." Midori. Both Mina and Toru zoomed to the shocked boy as the pink-skinned girl cried, "Did it really happen?" What did?" Izuku yelped. "Her." Mina pointed at Tatami and they noticed that she was looking at them before the spiky pigtailed girl waved cheerily to him. "Oh, she did. Damn, I know you're as F******, but that's too overboard to do that." Toru cried. Wait, what?" He stuttered. "Did he just heard what she said?" "Izuku, I hope this minx does not tempt you into corrupting your purity," Abara said calmly with a jealousy glint. What are you talking about?" Poor boy was so confused by the whole thing before he feel hands on his shoulders firmly and he look up to see Itsuka with sweet yet scary smile. Aye Itsuka. From now on, you do not leave my side until we leave this place." Itsuka kept smiling, far away from this girl. "Itsuka." Izuku never noticed Ochako's eerie staring along with several other girls before he start freaking out when they told him that they heard about him getting attacked by a naked girl. "Why are these chicks all over this plain guy?" A random examinee stared at the scene oddly. "Look pretty lame guy if you ask me." I don't mind throwing myself on him," a random female examinee said. "I mean, have you seen him in this cheerleader uniform from Sport Festival? I'd grate this abs with cheese. More like myself on him." Another girl commented. "What the F*** is wrong with you two?" The first examinee stared at his fellow students weirdly. Does this guy have some kind of quirk that attract women to him or something? "Hey, you with the hat." Shoko approached Inasa after the hairy student talked to Katsuki about good relationship. "Did I do something?" "Ho-ho." Inasa turned to her with sneer. "I'm really sorry to say this, oh daughter of Endeavor, but I don't like either of you. Something about you's changed a little since then, sure, but those eyes, they're the same as Endeavor's." With that, he walked away from her. "Dads," the dual-haired girl frowned. "Eyes." "Shoko." Izuku approached her worriedly. "See ya." Tatami whistled at him, walking away. "Ah." He gulped. "Right. Don't answer her." Several girls mobbed the poor boy again. "That's enough." Momo called out to them. "Save it until after this test." Someone was about to say something until the alarm catch everyone's attention. "A terrorist attack by villains has unfolded," Mara announced. "The scope of the damage encompasses the entirety of X City, and the collapsed building have injured a great many." "This is it, it's staring now," Suyu said. "The damage to the roads is severe, causing considerable delays to the first responders," the announcer said as the room fell apart. "What? A building swinging open again?" Kyoka shouted. "The heroes on the scene must lead the rescue efforts until they make it there," Mara said. "Save as many lives as you can, even if it's just one." Start. Every examinee take off right away. After some stumbles and few mistakes as the examinees start to work together, Izuku carried the kid actor to first aid station and he was surprised to see many people. Already so many, he muttered to himself. Hey, you. The greenette turned to a female examinee, let me see the boy. Ah, yes, ma'am. Izuku spoke, his head is injured and he's lost a lot of blood but it's not that deep a wound. He responds very clearly. Okay. The girl take the boy actor before she turned to someone else, carry him over to the space on the right. The boy turned around to run back into the field to aid more victims, and few minutes later, there was a loud boom and everyone turned their heads to see a familiar face stepping out through a destroyed wall with sidekicks. Uncle Orca, the OFA user, choked on his spit in surprise when his godfather poses manically in the distance. Villains have appeared out of the woodworks to give chase. Mara announced as the sidekicks charge, all would-be heroes on the scene, kindly suppress the villains while at the same time continuing relief efforts. I better. Izuku was about to do something until there is another booming sound on the opposite wall and he turned around to see. We are here to wreck things up. Hisashi roared evilly with flames out of his mouth, wearing black outfit that is almost similar to Gang Orca, and he was surrounded by dozens of rough-looking adults that look like they belong to pre-quirk Yazuka. Dad, the greenette's eyes popped out along with his class, who was all over the field. Aren't you supposed to be overseas? When did his father get back, and why is he here? Surprise, my cinnamon bun. Hisashi spot him with cheery wave, his grin looks so evil that it makes everyone but his son afraid. Daddy's here to play villain. But don't worry, cinnamon bun, I will do it seriously, so do your best to pass the exam. Yes, little boss. The Draco's male sidekick thrust his fist up with a grin. It looks so creepy and evil because he have many scars all over his face and wear kimono outfit. Do your best. We are rooting for you, little boss. The female sidekick hollered, Cammy, this woman look like an underworld assassin because of all guns on her. Every scary sidekicks cheer for the blushing greenette. B. Izuku want to die from embarrassment before he slaps his cheeks. I need to focus on the exam right now. He take a scan of his surrounding and it look like most examinees are planning to attack the villains, so he's going to take a run around the field to see if he can help anyone first. The greenette enhanced his body with full cowl before he take a leap into the ruins. Kaoruko help a elder actor up on another examinee's back before he take off to the first aid station, and the bubble girl run other way to looking for any survivors until she almost bump into Izuku, who just come out from around the corner. Whoa. Sorry, Izuku apologized as she waved it off. Find anyone back there? No, it's all clear. Kaoruko replied, I'm about to head this way north, you. Over there, near Uncle Orca, and see if I can back anyone up. He pointed to the general location of the said hero and he was about to move until she stopped him. Hey, in case if I run into your father, what should I watch out for? The bubble girl asked. She just found out that Izuku's father is here with his small company from the loudspeaker. All I know is that he can breathe fire. He can control the temperature of his fire up to over 1,000 degrees, although his hottest flame only lasts few minutes before it puts some strain on his throat. Izuku answered, he can eat fires and his body is immune to any form of fire up to over 3,000 degrees. He also has a minor pyrokinesis ability, but it only applies to his fire breath. He can adjust its size and shape as long as he breathe it. And here I thought your father can't get any scarier. Kaoruko muttered softly to herself. What? He blinked. Didn't caught what she said. Nothing. We should go back to our. The bubble girl never get a chance to finish her sentence as a powerful earthquake hit, causing both teenagers to stumble into each other. Before they know it, Kaoruko accidentally lock lips with him and it lasts longer as the earthquake until it cease before the blushing teenagers quickly pull away from each other with waving hands. Sorry. TT that was. It's okay. It's okay. Izuku waved with atomic blush that overtake his face, like Kaoruko's. I understand. They stare at each other awkwardly as their faces burn up before he cough. Should GG getting going. GGG good luck. He take off. LLL likewise. Kaoruko called back and she paused, trying to fight the upward twitching corners of her lip before she turned around to run, only to froze when she see Hisashi stare at her blankly with twitching claws as smoke's fuming from his lipless mouth menacingly. She break out in cold sweats with trembling eyes under his staring intel. Bubble, find anyone. Kami jogged up to her before she noticed the Draco hero. Oh, Izuku's daddy. She keyed Izuku on purpose. The bubble girl don't know why she snitch her out. Wah, Hisashi uttered. Damn straight I did. The illustrator said out loud and proud until she realized something. Izuku's old man is very overprotective and scary. Wait, I don't. It's a joke. The Draco hero glanced between them rapidly with whipping head before he reared his head back with a roar as a large twirling pillar of fire shoot up in the sky. You two did WHAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA Kill all girls in here. Hisashi shouted with burning lava-like eyes. They must pay the sin for corrupted the purity of my cinnamon bun's lips. The sidekicks stare at him for few moments before one of them crying out, wait, no. Who key-ed our little boss? All sidekicks start to shouting and screaming in despair, no. Not our angel. WHO is trying to corrupting our little angel. Where is this fiend? Another thug-like man shook his fist angrily as both teenagers take this chance to flee. Them. The Draco jabbed his index claw at the fleeing teenagers, get them. For the next 20 minutes, the examinees were so confusing and terrified for their life as the raging Draco and his Yakuza-like sidekicks chased them down and attacked them, screaming something about cinnamon bun, purity and angel. Unawake of examinees suffering at the hands of his father's comedic rage, Izuku reach his destination and the first thing he see is that Shoko and Inasa have a infighting with each other as they try to defeat Gang Orca. The bush-haired boy quickly leap into action when he saw that Inasa's wind sent Shoko's flames toward Shindo, who was unmoved due to his recoil, and Izuku take him out of the way. What the hell are you doing? Izuku shouted to Shoko and Inasa. It looked like they snap out of whatever funk they have as they start to work together and the Greenette carry the Quaker over to the first aid group at safe distance. He looked back to see charging sidekicks before he warned first aid group ahead of him, shit. They're breached. They're coming. He turned back to the sidekicks, stop. Move. Shindo slammed his hand on the ground, shattering the earth under the shouting sidekicks. Shindo. Izuku gaped. Didn't you get paralyzed by Orca's supersonic waves? Well, I still can't feel my extremities. The Quaker grinned with gritted teeth as his eyes trembled, but sound waves are vibrations. My brain gets a shaking practically every day from my own quirk's recoil, so I've developed a bit of resistance. By the way, I was aiming to use that to spring a surprise attack, but then those two freshmen had to go and ruin the plan. Man, his character changed. The Greenette thought. I stopped him in their tracks, now go immobilize him completely. Shindo shouted as the Greenette boy raced toward the sidekicks, I'll do my part and get the remaining causalities to safety. Yo, behind you, a random sidekick hollered to his fellow partners as they looked behind to see Fire Tornado, look behind you. The Capo, he's been trapped inside a fire spin. Another sidekick shouted, Gang Orca's agency is awakened of his weakness and they attempt to put the fire out, only to be prevented by Shoko's ice side. The rest was about to aid their fellow partners but, no, wait, a random sidekick shouted before Izuku barraged through them with flying kick and three sidekicks raised their capturing gears up. Vines suddenly wrap around one of the sidekicks, arm, yank around to hit his fellow sidekicks with friendly fire. Abara. Izuku grinned gratefully after he followed the vines to source, which turn out to be the said girl. The innocents are all evacuated. Abara spoke as her vines trapped few sidekicks, the reinforcement shall come in no time. True to her words, the reinforcement has come within couple minutes. Backups here. Pony shot her horns to pierce the sidekicks, Gears Mina douse other gears with her acid, preventing them from using their weapons. Several examinees also keep the sidekicks at bay and Suyu suddenly emerge in middle of surrounding sidekicks with lashing tongue. Suyu. The Greenette boy gasped, when did you get over there? I've finally honed my frogginess to the point I can use it in battle. Suyu replied, it's my new move, camouflage. Suyu. Habuko called out to her best friend as she paralyzed 5 sidekicks with her eyes, Her quirk have evolved to point that she can paralyze up to 8 people and last 5 minutes longer, even after breaking the eye contact. What about the search and rescue? Is it already done? For the most part, the frog girl replied, and Izuku looked around to see the hairy teenager from Shikatsuhai wipe some sidekicks down with his stretching hairs before the greenette turned around to his godfather. Then he leaped up in air as soon as Gang Orca recovered. So what now? Gang Orca said down to Shoko and Inasa. Please, sir, back away from them. Izuku dropped his foot down on the Orca hero and Gang Orca blocked his kick with forearm. Oh ho, the Orca hero smirked before the blaring ding halt everyone in their track. Ahem, we're now announcing that all of the stationed HUCs have been evacuated out of the danger zone. Mara spoke. As such, do pardon us, but we shall be taking the liberty of ending the provisional license exam here. It's all over. That's it. The greenette stuttered. The end. Talking about anticlimax. After the final tally, we shall present the pass and fail results at this very site. The announcer continued. Those who are hurt, go to the infirmary. Everyone else, change your clothes and stand by. We're sorry, Capo, we couldn't carry out the job. Gang's sidekicks gathered around their boss sheepishly and he waved it off with a soft chuckle as the examinees left the zone. Gang Orca was about to say something until he heard his friend/rival's bellowing roar and see flames shooting up in air from every direction per 5 seconds in the distance. What get this overgrown gecko all fired up? Gang Orca walk with his sidekicks until they reach Hisashi and he can't help but to sweat drop at the sight. Hisashi was stomping side to side with swinging arms while chanting, kill 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 ki kill kill, and his wailing sidekicks were copying him as they keep screaming angel. Oh, they're at it again. One of Orca's sidekicks sighed with deadpan expression as if they have seen it often. Shut up, you stupid lizard. The Orca hero leaped at the screaming Draco with flying heel drop. Gah, what was that for, you dirty fish? Hisashi punched back and both pro heroes start to fight each other. And their capo goes again. Another Orca sidekick deadpanned and all Orca sidekicks sighed together as Hisashi's goon-like sidekicks root for their boss. I'm so nervous, a random teenager said as everyone start to gather around at the stadium. I mean, I did what I could, but, you can't know how they saw you. Times like these are the absolute worst. Kyoka gulped nervously and she wasn't the only one that feel very nervous. If you did everything you possibly could, then there's no need to fret. Momo attempted to ease the rocker's nerves. Momo's at it again, Kami muttered to herself. Hello, everyone. Mara spoke into the microphone in the front with large monitor behind him. Thank you all for your efforts, you are to be commended for holding out for so long. Now, we shall be showing the results, but before that, a word. Regarding the grading method, we at the Hero Public Safety Commission and all of the HUC's combined forces observed you through 2 different perspectives, docking points where we deemed fit. In other words, we based our judgment on how well you were able to conduct yourselves without any mistakes in a time of crisis. Those of you who passed will be listed in alphabetical order. Please check to make sure your name is on the list. The screen come to alive and everyone quickly scanned the list for their names. Izuku searched for his name with pounding heartbeats until he screamed out in joy when he found his name on the list. Phew, I'm on there. The rocker breathed out. I see my name. Pony cheered. There I am. Kaoruko smiled. Praise the Lord. Abara found her name. All right. Itsuka smirked at her name. Uraraka. Ochako grinned brightly. Lit, fam. Kami pumped her fist. So relived. Yui said flatly with poker face. Thank goodness. Kashiko sighed out with hand on her chest and Reiko nodded to herself as soon as she see her name on the board. My name, it's there. Habuko said. Hiro. Suyu also found her name. Yahoo! Mina cheered. Yes. Setsuna grinned widely. I'm on there. Kanoko squealed. See, you just need to keep at it, little by little. Momo smiled. Yai. Toru hopped up and down. I'm not. Katsuki hissed with bloodshot eyes. How the F*** did she failed it? Izuku was surprised to hear that before he noticed that Shoko also don't pass the exam either. Todoroki. Inasa walked up to the dual-haired girl before he smashed his head on ground in a deep bow. I'm sorry. It's my fault you failed. I was being petty. Forgive me. I'm just reaping what I sowed to begin with. Shoko said calmly. You can stop. After all, you coming at me so directly led me to realize something, so. Hey, Shoko, Mina approached the said girl. Did you fail? You mean to tell me our top two both failed? Setsuna raised her eyebrow. Shut your goddamn mouth, you're dead. The explosive user growled deadly. Shoko, Kachan, Izuku muttered. Ehime, yes, well, has everybody had a chance to check whether they're up there? Mara spoke as the staff approached the teenagers with papers. Now we'll be distributing your individual printouts. They contain the details of your evaluations, so please peruse them. We marked your performance on a declining scale, with 50 points as the borderline for passing. If you look at your sheets, the particulars on which of your actions received demerits are neatly listed. How'd it go for you, Itsuka? The greenette boy asked his best friend as everyone read their printout and scores. I got a 90. The orangette smiled. It said that I haven't applied myself enough overall. What about you, Izuku? 71 for me. Izuku showed her his paper. I got points docked not for my actions per se, but for hesitating before doing them and my lack of tact. He cupped his chin with a thoughtful hum, but something's off about this. The test was graded on a declining scale, meaning it was impossible to gain points, and the moment your points dip below 50, you've failed. It's a system where they don't want anybody recovering their footing. But then why didn't they take them out of the test when they hit 50 points? Why did they let them go on until the end? You do have a point. Itsuka nodded. Maybe they'll explain it. Did I say it out loud? The blushing greenette squeaked and his friend just laughed at his reaction. To all of you who passed, you have just acceded to a position granting you all the rights of a professional hero in case of an emergency. Mara spoke. In other words, rescuing civilians from harm in villain battle zones, and the like, you will be able to act in accordance with your best judgment without a hero's direct command. However, do realize that each and every one of your actions now carries a greater weight of societal responsibility. As you're all well aware, the hero par excellence known as All Might has used up all of his strength. His presence was so massive that it served to curtail the number of crimes. Now, people of bolstered arrogance will no doubt appear, their inhibitions gone by the wayside. As the prior balance is lost, and the world continues to shift in a broad way, it is you boys and girls who will comprise society's core. As heroes, all of you must become the next models after All Might, able to contain crime through your very existence. But remember that for the time being, you've been given a license to act as a hero on a provisional basis. It'd please us if you gave it all a trifling little thought or two, and poured yet more devotion into each of your schools. Yes, well, now, to those of you who failed the exam. For a guy who wants to sleep so badly, he sure talk a lot. Mina muttered to herself. Seems to zone in and out as Mara informed the failed examinees about retaking exam in April in another long speech. I'll catch up with you guys, Shoko said to her classmates with a tiny smile. Deku, you cryin'? Ochako asked him after she see him crying over his license when they finally leave the stadium. It's just, Izuku jumped with embarrassing blush. I've been saved and helped by so many people, and caused them so much trouble. So, it's like, how should I put this? I'm really happy that I've got some proof I've grown a little. You know. Yeah, totally. She gave him a grin and the greenette reached inside his pocket to take his phone out. Did you pass? Did you pass? The teenagers looked up to see Hisashi charging toward them in his business suit, scaring years out of some bystanders before he reached his son. Did you? Did you? Yes, Dad, I passed. The grinning greenette showed him the license. Congrats, my cinnamon bun. Hisashi picked his son up then tossed him up in air few times before he put him down. I know you can do it. You're one step closer to your dream. I'm so proud of you, my little cinnamon bun. Dad, please stop calling me that. Izuku blushed embarrassingly but it don't remove beaming smile from his face. Oh, he lifted his phone up to take picture of his card. I need to show Mom and All Might now. You're not going to wait until we get home and show it to your mom? The Draco father asked. I live in dorm, remember? He replied. Ah, right. Hisashi snapped his claws. Your mom told me about that when I got home the other day. It was pretty recently and forgetting the change can happen to anyone. Everyone, please get on the bus. Shino called out to her students, time to go back to your dorm. Ah, I get to go, Dad. Izuku gave his father a hug before he jogged over to the bus. Bye, my little cinnamon bun. The Draco waved his hands in cute manner, which looked too creepy and scary to anyone that see him. Please tell your dorm mates I said hello and take good care of you. After all, it's tough to live with boys and new people now. The greenhead looked over to his father as he get on the bus and he stick his head out through the window. Dad, don't mom tell you? It's class-only dorm, meaning I'm living with my class. Oh, is that so? Hisashi remained to waved at his son with big smile. I don't know that. At least you're with people you know. His son nodded as he bring his head back inside before he waved to the father as soon as the bus take off. Ah, time to go back to the agency and, the Draco turned around to walk before he froze in his track as he realized something. Class-only dorm, Class 1A, his cinnamon bun is the only boy in class, meaning he live with 19 girls, who will defile his little innocent bun. In the back seat of the bus, Yui decide to look out the rear window and she stare blankly at the sight of Hisashi chasing the bus with flaring fire in his mouth and glowing lava-like eyes with fury glint as the screaming bystanders jump out of his way until he was nothing but a tiny dot far away when the bus pick up speed. The poker-faced girl turned back with a small shrug. Now back at the dorm, most teenagers were celebrating their success in the common room. It's back to normal lessons tomorrow. Someone beeped. Gimme some chocolate. Toru waved. Summer break was way too eventful. Mina said. Who you texting? Kami asked Izuku. Ah, my mom. Izuku replied. He can't let them know that he have All Might's numbers. Kaoruko, are you okay? Setsuna asked the bubble girl. You have been acting funny since we got back. I'm fine. Kaoruko tried to fight her blush down. She can't look at Izuku's direction or she'll remember the accidental key. The front door swing open loudly and everyone look up to see you walk in with a grumble as she carry luggage and boxes. Lady Mount. Kanoko blinked. Why are you here with all things? They force me to be your caretaker because someone complained non-stop to the staff until they place a caretaker in this dorm. You grumbled as she walked into the elevator. I'm staying on second floor. Unbelievable. Stupid worrywarts, stupid debts, stupid dorm. The doors slide close with a ding and the teenagers blinked several times. Well, that's something new. The greenette girl rubbed her neck. Almost everyone have a good guess on worrywart, and they won't be surprised if it turn out to be Izuku's father. Anyway, I don't know about you guys but I'm turning in early. They said we'll have entrance ceremony early in the morning and I don't want to cork out. Same here. Mina get up with a yawn and everyone agreed since they were tired from their longest day. It's early morning when the teenagers enter the school and they can hear the class president of Class 1B shouting out. Listen up, everyone. Tenya chopped his arms. Stay in line and move quickly. We're going out to the grounds. Yano, you're out of line though. Honta pointed out. That's the president's dilemma. The class president trembled. It's so early in morning. Mina yawned sleepily to herself. Where does he get all this energy from? Maybe he's secretly a robot. Toru replied. I heard everything. Classa. The Class 1A students turned their heads to a familiar voice to see Nito leaning against the locker shelf on his arm with a mocking grin. 2 people. They said 2 of you actually failed the provisional license exam. Yeah, and Setsuna raised her eyebrow and the copycat laughed loudly before he spun around. Everyone here passed. The copycat smirked in front of his class. Looks like you've fallen behind, Class A. Sorry. Shoko dipped her head down. Everyone. Hey, don't listen to this jerk. Kami hugged the dual-haired girl. He's just mad because he must have a tiny D. Hey, some students looked back to see Hitoshi narrowed his eyes at them annoyingly. You're holding us up back here. Apologies. Tenya chopped his arms rapidly. Come on, everyone. Let's refrain from speaking of private matters here. We're causing trouble for other people. Don't show me any more of that lame shit. The purple-haired boy huffed. Shinso. Fumikage changed his shoes. He's the guy that fought Izuku at the sports festival. Kyoka recalled his face. Huh, that guy seems, Honda placed thumb on his chin, a bit more rough around the edges. The classes finally head outside to gather in front of their principal and the staff. Hiya. Nezu raised his paw up. It's me. Everyone's lovable, tiny mammalian principal. He start to give a longest speech that some students want to doze off already until he say something that make everyone listen. The thing that has thrown my lifestyle off track is, as everyone knows, that incident that occurred this summer. That is the cause. The loss of our pillar. The effects of that incident are beginning to appear even faster than we imagined. From here on, we can expect that great difficulties await our society. For those of you in the Department of Heroics, in particular, it will be most prominent. And for many of you second and third years involved in your hero internships, you must have an even more increased awareness of this crisis situation. Hero internships, Mina whispered to the frog girl. Maybe it's an extension to our schooling, like those career experience activates. Suyu whispered back. I know, this is a heat topic and the outlook is bleak, but even if the outlook is grim, the adults are currently doing their best to somehow do something about it. Nezu spoke. I would like all of you to someday develop into people capable of continuing their work. Whether you're the Department of Management, or the Department of General Education, or the Department of Support, or the Department of Heroics, please do not forget that all of you are the successors to our society. He gave them a short bow before he walked off the stage and another teacher step up. Well then, lastly, a few cautionary words, from the lifestyle guidance teacher, Hound Dog Sensei. RRRRR, Hound Dog step up to take the microphone before he start to barking loudly, yesterday RRR, RRRRR. Dorm, more barks, used to. Growls, life. He suddenly howled to the sky as the students watch on with gaping mouths and Vlad King take over. Vlad King cleared his throat, he said. Last night there was an escapade in one of campus parks. You haven't gotten used to dorm life yet, but please refrain from doing such thing while living in the dorms and not in public. A escapade. Setsuna rubbed her chin in curiosity. Who'll be this bold to do something that earn Hound Dog's anger? No one noticed Minoru trembling with biting lower lip and bloody tears. All he want is just put up some camera and take picture of girls changing, but he got caught by one of the teachers and they destroyed his cameras. All the files lost. Okay, starting with the seniors, please return to your classrooms. One of the teachers announced and everyone start to walk back to their classes. Starting today, you'll be continuing normal classes. Shino announced to her class. There have been an unprecedented number of incidents recently, but it's time to shift back and fulfill your duties as students. Today will be limited to classroom lectures only. However, there will be even tougher training later in the semester. She's not talking about it. Mina whispered to the frog girl behind her. Yes, Ashido. The telepath heroine called her out with a smile. Gah. The pink girl looked guilty at getting caught. Sorry, sensei. Excuse me, sensei. Suyu raised her hand up. During the opening ceremony, they mentioned something called hero internship. Could you please tell us about that? Actually, yeah, the principal did say something like that. Setsuna agreed. He said that a number of the upperclassmen are currently engaged in it. Momo added. I intended to talk about that another day, but, Shino hummed, okay. To put it simply, it entails hero activities outside of the school. It's like the workplace experience you had with the pro heroes before, but this is the real deal. Ah, Ochako nodded. So we had that kind of system. She paused before she suddenly raised her hand while slamming her desk with other hand, causing several students to jump. Then what did we work so hard for during the sports festival? That's right, the creator said, if we have this internship, even if we didn't get any scouts from the sports festival, we still have paths open to us. Please calm down. Abara looked at the freaking out gravity girl with concern. This is unlike of you, Ochako. The hero internships will use the connections you gained from the scouts that you acquired during the sports festival. Shino explained. this is an optional activity for students that is not linked to your classes. If anything, if you weren't chose during the sports festival, it'll be difficult to take part. Originally, each hero office would individually recruit, but in order to pull in UA students, they were constantly bickering. So this method was created. Oh, so that's how it is. Kanoko muttered. With the acquisition of your provisional licenses, you can now participate in more long-term, professional exercises. The teacher continued, however, there isn't much precedent for freshmen receiving provisional licenses. Because of that, coupled with the revival of the villains, we are cautiously considering the matter of your participation. She looked over them. Well, on a later date I will give you proper testimonials, as well as our plans for the future. She turned her head to the door. All right, sorry for holding up, Mike. First period. Present. Mike waved cheerily as the smiling telepath heroine left. Time for some English. In other words, my time to shine. Bet I had y'all waiting with bated breath for my long-awaited comeback, baby. We're gonna pack in some intense English action today, so put yo hands up, ah yeah. Not the English. Mina slumped over her desk with a feeble groan as the class listened to their English teacher's lesson. Izuku struggled to carry the trash bags to dumpster from the dorm late at afternoon as he think deeply about the internship. It's his turn to take the trashes out and he decide to carry all bags in one go. There's a Hero Foundation lesson tomorrow. Should I focus more on shoot style or put it on slow burner? Izuku wondered until he sees something in the corner of his eyes and he look over to get big shock of his life. There is a face in the wall. Trash that way. The face spoke as a hand phased through the wall to point at the direction. It's fine if you throw out food trays and stuff into the burnables. Ah, right, Izuku muttered dumbly as the face pulled back into the wall. It feel like he have seen him somewhere before. You've gotta be the lively little freshman, right? The same face pop up from the ground under the yelping greenette before the face laughed loudly. Caught you off guard, did I? Guess that's my bad. Though I did it because it'd give you a spook. Who? What are? The stuttering boy suddenly recognized him. Wait, you're TT this guy with this girl, Hato, right? Well, you'll know all about me soon enough. The face grinned as he slowly disappeared into the ground. That aside, it's heartening to see you've got the proper pep. For now, all I can say is the rumors about you had me curious, so I thought I'd come take look. What was that? Izuku stared bewilderedly and he have a funny feeling that he have seen this guy way far before, but where? The next evening, Izuku have permission from UA to go off campus to have a family dinner at a restaurant to celebrate for passing his exam. Our table is in the back on right side. Hisashi led his small family to the booth in back and Izuku was very surprised to see Bakugo family. Wah. Izuku stuttered. Why does he keep getting surprised many times in a short time? You. Mitsuki raised her hand up with a wide grin as Masaru waved meekly with a small smile and Katsuki looked like she don't want to be here with strained smile, due to her fear of Hisashi. You sure take your sweet time coming here. Well, we have to make a little stop because there was a short fight near here and you know how my cinnamon bun get when a hero is involved. The Draco laughed, drawing an embarrassing blush out of his son. Izuku, dear, go in there and take your seat. Inko patted her son happily and the teenager give her a nod before he slide in the booth seat, only to squeak when he find out that he's sitting in front of Katsuki, who sharply look away from him with a quiet grunt. The mother takes her seat next to her son, in front of Mitsuki, and the Drago father sit next to his wife in front of Masaru. The greenette teenager looked a little confused. They want to congratulate you on getting your license and it have been a while since we have dinner together. The plump mother beamed with a smile. That and we need to get ahead of Kendo family. Mitsuki laughed smugly, caused the boy to gain a confusing expression. Mom. Katsuki pushed the menus to everyone in attempt to change the topic. Shall we order something first? Quote. Kami, she want to cussing and shouting but she don't want to anger the Draco again. She is so not getting her head inside his mouth again. And what make her tick off is that her parents freakin' know it by the look of her mother's smug look. You, hag. She cursed her mother out mentally as the families select their meals and drinks. After gave their orders to the waitress, The explosive girl turned to face Izuku and they froze in awkward way for few moments before she looked away, resting her head on her prop-up arm. Guess it's still same between us. Izuku thought to himself, feeling little sad that one of his best friends act like that. How's your arms? The explosive girl asked quietly with soft tone. Huh, oh, he rubbed his right arm a bit, they'll be better now since I try my best to not use them much, thanks to shoot style. Good, Katsuki muttered, do you have any idea how much you worried me every time you pull a shit like that? Huh, Izuku looked up with a rapid blink, did he hear her saying? If you want to get better, go look Maruko up. She grunted, maybe you learn something useful. Oh, that's good idea. His eyes lit up at that. Since her fighting style focus heavily on kicks, if I take some of her moves and incorporate it into shoot style, that will give me more, he mumbled rapidly. And I'm sorry for all shits I put you through, Katsuki mumbled quietly behind her hand. Did you say something? Izuku broke out from his mumble with a blink. Nothing. Deku. The explosive girl looked away from him with a huff, only to froze when she see her parents and Inko smiling at them. Hisashi tremble in overprotective rage with smokes flowing out from his clenched fangs. She hate this smug look on old hag. She quickly look another way with red face and she tried her best to ignore Hag's snickering and confused grinnet. For the rest of dinner, she avoid looking at anyone and then make a run for it back to the campus as soon as everyone say their byes to each other at the end. 3 days later, Shino wait until her students take their seats before the bell ring. Alright, it's time you all heard the full story about the internship. Shino turned to the door, you can come in now. The door slid open as the students look over, we'll be hearing about how it'll be different from your workplace experiences directly from a few who have gone through it themselves. Now they've taken time out of their busy schedules to talk to you, so be sure to listen carefully to what they have to say. Izuku give out a loud gasp when 3 older teenagers walk into the room. Even amongst the current crop of students, they're the trio who reign at the top of UA, the Big 3. Those guys, Kyoka muttered, I'd heard that there were kids like that, but... The Big 3. Mina pumped her fists and Izuku finally remembered that he have saw Mirio from last year's sports festival. They really don't look like it through, Kami hummed, right. I wonder what kind of heroes they are, Izuku wondered. Could you all give a brief self-introduction? The telepath heroine looked at the older students, let's start with Amajiki. The black-haired boy suddenly glared intensely at the class and everyone feels some shiver going down their spines from one glance. It's no use, Mirio, Hado, Tamaki shuddered, no matter how much I try to imagine them as potatoes, everything except their heads stays human, so I can only see them as people. What should I do? The words won't come out. His head dipped, my mind's gone blank. This beeps, he turned to face the blackboard, I wanna go home. Habuko eyed the gloomy teenager weirdly, one of the top of the Department of Heroes, right? Hey, hear that, Amajiki. Najire laughed, they call that being a chicken. Yup, even though you're a human. Weird, right? She gestured to the gloomy teenager then to herself, this guy's the chicken, Amajiki Tamaki, and I'm Hado Najire. We were requested to come here and talk to you all about the internship. She suddenly approached Abara, but, hey, how do you maintain your hair? Like, do you actually use special shampoo to wash your vine hairs? What'll happen if some get tangled together? How do you sleep with vine hairs? Abara barely speak out as the curious girl turned away from her. Ah, you are Todoroki, right? Najire turned to the said girl, right? What's with that burn there? Well, that's, Shoko uttered. Ashido, if your horns break, do they grow back? Can you move 'em? Can you? Mongoose, what kind of snake are you? Do you ever think your surname is ironic since mongooses and snakes are enemies? Asui, are you a tree frog? You're not a toad, right? Everyone I look at's so interesting. It's weird. Wow, and here I thought only Midori can ask a lot of questions in one breath. Setsuna muttered. I'll say. Kami agreed. Tagata, can you please add something? Shino smiled to the older buddy. Please, do not fret, Mandalay. Mirio pointed thumb at himself, for I'm the main act today anyway. He suddenly turned to the class with hand cupping his ear, the journey ahead ease. There was a long awkward silence, rife with difficulties. Is what you're supposed to say. He straightened up with a sheepish laugh, oh okay. Everyone totally failed to get the point. All three of them are weirdos, aren't they? Toru whispered to Yui, they're called the Big Three, but they're kinda, well. They don't give off that feeling at all. Yanagi agreed with a whisper. Well, your faces say you have no idea what's going on. The older buddy said, the internships, which aren't even mandatory, are to be explained by these seniors that just suddenly showed up. It makes no sense, right? You've acquired your provisional licenses as freshmen, I see, This year's freshmen are rather enthusiastic, aren't they? He nodded, yeah, I see, it seems as though my introduction has crashed and burned anyway. Mirio. Tamaki hissed nervously. So everyone here. Mirio thrust his fist up with wide grin. Let's go and fight, you versus me. Most students cried out in confusion as he turned to the Class 1A's homeroom teacher. Having them experience our experiences with their own bodies is pretty rational, right? How's that for ya, Mandalay? Well, that'd be good idea. Shino hummed before she turned to her class. Everyone, please change into your gym uniform and meet at Gamma Gym. Seriously. Kami stared at Mirio, who was doing some warm-up stretching, as most of Class 1A students look very worried and somewhat nervous since they gather in Gamma Gym. Seriously serious. Mirio smiled. Mirio. Tamaki faced the wall. You should stop this now. Just giving a textbook. This is what it is, so it'll be very valuable to you. Should be fine. He's still doing it. Kanoko glanced at the gloomy teenager worriedly. It's not like each and every one of them has that burning desire to rise up in the world. The gloomy teenager muttered, don't make it so they can't get back on their feet again. His comment earned some curious glance from his underclassmen. Ah listen, did ya know? Najire flicked Mina's horns as they bounced back and forth. A while ago there was this kid that got super discouraged, then they give up on being a hero, so they caused a bunch of problems. Did ya know that? It was really tough on Tagata. You've gotta think carefully or it'll be super hard on you too, like really tough, you know. Please, stop that, Mina whimpered with some shivers. Hold on, are you giving us a handicap? Itsuka said, but we've been practicing fighting against pros and we even have experienced fighting villains too. She frowned slightly, are you worried that we can't hold ourselves up to whatever you think we'll face? You can come at me wherever, whenever. The older buddy just smiled. So, who's up first? I'd like to go. Izuku suddenly speak up. You're really eager to go, huh? Setsuna blinked at her fellow greenette. Ah, the problem child. Mirio smirked. Sounds great. You've got quite the enthusiasm, as expected. The bushy-haired boy leaped into action. Close range unit, we'll close in on him all at once. The oranget quickly ordered as everyone prepare for the spar. Okay, senpai. Let's do this. Almost everyone shouted and all of a sudden, the clothes slip off Mirio's body. Hey, your clothes just come off. Kyoka shouted while covering her eyes with blushes, like the rest of her classmates, and they were grateful that the older buddy's pant does not come off completely. Ah, my apologies. Mirio held onto his pant with a grin, the fine-tuning's a tad difficult, you know. As soon as he finished his sentence, Izuku's swinging leg met his face, and phased through his head harmlessly. Phaser. He have an amazing quirk. Izuku realized the quirk as he landed on his feet. The face. The older buddy looked over his shoulder to the greenette, really. Sudden, the wave of long-range attacks went through him and he vanishes without a trace. He's gone. Ochako gasped and everyone scanned the field for their opponent. Right-o. The phaser suddenly appeared behind the rocker. Long-range attackers first. He warped. Mina gasped as Kyoka screamed in horror. It's not just about passing through objects. What kinda overpowered quirk is this? In a single blink, Mirio have took the long-range users out with well-placed hits. Okay, class, Shino called out to the students as the older buddy shout, power, this is a great opportunity to get it beat into your bodies. That guy, as far as I know, Tagata Mirio is the man closest to being #1 hero. And that's including the pros. He took out more than half of us in the blink of an eye. Shoko stared at the scene from her teacher's side, so he's the man who's closest to number 1. Aren't you going to join? The telepath heroine looked at her, then to Katsuki, who was standing by with a grumble. I haven't earned my provisional license, so, Shoko replied as the explosive girl grunted in somewhat agreement, earned a small sweat drop from the teacher. Nothing left but close quarters kids. Mirio smirked with flicking hands. What the hell was that? The gravity girl's eyes popped out. I mean, the phasing is strong enough, but he can warp, too. Doesn't that make him like, invisible? Oh, stop. The older buddy posed with a wide grin. There must be some kind of trick to it, guys. Izuku started to mumbling, and it doesn't matter whether he's warping through his phasing ability, or the other way around, as long as he's making contact with his attacks. If we just focus on countering him, then there should be moments where we can land our own hits on him. If we don't know what he's doing, that just means we operate within what we do know, make a hypothesis, and search for a way to win. He unknowingly impressed his senpais. Oh ho, Setsuna agreed with him, you're quite a beast right there. Go ahead, search away. Mirio ran toward the group, only to sink into the ground. He sank through. Pony cried before the older buddy appeared behind Izuku, and the greenette suddenly surprised him with a round kick. That's no reflex shot, the phaser thought to himself, you telling me he predicted I'd show up here? His left arm shot forward, phasing through Izuku's leg to his face. But I've got a killer move for you. His finger phased through the greenette's eyes, blinding touch. The yelping boy closed his eyes before the phaser punched his stomach hard. Gotta tell ya, most people think up the same sorta counter-based strategy. Mirio sink into the ground, so I'ma make this a training session to hunt and destroy the strategists. Yo, hey, about Tagata. Najire grinned to Tamaki. Yuhu, about Tagata. Hey, has he, like, gotten super strong or what? He's been strong since he was a kid, Tamaki muttered as the screams of students and sound of one-sided beating reach his ears, though, he should learn some restraint. Power. Mirio gave a thumb up with wide grin and the beeping students lying around him, holding their stomachs. And, well, Mirio smiled to the groaning freshmen after they recovered and gathered around in front of him and his fellow seniors. Yep, guess that's the gist of it. I don't even get why, but everybody just got off with a punch to the gut, Itsuka beeped. You think my quirk's strong? The older buddy grinned. Try way too damn strong. Kami cried out. It's no fair when I think of my quirk. Toru raised her hand up. I mean, you can phase and warp. Mina said, are you a hybrid like Shoko? OMG, I totally know his quirk. Najire raised her hand up while waving another hand. OMG, like, can I say it? It's called phase. It's Mirio's turn to talk, Hado. Tamaki cut her off. Nope, just one. Mirio laughed as the blue-haired girl pouted, phaser. And that warping, as you guys called it, works just the way you noted. What's the principle behind your warping? Izuku asked, and the senior explained how his warp work by using his phase quirk and shooting himself up because two objects with mass can't overlap. That sound like an IRL glitch. Mina puffed her cheeks out with a pout. Perfect way to put it. The phaser laughed out loudly. He can phase through every attack, Suyu said with finger on her chin, and move anywhere he wants instantly. Any way you look at it, that's a strong quirk. It's not a strong quirk. Mirio replied, I made the quirk strong. When it's activated, my lungs can't take in any oxygen. Since any air I inhale just passes through me. By the same token, my eardrums won't vibrate and retinas won't receive any light. I phase through everything. That means, all I retain is my mass, without being able to sense anything around me, apart from the sensation of falling. Do you really understand? Because it works like that, even if I'm only going through one wall, a simple movement requires several processes. If that was me, the illustrator muttered, the bigger the rush, the more likely I'd mess that up. Never mind that it'd be hard to move if you can't feel anything, Habuko replied. Yep, sure enough, I fell behind. The phaser nodded. In a blink of an eye, I dropped to the bottom of the barrel. My clothes dropped too. He tapped his forehead. The one mistake I couldn't afford to make with this quirk is being too slow to pop back up. Predict. Faster than your surroundings. And occasionally, you've gotta use deception. But more than anything, I needed to be able to predict. And the thing that makes that prediction possible is experience. Use the experience to put together your prediction. It was a tad long, but this was the real reason for our bout. Rather than words, I wanted to show you through experience. During the internship, we're no guests. We're one of the sidekicks. We're there as actual pros. It's truly frightening. Sometimes you'll even bear witness to deaths. However, all of those terrifying moments and tough times are top-notch experiences that you can't obtain at school. He clenched his fist. I took all those experiences I gained in the internship and made them my strengths. Then, I grabbed the top spot. And that's why, freshmen, even if it's terrifying, you have to do it. He even speaks like a pro. Setsuna clapped along with everyone else. He cleaned up that week and a half explanation in 3 panels, Momo smiled. What panels? Kaoruko gave her odd look. Guests, huh, Kami hummed. Guess the workplace experience thing did kinda feel like that. Yeah, they never let us face anything dangerous. Kyoka rubbed her earlobe jack. It's nearly time to head back. Shino announced. Hey, was there any point to us being here? Najire whispered to Tamaki, do you know? I'm glad we didn't do anything. Tamaki whispered back, let's give Mirio our thanks. Thank you very much, the students said out loud to their senpais as they left the gym. Mo, we're leaving already. The blue-haired girl pouted as she walked together with her fellow seniors. I wanna talk to Cutie again. I have a bunch of questions to ask him. Hey, Amajiki, do you know that the cute boy with green hair and freckles is Yukyu's nephew? Do you? No, I don't, Tamaki replied, had already been told by Mirio the other day when she kept mentioning a cute boy. Do you two know I took a photo of him and sent it to Yuyu? Najire chirped. She said he looked very cute enough. Oh, can we call dibs? I wanna bring him to Yukyu's agency. No dibs. Mirio laughed and the blue-haired girl started to whine about unfair and must have dibs before they start to discussing about the Class 1A students as they head to Class 1B next. Wonder what'll end up happening with the internship thing. Ochako leaned back on the couch with some girls in common room. The school have just ended a while ago. They said they were still checking out the situation for the freshmen, but the story of how Tagata Senpai reached the top from Square Zero's kinda inspirational. Mina said. For the time being, I suppose we're waiting for Sosaki Sensei's go signal. Momo let her hair down after removing her hair tie. You think it'll be tomorrow? The pink girl bounced on cushion, too eager to go for the internship. Momo once again reminded her it may take some time until their teacher gives them a go signal. Izuku walked in from outside with his notebook and he sit down on couch to relax for a bit. Hey, whose turn is it to make dinner tonight? He asked. Beside the chore list, everyone agreed that they will take turn to make supper for everyone and if anyone want to make their own, that's fine. Abara, I believe she is making spaghetti with biscuits. Suyu leaned forward to look past the gravity girl to him, it'll be ready in about an hour from now. Oh, thank you. Izuku nodded once and he sit back before he almost jolted up when he noticed that Yui was sitting next to him and so close that their shoulders were almost touching. When did this girl just arrive? When did you? The greenette decide to drop it because he think he'll look stupid if he finish his question. Tired. Yui suddenly rest her head on his shoulder, her body lean closer on his side. Why Yui? He squeaked out with red face as he slightly turned his head to her but the expressionless girl have her eyes closed. She did say she's tired. The greenette have no idea what to do so he just let her rest on his shoulder and try his best to ignore how good she smell. When he look up, he noticed the girls staring with different reactions and it make him very nervous for some reasons. Oh, I'm so tired too. Mina was about to get up to wedge herself between Ochako and Izuku but Mina, don't think about teasing him. Momo gave her a warning look, trying her best to not seethe in jealous at Yui's position. They don't notice Ochako quietly shift closer to the greenette until their shoulders touch and the blushing greenette thought nothing of it, assumed that she was changing her seat to be more comfortable. They stay like that until dinner was ready and some girls quietly decide to pull a page from Yui in future whenever an opportunity comes up. I have the result of yesterday's discussion regarding hero internships for freshmen. Shino spoke to her class the very next day, starting with the principal. The majority of the teachers said, "Give it up." What? Kami gaped, even after the info session with the seniors. But if we think about it from the sequence of events that led to everyone living in the dorms, I guess it would turn out like this. Kashiko said. However, the homeroom teacher spoke up. There are also those with the option that under our current safeguard policy we won't raise you to be strong heroes. So this will be our policy. We will only allow freshmen to work at offices that have a good track record when taking in interns. That is the conclusion we reached. Some students start to discuss about agencies and others have already have an idea in their minds. When the period ended, Izuku quickly leave the class to go to the staff room to talk to Toshinori about internship and some girls turn to each other to talk more about the internships. What offices are you guys thinking of applying for? Habuko asked. I can't decide if I will go back to the same place I had for workplace experience or something new. Same here, Suyu said with finger on her chin. Little did she know is that Najire was on her way to recruit the frog girl in Ochako. I'm planning to ask Kamui Woods for internship. Abara clasped her hands. It's going to be little tricky for me. Itsuka said, after the workplace experience fiasco, I'm not keen on taking any offer right away. I have to talk to sensei more about that. Momo nodded behind her, had went through the same experience and it's something that she's not looking forward to repeat this time. I already have one set up. Kaoruko smiled. Lucky. Mina leaned toward her with a grin. Can you hook me up there? It's an intelligence agency. We collect information and, the blue girl said. Ba. The pink girl lifted her hand up to the blue girl. You just lost me at intelligence. She groaned at that because she don't want to do some brain work, she want to show off. Well, we have a lot of time to figure it out until then. The Oranget said before their next period start. The weekend has arrived and some girls doing their morning rituals in the dining room before Izuku suddenly run past them and out of the dorm while shouting morning. Wonder where's he heading to in such hurry? Setsuna brushed her teeth sleepily. Who know? Kyoka glanced over her shoulder then to some girls. I'm gonna go to Yao Momo's lesson prep session today, you guys coming? Sorry, we've actually got some plans today. Ochako grinned sheepishly and Suyu nodded behind her. All right. The punk nodded with a light shrug. After meeting up with Mirio, Izuku was following his senpai to a building an hour away from train station. These are Sir's offices. Mirio pointed to Sir Night Eye's building with a grin. Whoa. The greenette stiffened up. Hey, dude, don't get all square on me. The phaser attempted to ease the greenette's nervousness. Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you, but Sir's got very strict standards. I'm well aware. Izuku nodded nervously. He's a famously SS stoic hero who's not only strict with others, but also with himself, and it shows in his work. That sharp glance can startle me even just from watching him through a screen. He can be like that, totally, Mirio nodded, but Sir's actually got another face that he doesn't show the media. The young teenager looked puzzled by that, so if you don't want to get turned away at the door, then sometime between when you first meet him and when you're finished talking, you've got to make him laugh at least once. Wah, the greenette stuttered, what do you mean? Make him laugh. Sure, Sir looks like a grumpy puss. Mirio entered the office with the boy in tow, but despite that, or maybe because of it, he respects humor above everything else. Introducing you is all I can do for you. It's Sir who'll decide whether he can use you or not. I wanna help you out but, the only way is for you to get Sir to acknowledge you by your own efforts. I know it's late to ask, but, Izuku looked at his senpai's back, why are you doing me a favor, even though we've only just met? I'm not really thinking of it as doing you a favor or anything. The phaser replied, you've got yourself one crazy goal, and you're trying to make it a reality. He gave him a wide grin over his shoulder. You know, when a hero sees someone in need, it's just in their nature to be nosy and help them out. He looked ahead then pointed a door out. Right, it's just beyond that door. If you wanna get stronger, then push it open yourself. I'm ready. Izuku boldly opened the door with determined expression. I've bought the freshman I told you about yesterday. Mirio grinned widely as the greenette choked on his spit in shock at the sight in front of him. Good grief. Sir Night-Eye stand in front of Kaoruko as she was hooked up to some kind of tickle machine. The bubble girl was laughing her head off with tears in her eyes. Now there's that nice high-volume voice. KK Karuko. Izuku gaped with bugged-out eyes. Just, what kind of? Saint stop. Okami, pleahahaha. Kaoruko laughed out. Can't see or hear anything at the moment. What the? The greenette cried again. He have no idea that one of his classmates have an internship with Sir Night-Eye. Looks like Bubble Girl, one of his interns, didn't show him enough humor. Mirio replied as if it's a normal thing, and Sir Night-Eye turned his head to stare at them with intense look. Whoa. Izuku gulped before he quickly bring his All Might face out for an attempt of humor. My name is Midoriya Izuku. There was nothing but a silence in the room, besides strained giggles from Kaoruko. Are you mocking All Might? Sir Night-Eye glared deadly and Izuku sweated heavily. It bombed. The phaser stared quietly. What do you mean by that face you're pulling? The salaryman stomped forward with a sneer as he pushed his glasses up. It must be a shot aimed at the fact that I was once All Might's sidekick. Ah, no, that's, I. Izuku stammered before the pro-hero grabbed his face, stretching and squeezing. All Might has no such wrinkle here. Sir Night-Eye lectured. The wrinkles around his eyes are around 0.6 centimeters, and 0.8 centimeters during his Silver Age. In this day and age, even non-licensed All Might goods are made with the differences between his different appearances throughout the ages in mind. Wait. The greenette noticed many All Might goods all over the workplace, even some that he can't get his hands on. He's a maniac-level All Might fan. I am quite displeased. The salaryman turned away. You may leave now. Do you know of, Izuku cut him off, the vinegar suicide incident? The salaryman halted. It refers to the incident when a middle school student with a quirk that could alter liquid substances, nearly drowned in a river, spurring All Might to the rescue. The drowning kid, in a panic, inadvertently changed the river into vinegar, which caused All Might's eyes to sting when he jumped in. The smile he flashed, his eyes screwed shut all the while, as he did the post-rescue interview, is the moment I chose for the funny face. Of course I know of it. Sir Night-Eye replied, it was before my time with him. A special episode of Looking Back on NHA TV touched on it briefly. There was no villain in that incident, and compared to his other works it's nothing spectacular. The greenette said, it doesn't even show up on fansites very much, but I really like it. Especially what he said after the kid thanked him. It was so witty. I should be thanking you for making my skin look 10 years younger. The salaryman said. Yes, that's the line. Izuku nodded rapidly. The skin line. Why you insolent? Sir Night-Eye stared darkly. Are you testing me? No. The greenette waved rapidly. It's just that we have All Might with us at school now, so it's awkward to be so direct talking about him, so I just got a little hyped up recounting the story. The crux of that incident was that student's home life. The salaryman spoke. Yes, that's right. Izuku nodded. It really makes me reflect on the importance of words. What? Kaoruko panted heavily as Mirio freed her from the machine. What is Izuku doing here? He want to apply here, so I'm taking care of him. The phaser grinned. So you say you wish to intern at my agency. Sir Night-Eye take his seat behind the desk, in order to become stronger than you are at present. Yes. Izuku straightened up. Please take me. The school contract printout, sir. The salaryman said. I have it for you to stamp. The greenette fished his printout out from his backpack. I bid you not interrupt me. Sir Night-Eye picked a stamp up. The moment I stamp my seal of approval, the contract goes into effect. Yes, sir. Izuku replied. This is no internship that you see with any normal company where it ends within a week. The salaryman spoke. You'd be working for us for more than a month at the very least, with compensation, naturally. For a freshman like you whose class workload is relatively heavy, the amount of time you'll need to take off from lessons will of course increase, and you won't be able to move at the same pace as all of your peers in class. If I tried to move forward at the same pace as everyone, the bushy-haired boy frowned, then I'd never reach the top. Sir Night-Eye stared at him before he stamped, on desk next to the printout. You missed. Yes. Sir Night-Eye stamped everywhere but the printout, because I have no intention of stamping it. The boy gasped, I understand full well that there is indeed merit in you working here, for you. But what merit is there for me in hiring you? How exactly do I profit from accepting you into our fold without delay? How do I profit from an office with a sidekick and, now 2 interns? What do you have to contribute to society? How would you be of benefit to others? If you want me to acknowledge you, you must show me. All Might showed his worth through his power and his humor. He put fear into the hearts of criminals, and hope into the hearts of the people. That is why the public took to him with open arms. How can I be of use, Izuku muttered, to society? What advantages would you give my agency? The salaryman stand up. I'd appreciate it if you tried showing me not with words, but with actions. You have 3 minutes. 3 minutes to take this seal from my hands. If you wish to engage in heroics under my supervision, then stamp the paper yourself. The greenette blinked in confusion. You can say I'm giving you, who hasn't the slightest shred of a sense of humor, a rare chance. What do you say? Am I not merciful? Mirio. Bubble girl, leave us. Right. Kaoruko glanced to her classmate worriedly as the teenagers leave the office. Where is your spirit? Sir Night-Eye said. Sir, yes, sir. Both Kaoruko and Mirio said before they closed the door behind them, then walked down the hallway. It's not like of Sir to do that. The bubble girl glanced at the door over her shoulder, to give practical skill test like that. It's kinda unfair because of Sir's foresight quirk. Worried about your boyfriend, Mirio teased. It's not like that. Kaoruko cried out with heavy blush as the senpai laughed. I'm going to wait here for 3 minutes. She leaned against the wall. You sure it's not like that? The phaser leaned on opposite wall with a chuckle, ignoring some loud noises from the room. Shut up. The bubble girl hissed with burning cheeks. They have to wait for 3 minutes until the noises stop and they both enter the room. Pardon us. Mirio grinned. Is it over? Kaoruko glanced around at the mess in the office as Izuku kneel on floor with Sir Night-Eye stand over him. It got pretty loud in here. He's hired. Sir Night-Eye gestured to the greenette. Whoa, all right. The phaser grinned together with the bubble girl. Awesome. What? Izuku cried out in shock as the blood dripping from his nose. But I couldn't pass your test. I believe I told you to take the seal and stamp the paper yourself. The salaryman pushed his glasses up. But I never said if you couldn't, I wouldn't hire you. You've gotta be, the greenette groaned. Way to go, Izuku. Kaoruko walked over to help her friend up with a smile. Sir, you laughed. Mirio pointed out the fact that he heard the pro-hero chuckled softly when they enter. My decision to hire you was settled the moment I heard you were coming. Sir Night-Eye said as the greenette gaped like a fish. I've come to understand that you won't make for a completely useless addition. But do not take that to mean I acknowledge you. He whispered to him low enough so the blue girl don't hear him. Now that the people wait in want of a symbol, they don't yearn for a faint light but a dazzling one. And even if that necessitates defying his will, I shall have you step into the real world. He gave Izuku the stamp, and realize for yourself who, in this age, is suited to that power. I'd be honored, sir. Izuku replied as he stamped the paper and Sir Night-Eye give him a quick summary before he send the teenagers out. I'll go fetch the welcoming binder. The grinning phaser power walk away from them. Bubble girl, please give him a tour. Oh, and don't you two go sneak off for a little RO. Shut it. The blue girl shouted after the retreating phaser with a heavy blush and the greenette was little confused. I don't know why you have internship with Sir Night-Eye. The greenette turned to her. You never asked. Kaoruko smiled as she brings the blush down. I'm also surprised about you. Why yeah. Izuku nodded. How did you get internship with him? He's she scratched her cheek bashfully, a close friend of my ma. He looked surprised, and well, he kind of fill in as a father figure. I don't know much about my father because he passed away a bit before I was born and sir often come around to help ma out since I was little. He was always there for occasions like birthdays, holidays and etc. She blushed faintly. He's the reason why I want to become a pro hero. Wow. I don't know why you look up to Sir Night-Eye. The Greenette said surprisingly. That is very new to him because the bubble girl never mentioned any words about the salaryman. Well, I'm kinda embarrassed by that. Kaoruko giggled bashfully with some fidget before she cleared her throat loudly. Anyway, I should go introduce you to Sir Night-Eye's sidekick, Centipeter, and explain what we do here. She bring him to the sidekick's office, then show him around. Today we'll be conducting both patrol and surveillance work. Sir Night-Eye said to the teenagers the very next day at afternoon. Bubble Girl will stay with me, while Mirio and Midoriya will form their own pair. Surveillance? Izuku asked. Night-Eye offices are in the middle of a secret investigation. Kaoruko explained. We're tracking a small group of villains named the Eightfold Cleansers. The salaryman said before he showed them a picture of a black-haired man with plague mask. The capo in this photo, a man named Shisaki, has begun to display some odd actions. A group of Yakuzas. The Greenette memorizing the face in photo, but nowadays those kinds of people are lying low, or at least that's their image. The Yakuza have become extreme rare nowadays due to the current era. Yeah, because way back they were pretty much dismantled. The blue girl raised her index finger up, but this Chisaki guys started reassembling them for some reason. They even made contact with the Villain Alliance recently. We don't know the details though. The Villain Alliance, Izuku theorized, but direct evidence of him plotting evil remains elusive. Sir Night-Eye replied, as such, they're a gray very near black, but nevertheless we can't treat them like villains. What my offices are after is proof of criminal activity from them while never attracting their suspicion. Yes sir, the teenagers said before they split up to do their patrol. Sir Night-Eye and Bubble Girl walked together as they head toward to their stakeout location before the salaryman pushed his glasses up. As there, he paused for a moment as if he was debating internally, anything going on between you and Midoriya? Huh. Kaoruko turned her head to him with a blink before she realized his question. Oh, nothing. Nothing. She waved her hands. We're just friends. Good friends. Why do you ask that? She stared at him for a moment. Wait, did you see something in? No. The salaryman pushed his glasses up again. Your mother have mentioned it to me that you have been talking often about this boy, and Mirio informed me how often you socialize with him, almost as if you're. It's not like that, geez. Kaoruko stomped her right foot with heavy blush as she bit her pouty lip embarrassingly. Alright, I'll believe you. Sir Night-Eyes make a mental note to tell the mother of Blue Girl how adorable and childish her daughter behaved today. Anyway, I hope Deku will not do anything troubling as a rookie. Izuku kneeled down to a little girl that have bumped into his leg. Ah, my bad, that must have hurt. He gave the frightened girl a smile in attempt to ease her fear, and he was about to help her up until they hear a voice from the alleyway. Look what you've done, causing a hero so much trouble. They looked up to the voice to see Chisaki as he narrowed his eyes at the little girl. Come back, Eri. It can't be. Izuku realized Chisaki right away. The capo of Eightfold Cleansers, the man named Chisaki. Sorry about my daughter, hero. The plague-masked man spoke with smiling eyes. She's been horsing around too much, so she's a bit scraped up. Worries me sick. Your hood and mask slipped off again. Mirio swiftly covered Izuku's face up with his mask. You sure you got the right measurements for him? We're the ones who should be saying sorry. It's my expression. The Greenette realized his senpai's action as he fixed his mask. They can't let Chizaski know there's something up. That kick-ass mask, the phaser smiled. You must be from the Cleansers. They're famous round these parts. Yeah, but don't worry about this old thing. Chisaki replied, I'm just sensitive to germs. This is the first time I've seen either of you. Newbie heroes. You're quite young. Yep. Mirio glanced to the Greenette. We're still new, so we're all nervous. All right, stand up, partner. Let's go face the unknown future. What offices are you with? The plague-masked man asked. We're still students. The phaser replied smoothly. In fact, we're still such fledglings that it'd be presumptuous to even think of being with an office right now. We're just being allowed to patrol around a little for our workplace experience, that's all. He turned away. Right, then, we've gotta keep patrolling the area until noon. Time to go. Right. Izuku gulped until he felt the little girl clenching his shirt tightly. Don't. Eri shivered with tears in her frightened eyes. Don't go. In this moment, the greenette knows there's something wrong and he wants to do something about it. Excuse me, the greenette said, your daughter, she seems scared. Yes, because I just scolded her. Chisaki said. Deku, you can't show too much suspicion. Mirio leaned to the greenette, let's go. But I can't say these are the kinds of bandages you'd get from too much horsing around. Izuku glanced at the little girl that holding on him like it's her life on line. She falls down a lot. The plague-masked man answered. A child this small, so scared she's shaking and won't say a word. The greenette placed hand on her head. I really don't think that's normal. Please don't go imposing your own ideas of what's normal. Chisaki narrowed his eyes slightly, on other people's home lives. It takes all kinds, right? The phaser inputted while urging the greenette to stop mentally. The second we throw on our costumes and hit the town, Izuku gritted his teeth while holding Eri. When a hero sees a child tremble, there's no way they can avert their eyes. What are you doing to her? HMPH. The plague-masked man huffed. I swear, heroes are all so sensitive to the smallest things. Fine, I understand. He turned into the alleyway. It's embarrassing, so I'd rather not talk about it out in public. Could you follow me over there? If anything happens, I'll deal with it. Mirio nodded to the greenette as they slowly follow the masked man. It's not like we can just make off with her. To tell you the truth, I've been worried about Eri lately. Chisaki spoke. No matter what I say, she does nothing but rebel. Is he abusing her? Izuku narrowed his eyes while carrying the little girl, worried Aobit her, is it? That sounds rough. It is. The plague-masked man spoke. Kids are hard to understand, let me tell you. It honestly makes me think. He slipped his gloves off. I could turn into a very different kind of person. Before the teenagers know it, the little girl suddenly jump out of the greenette's arms and run up to Chisaki's side with her head down. What now? Chisaki glanced down to the little girl while move his hands away from his gloves. Done with your little tantrum. The girl's response was a nod. But, the greenette looked worried. Eri. Are you? This is how it's always like. Chisaki guided the little girl into the shadow of the alleyway. I'm sorry I ended up bothering you with all this. Again, sorry for the trouble. Good luck, on the job. Wait, Izuku attempted to follow them. Why? We're not chasing after them. Mirio halted him in trail by holding his arm out. Didn't you notice? He made a show of his murderous intent, to reel that kid back in. Chase too far and you'll just make him harder to catch. Come on, let's respect Sir's orders. The teenagers exit the alleyway as the greenette kept glanced at the alleyway over his shoulders, wondering if he should have done something to save this girl while Mirio make a call to Sir. You know, he may be small time, but you've got a hand to him. Sir Night-Eye studied the front entrance of a Japanese manor. He really is a Yakuza who knows how to survive. Tall fence, not a lot of windows, nice digs, huh? He bring the binoculars down. A week and a half has passed since we began our mark. Today is unusual, practically no one's coming in or out. Ah, phone. Kaoruko answered the phone. WWHAA. She turned to the salaryman with sweats. Apparently, Lemillion and Deku made contact with Chisaki. Tell them to meet us at the meeting place. Sir Night-Eye walked off with Kaoruko in tow, and I have to ask, is Midoriya a trouble magnet? What? No. The bubble girl gave him a funny look. Why do you ask? Just asking. The salaryman waved it off. He won't tell her about some strange visions he had. I'm so sorry. Mirio apologized as soon as they met up with Sir Night-Eye and Bubble Girl. We had an incident. Never would have believed we'd end up bumping into each other on the street like he was the new transfer student or something. No, this was an error on my part. Sir Night-Eye bring his hand up. If I had endeavored to foresee you two, I could have prevented it. In any case, I'm glad you're okay. Kaoruko looked to Izuku as the group start to walk together. If you'd made a wrong move and he'd gotten suspicious, it could have been dicey back there. Actually, it wasn't all that scary, Izuku muttered softly, causing the blue girl to look a bit concerned. Some days ago, A band of robbers on the run caused an accident with a truck that involved a few bystanders. The salaryman pushed his glasses up. Those bystanders were Chisaki and the other Eightfold Cleansers. And yet, there were 0 casualties. The greenette blinked. The robbers reportedly passed out from excruciating pain, but for some reason were left with no wounds. On the contrary, even the various ailments they'd been suffering from, such as cavities or rheumatism, were totally cured. It's logical to think it's the work of Chisaki's quirk, but nevertheless, since there were no injuries and the villains were apprehended, he ended up not committing any crimes in particular. But they say the stolen money got burnt to embers. Kaoruko added, the police just left it at that, but we thought something's gotta be up, and so Night Eye's offices started marking him. She frowned with a light hum. I dunno what he's thinking, but he's the type who definitely doesn't play around. Ah, almost forgot. The phaser lifted his hand up. Sir. Speaking of injuries, we've got some new intel. Chisaki's got a daughter. A daughter. Sir Night Eye frowned. Her name was Eri. Izuku looked at his hand. She had bandages around her legs and arms, and she was completely terrified. I don't know what's going on, but she wanted to be saved. If there's any way, we could protect her. Don't be so arrogant. The salaryman cut him off to his surprise. Too much haste will ruin your work. If you chase him prematurely, he'll only be able to slip away more easily. You are not so special that you can save anyone merely by wishing it so. At the moment, we're also making a request to team up with another office. First we must predict what it is he wants to do. After we've made our analyses, we must make sure we are prepared beyond any doubt. The world is not so kind that you can save others through your will alone. The cleverest villains hide in the shadows, and now is as good a time as any for you to learn that sometimes, you must give it time. He glanced between Mirio and Izuku. Today you may both return to the office. Let's go, Bubble. Ah, right. The Bubble girl glanced back to Izuku before she followed the salaryman. On Monday morning, Mina stared at Katsuki's face in the class before she finally speak up. What happened to you, Kat? The explosive girl has some bandage aids on her face. Don't call me Kat, raccoon eyes. Katsuki growled. You mean you haven't seen her yet? Kyoka glanced to her classmates. Take a look at Shoko. Several girls turned to look at the said girl. Oh my kaami, they spoiled your pretty face. The acid user cried at the sight of Shoko's face, almost covered in bandage aids. Seems like the short course for the provisional was a modern Sparta. Toru muttered. They ain't kidding about physical education. Mina muttered. You're whispering as loud as shit. The explosive girl shouted. Hey, it's almost class time. Setsuna glanced at some empty desks. Where's Ochako and Tsuyu? It's not like them to be late. They received permission. Momo replied. Yo hey, Midoriya, the intern, how's the internship going? Kami tapped the greenette's desk while leaning on his back. Huh, Izuku muttered absent-mindedly. Ah, How much time you spending with them? Mina asked out of curiosity. Take me with you. I heard Kaoruko is interning with him too. Kashiko pushed her glasses up. Wah. The pink girl turned to the blue girl with waving arms. Are you doing it to get ahead of everyone? It's not like that. Kaoruko muttered absent-mindedly while staring at Izuku. She feel bad for him. Before anyone else can open their mouth, the teacher and her assistant enter the class and the students take their seats almost right away. Very few girls start to notice Izuku's behavior this day. Hey, I saw Midori run out from my window. Mina walked into the common room, where few girls were relaxing. Did something happen? Izuku was distracted all day about something and he went out to find All Might. Toru replied, had already asked him when he run by them through the common room. Wonder what he want to ask All Might about. The acid user hummed before she tilted her head to the bubble girl. You know something? No, I'm sorry. Kaoruko lied with a shaking head. She is sure it's related to the little girl that he can't save. Should we do something to take his mind off it? Kanoko asked. Like what? The pink girl tilted her head the other way with crossed arms and they just shrugged their shoulders, unsure what to do. Hope he's okay. Somewhere in city at night, Najire float down in front of Ochako and Tsuyu and near them, 2 giant villains were lying in rubbles. That went great, girls. Nejire grinned. Totally went, like, awesome. Were you nervous? We were able to do just like you told us. Ochako smiled. Hiro, I was surprised how calmly I did it, too. Tsuyu said. As might be expected from heroes Nejire would bring along. Ryuko approached the girls with a smile. The two of you have great aptitude. And Nejire, you've improved your timing when you go for the knockout. Thank you so much for enlisting us. The freshman bowed to the pro heroine. Yes, no trouble. The dragon heroine smiled. Although, I'm sad that we can't recruit Midoriya. Nejire pouted. I wanna get close to your cute nephew and ask him for many things. I'm so mad at Mirio for stealing him away from us. Ah, Yukio, did you know no? The heroes they were with for their workplace experiences were no good. Freshmen with, like, awesome track records for interns. Wait, have I told you this before? They may be students, but now that they've come as interns, they've added to our fighting strength considerably. Ryuko spoke. In fact, we might just be able to use you two for a certain job. A certain job? The Gravity Girl asked. It's All Might's former sidekick's team-up request. The dragon heroine said, it's a big job to investigate or trap the villain gang known as the Eightfold Cleansers. They might be forming a partnership with the Villain Alliance. All Might's former sidekick. Tsuyu tilted her head. I don't know All Might had a sidekick. She's really curious about this sidekick. Same goes for the Gravity Girl, and they break out of their thought when Nejire speak a little loud as she wave her arms up and down excitingly. Hey, did you know Yukio have some family albums in her office? Nejire bounced, and one of the albums have a lot bunch of Midoriya Izuku when he's little. That immediately grabbed the intern's attention. Little Deku, Ochako muttered. Little Izu, the frog girl hummed, I want to see it. Hey, is he single by the way? The blue-haired girl asked with bubbly grin, what's his type? Is it okay to ask you for his numbers? Are the rumors about him being harem king true? If so, can I join as his senpai girlfriend? Do he go around shirtless and let you touch his mew? Can we please go and look at the album now, please? The bewildered and flustered Gravity Girl spoke faster, not really what to make out of that as the frog girl just stare at Nejire blankly. Okay. Let's go back. Nejire was able to understand the Gravity Girl's speedy speech with a beaming grin. Not until after we finish the cleanup here. Ryuko gestured to the damaged street and debris with a smile. Roger. The girls said together, and they was about to help cleaning up until the dragon heroine stopped them. Oh, and if you plan to pursue my nephew, let me warn you. The smile of dragon heroine makes the girls feel a little nervous for some reason. My family is quite ferociously overprotective when it come to Izuku. If you're very bold to do that after heeding my warning, I wish you the best. She walk away, and the girls don't know why they swallowed their saliva down as they watch the heroine start cleaning up in her dragon form. So it's not only the father we have to watch out for. Tsuyu croaked to herself. Hey, Tsuyu, Uraraka. Mina called out to her friends with her smartphone out to display some news. Your hero names is on the news all over the internet. You're really on here, that's awesome. Ooh, I'm so happy. Ochako smiled sheepishly, we're really there. I wonder where they took the picture. Tsuyu said. Isn't that great? The acid user grinned happily. You might even have fans already like Mount Lady. And there's news about Kirishima too. Itsuka pointed out. Oh, yeah. Mina nodded as she pulled up the news about Eijiro under his hero name and throughout the chat. Izuku just stay quiet, lost in his thoughts about Eri. Little did he know is that he'll have a chance in several days. Several days later, Izuku walked out of the dorm with his backpack until he noticed someone walking by, who also noticed him. Oh, Eijiro lifted his hand up with wide grin. Midoriya. Morning. You're going today too, what a coincidence. I haven't been called for a while, but today they finally did. Izuku nodded. They told me I don't need my costume though. Both boys turned their heads to see Ochako, Tsuyu and Kaoruko exit the dorm with their backpacks. Good morning. Ochako waved to them. You two are also today. They walked together until a pro hero passes them. Going to the station. The random pro hero asked as the teenagers nodded. I'll see you off. There are a lot of you today. Thank you very much. The girls and Izuku said. Thanks much. Eijiro chirped. Most of the group were starting to get confused as they keep walk together to their destination from the station until they encounter their senpais in front of a building. Yo! Mirio greeted the freshman with his fellow Big Three. The Big Three are all gathered too, Izuku muttered to himself before they enter the lobby, and he gets shocked at the sight of crowd of pro heroes. What the heck is this? Gran Torino, Aizawa-sensei, and Aunt. Ah, Izuku. Ryuko approached her nephew to give him a quick hug. I don't know you get called in here too. This is crazy, what's going on? He asked his aunt bewilderedly. Yukio. Najire suddenly hugged both pro-heroine and the freshman. Hey. What is this? What are we doing? You said it was a meeting. But I know that. What kind of meeting? You'll see soon. Ryuko glanced between her nephew and intern. Night Eye will start it shortly. They were immediately called into the meeting room. Thanks to all of the information you supplied, Sir Night Eye cleared his throat as soon as everyone take their seat around the room. The investigation has progressed considerably. I would like to conduct this conference with you all today, to share any acquired information regarding the plans of a small Yakuza organization known as the Eightfold Cleansers. The students perked up at that along with the pro-heroes. I will explain this step by step. He gave his sidekick, Centipeder, a gesture. Since about 2 weeks prior, we at the Night Eye offices, Centipeder tapped the tablet, have been independently observing a certain villain group known as the Eightfold Cleaners. What was the hook? Kesagiri man asked. There was an accident involving a thief gang known as the Reservoir Dogs. The sidekick explained, the police cleaned everything up as just an accident, but there were many points that made no sense and we began to track them. I have been conducting the tracking and observation as per the instructions put forth by Night Eye. Within this 1-year period that I have been investigating, there has been a rapid increase in contact, both between members of the underground organization, as well as people outside of the group. They appear to be an organization moving with the intent to expand and accumulate funds. Also, shortly after the commencement of investigation, he gestured to the screen as it showed a picture. He made contact with one Bubegawara Jin, villain name, twice. They were particularly cautious of being followed and I was unable to continue tracking them, but here I was able to cooperate with the police. They were able to confirm that during this meeting some kind of skirmish had occurred. So it's related to the villain alliance. Gran hummed, that's why you called me and Tsukauchi. And where is Tsukauchi? The black-masked man asked. There was other information from witnesses, so he's checking on that. The elder replied before he looked over to Izuku. Listen, boy, I never thought it would come to this. You've been dragged into quite an annoying situation. I don't think any part of this is annoying. Izuku shook his head. So you know each other? Mirio asked next to him. From my workplace experience. The Greenette replied. Continuing on, Sir Night Eye cleared his throat again. We wanted to request everyone's cooperation on HN. Centipeder said. HN. Ochako whispered to the blue-haired girl. That's short for the Hero Network. Najire answered. It's an internet service that only people with pro license can use. They say you can see activity reports and apply for help from heroes with useful quirks nationwide. Hey, even if they're UA students, what's the brats? Rock Lock spoke up. Can't talk with them around. We're burnin' daylight just getting to the real issue of what they're plotting. Enough out of you. Fat Gum stood up with his arm over to his interns. These two are super important witnesses. The two, Eijiro looked up to the pro-hero with a mutter, of us. Enthusiasm, Tamaki mumbled lowly, smothering. Besides, I think there's a ton o' people who are meetin' for the first time, so better get to it. Fat Goom said, the name's Fat Gum, pleasure to meet y'all. He tossed candies to teenagers. Oh, here's some candy. We have reason to believe that the Eightfold Cleansers have made the dispersal of unlicensed goods part of their livelihood. Sir Night Eye spoke and Izuku listened to the pro-heroes as they explain about the quirk erasing bullets. One bullet was found intact thanks to Eijiro's hardened quirk that defected it until Fat Gum revealed what was inside the bullet. It contained human blood and human cells. Fat Gum frowned in disgust and Izuku quickly makes some connections in his mind with widening eyes as Mirio paled. Wait, Kaoruko quickly looked over to the greenette with paled face. It feels like a story from some other world, Suyu said nervously. In other words, Ryuko furrowed her brows, that effect is derived from a person, or, a quirk. A quirk to destroy other quirks. I'm afraid I've not really been seeing it for a while now. A skull-masked man lifted his hand up, but how is this linked to the cleansers exactly? The other heroes explained it that Yukio happened to come across and arrested several members of middleman groups that worked with eightfold cleansers selling bullets. The quirk of the capo, Chisaki, Sir Night-Eye said, is named Overhaul. It's a power that can disassemble and reassemble any target. A quirk that can dismantle, to destroy and repair at once. That, along with the bullets that can destroy quirks. Chisaki has a daughter, though one without a birth certificate, so the particulars aren't clear. He looked to two of his paled interns. When these two encountered her, her arms and legs were wrapped in a great many bandages. It can't be, Ryuko muttered, to do something so hideous. What'd you expect of this world of superhumans? Gran scowled. All it takes is the thought and any son of a bitch can do anything. What are you all talking about? Eijiro asked. See, Rocklock frowned. We don't need any damn kids around. Slow on the uptake much. Put it simply, we're saying that they're probably making the bullets out of her body. We don't know if they're trafficking them for profit. The salaryman said, at their current stage of development, they're not very close to completion. Be that as it may, if, hypothetically, they were using them as a testing phase, and using them as samples for presentations to gather comrades. There's no definitive proof. However, say they gathered allies all across the country and amassed the funds. What if the completed bullets could take quirks themselves and completely eradicate them? Many dark ideas spring to one's mind. Just imaginin' it's gonna make my bowels seethe with rage. Fat Gum's fist shook. Come on, we gotta search their hideout. So you're saying that if these dudes had been able to take the girl under protection, then this whole problem would have been resolved right then and there. Rocklock clicked his tongue. I take responsibility for all of it, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't put the blame on them. Sir Night-Eye said, even though they didn't know about her predicament, they both tried their best to save her. The ones who are most frustrated here and now, are these two. We won't fail you this time, Eri. Izuku stood up together with Mirio before they said together, we'll protect her. Yes, and that will be our goal. The salaryman replied. Yeah, it's all well and good if the kid lives. Rocklock grunted, but if it's as we deduced that kid is the core to the plan that the capo wanted to keep under wraps, right? Then, due to whatever kind of trouble, she escaped outside. To top it off, she was spotted by heroes. You think he'd just compliantly leave her at headquarters? If it was me, I wouldn't. Even if we invaded, oh, she wasn't there, isn't gonna cut it. Have we managed to pinpoint where she is? He has a point. Ryuko nodded. What do you think, Night-Eye? That is the problem. Sir Night-Eye replied. Exactly. What, and how far, they have planned is completely obscure. If we can't strike them down in one fell swoop, that will likely give them a chance to counterattack. On that point, we've separated the groups and organizations with direct contact to the cleansers, as well as their locations. We have isolated these points as much as possible, and listed them here. I would like everyone to investigate their respective areas, so that we can narrow down the points that could be their base. The minor heroes realized that they were called in because they're familiar with their work districts. For All Might's former sidekick, really cautious. Fat Gum shouted furiously, this is too roundabout. While we're sittin' like this, dat girl Eri may be cryin', eyes out. We cannot be All Might. The salaryman looked to the fat hero, and that is why we must analyze and amass our predictions, so that the probability that we can save her is as close as possible to 100%. We can't be impatient here. Gran Torino said, if we don't look before we leap, and ruin our chances of capturing them, we'll just adding fuel to the fire. It'll be like the farce of Stain's arrest, where the incidents became PR for the villain alliance. In fact, it might have been their intent all along, for those quirk-destroying weapons or what have you to get flung into the hands of some no-name thugs. There was couple shouts until Aizawa lifted his hand up to shut everyone up. Can I ask one thing? Aizawa drawled. I don't know exactly what kind of ability you have, Sir Night-Eye, but if you can foresee the future, wouldn't it be okay if you looked at our futures? At this rate, we'll be lacking rationality. Sir Night-Eye started to explain the limits of his quirk. No, that alone is more than enough for us to learn a variety of things. So what do you mean by, I can't? For example, if, in the person's near future, Sir Night-Eye placed hand on his face, death approaches, if only a gruesome death awaits, what would you do? Izuku realized that he was talking about All Might. After this quirk has raised the success rate of the actions we take as far as they'll go, it exists to make an already sure victory double sure. One should not foresee recklessly, that is to say, when there are too many indefinite variables at play. Rock Lock start to demanding that he foresee him because Rock Lock will avoid everything and show him, I can't. The salaryman hang his head down and everything become very quiet in the room that you can hear a pin drop. For the time being, let's just do it. Ryuko closed her eyes. The most important thing is the simple fact there's a child out there in need of help. Our aim is the following. The salaryman stood up with hands on table, to secure the child's location and rescue in the swiftest manner possible, and with the highest degree of precision possible. I thank you for your cooperation. His sidekick hand out more details until the meeting end. So that's what happened, huh? Tsuyu muttered as the teenagers sit at table in a lounge room near the lobby. Both Izuku and Mirio have their heads down and Kaoruko pat the greenettes back gently. They have explained everything to the others about their run-in with Eri. Must feel awful, Eijiro gritted his teeth. Deku, Ochako uttered worriedly. What is this, awake? Aizawa approached them from the elevator, snapping everyone out of their funk. Sensei, the frog girl muttered. Ah, just call me Eraserhead outside of school. The scruffy man grunted, although, I came here today intending to counsel you to cancel your internships. Whaaa, why now? The redhead stood up with dropped jaw. You heard it for yourselves, didn't you? Aizawa replied, there's a chance the alliance is going to be involved. And that changes things. He paused. Well, I'm afraid I've convinced that if I tried stopping you, you'd just jump into the fray again. I'll be watching over you. So if you are going to do it, let's be doing it the proper way. Mirio, Tamaki leaned closer to the said buddy. Raise your head, please. Hey, Tagata, hey, totally know that. Najire grinned. If you hang your head and cry over it, it won't do anything. Didn't you know? Yeah. Mirio wiped his nose with his thumb. Let me say something to ease your mind. Aizawa looked to Izuku. There's no say for sure that Eri is looking back on the hand with which you failed to hold on to her in despair. Now face forward, and let's keep moving. Yes, sir. Izuku nodded with clenched fists. I'll follow you, Eraserhead. Eijiro pumped his fist. For the rest of my life. I'm not down for the rest of our lives. The underground hero deadpanned. Oh, right, sorry. The redhead shouted. Kirishima, keep your voice down. Aizawa grumbled and there was some talking before he walked the teenagers back to their campus. For the next 2 days, the intern group was so quiet that their classmates noticed but didn't ask any questions about it. Beside Katsuki, and late at night, Izuku stepped out of the dorm with Tsuyu, Ochako and Kaoruko as Eijiro joined them. You got it? Ochako asked. Yeah. Izuku glanced at his smartphone. The day we carry out the plan. The raid will start today and he's determined to save Eri. Another reason I want. Sir Night-Eye spoke to the detective with a large police force and pro-heroes. Everyone's positions accounted for as quickly as possible, is to avoid giving them any time to conceal themselves. If we get that settled now we can start early. Eijiro fastened his mask. You've been eager to start since this morning. Tamaki commented. I'm starting to feel nervous. Ochako fidgeted with her hands. Doing all this detective work, cooperating side by side with the police, Tsuyu put finger on her chin. It's been nothing but stuff I'm unfamiliar with. I totally get it. Najire copied the frog girl's action with finger on her chin. It's, like, so out there. I did a little during the workplace experience but not on this large scale. Kaoruko glanced around. You know, they didn't go into detail about this kind of thing back when I was in school, so it really tripped me up in my rookie days. Ryuko said in a bypassing hero nod at that. The pros are being all cool and calm. Eijiro said to Izuku, guess you're used to it, huh? All the pros. Izuku looked around, but Gran Torino is missing. It seems that man was unable to come. Sir Night-Eye said, overheard the greenette and the teenager looked surprised. Looks like something big's moving with the alliance, which Tsukauchi is handling. The detective said, he seemed down about it, but oh well. We've got enough hands on deck already. Shouldn't be a problem. I see, the greenette fixed his gloves. We're gonna catch both cleansers and the villain alliance in one go. The redhead grinned with hands on his hips. Why yeah. Izuku chuckled softly with a smile before he inhaled, all right. Yo. Aizawa appeared. Eraser head. The greenette jumped. You understand why I'm moving out with the Night-Eye group, right? The scruffy man jabbed thumb at himself. Yes, sir. Izuku nodded. Izuku, promise me you'll come out of it in one piece. Ryuko put hand on her nephew's head. I don't know how to face your father if anything happened to you. Don't worry, aunt, I'll be in one piece. The greenette smiled up to his aunt and she gave him a nod. Hey, heroes, the detective announced, there's no helping it if it gets a little rough out there. If you see even the slightest hint of suspicious behavior or resistance, please deal with it immediately. Our opponents are Yakuza types who, at the very least, survived long enough to see this day. So I want every one of you fulfilling your roles to the utmost, without letting your guards down for a single second. Now move out. The crowd walked up to the fence and the detective approached the gate. The moment I'm finished reading the warrant, that's your cue to gallop in. Please be quick about it. He barely pressed the doorbell before the gate fling outward with few police members in air as a giant masked villain punched through it. What do you want? The hulking brute shouted. Such a crowd, so early in the morning. Both Izuku and Aizawa swiftly catch the flying polices in air. Are you okay? Izuku asked the officer as they land. I'm fine. The officer groaned. Thanks for jumping in right away. Please sit still for a moment. The greenette told him. Wait, hold up. Someone shouted. You saying they caught wind of the operation? Whatever, people, just pin him down. I'm feeling a little more pumped. The hulking brute tensed his arm. So tell me, what is it you want? He threw a punch, only to have it caught by a giant dragon creature. For the time being, we should try not to split our forces. Ryuko's voice come out of the dragon's mouth. The Yukyu group will deal with this one. Everyone else continue onward. She smashed the brute down on ground. Okay, now. Ryuko's group stay behind while the rest of heroes and polices swarm into the compound. Make a beeline for the objective. Fat Gum shouted to the groups as several police and pro-heroes take some cocky Yakuza members down. The groups break through the front door, charging down the hallway. Forget about watching out for any suspicious behavior, that is way beyond that. It's strange that there are so many Yakuza members outside. Yo, I'm getting a real bad feeling about this. Rocklock ran, not that we've get any choice but to keep going now that the mission's on. I bet this mean the info got leaked from somewhere. Tamaki said, and I don't like the looks of how we're all just lumped together. Then we need to find a way to be smarter about avoiding their attacks. The detective keep up with them. They must be told to be united in purpose on a routine basis. Once they've crossed sake cups, their vows of loyalty to their boss are sealed. Aizawa said, they probably feel inferior so they emphasize the kind of unity you'd see in gangs of bygone days. Given all this commotion, and the fact that neither Chisaki nor his top brass have shown themselves, they must be in the basement, preparing to hide everything or to escape. You call that loyalty? Eijiro shouted. A real man would never push all the responsibility on his henchmen and escape. Damn straight. Fat Gum agreed with his intern. Here it is. Sir Night-Eye stopped in front of a vase and he moved it out of the way. Under this vase there's a mechanism to open a hidden pathway. If we push on these wooden panels in a certain order, it'll open. He pushed the panels down and the wall slowly part way with a click. It's like a ninja house. Kaoruko said. If we weren't looking for it, we'd never notice. Centipeder glanced around. Everyone, be wary of the quirks that have yet to show themselves. He looked into the dark of the hidden doorway, Bubble Girl. He shouted as soon as 3 Yakuza members jumped out through the secret door. Who the F******, Ryu? A knife-wielding member shouted before a bubble pop on his eyes, blinding him in process. Sorry about this. Kaoruko grabbed the back of Yakuza member's neck, pinning his arm behind his back as she forced him down on floor while the sidekick trapped 2 members with his quirk. I'll make sure to make him behave, he won't be giving chase anytime soon. She hollered over her shoulder while pinning the wailing member down. Please go on without me, I'll join you in no time. Wow, that was fast. Eijiro said in awe as the rest rushed into the hidden path and Izuku agreed mentally. They turn around the corner to see dead end. We were going the right way, right? The detective asked confusedly. Explain yourself, Night Eye, Rock Lock demanded. I'll go take a look. Mirio peeked through the wall, ignoring the redhead's cry about clothes and Tamaki's short explanation about his costume. He phased back. This wall was just thrown up to block the way. Though, it's very, very thick. They're talkin' us too lightly if they think this'll be a hindrance. Eijiro hardened his fist while Izuku channeled full cowl before they break through the wall. Let's move on. The group raced inside and something happened. The path started to wrapping and shifting. Ah, the path. Kaoruko cried out as the broken wall repaired itself, separating her, Centipeder and some polices from the group. Shit, she sweared while taking another member down. What are we going to do? We'll find another way, Centipeder said. Roger. The bubble girl replied. She don't know why her stomach feel like it's dropping into a pit, but she pushed this feeling out so she can focus on arresting the Yakuza members. On the other side, the group was dropped into another room due to Iranaka's mimicry quirk boosted with trigger, and only Mirio get away from the villain, due to his phaser quirk. A hall. Izuku looked around at the new surrounding while helping some officers up. We're getting farther and farther from our objective. Rocklock yelled furiously. They've got us right in their hands. Well, what do we got here? The group turned their heads to see 3 members of cleansers with their own plague masks, the authority of the government, fallen from the sky, but stranger things have happened. Looks like you're itching for an all-out war here. Fat Gum bumped his fists together. All right then, I hope you pros'll show me the strength. I'll show you the strength of a pro. Tamaki stepped forward. To achieve our goal, the only one who's needed to take down these time-eating pawns is me. What are you saying? Eijiro gasped. Let's cooperate. Yeah, you heard him, cooperate. The long-haired masked henchman smirked cruelly behind his mask. We'll kill the lot of you. That's Setsuno. The lead detective shouted. Any guns we pull on him will be useless. We're counting on you, heroes. What? You found out my quirk? Setsuno outstretched his hand to them. Ah, whatever. That just means I can let loose all I want. Afraid not. Aizawa cancelled it out as he grabbed his scarves. Drop your sword. What the? The long-haired masked henchman glanced at his hand. I can't use it. The bald henchman pulled a gun out next to him, charging together with their weapons. I don't care if it's a sword or a hail o' bullets, they'll sink right into this body o' mine. Fat Gum thrust his stomach out, so it'll be easier on ya if ya come quiet. Threats like that'll only work on folks who value their own lives. Setsuna shouted. We can use weapons now that erasers got you suppressed. The detective pulled his gun out along with other police officers. Resign yourselves to your fates and surrender. Suddenly, a giant clam fling through the air toward the masked henchman before it opened. Octopus tentacles stretch out toward to capture the henchman. Setsuno, quirk thief. The clam opened fully to reveal Tamaki, Hujan, quirk crystallization. Tabe, quirk ingestion. I'll be your opponent. I indulged in tons of takoyaki at Fat's office, so my octopus skills are at their upper bound, and seeing as I got shot not too far back, I'm more vigilant regarding things like these. He shattered their weapons. Squaring off against these clowns is pointless. This situation, where they're keeping so many pros in one place, is exactly what they want. But Senpai, Eijiro called out. This is a race. The gloomy teenager stopped him. There's not a single second to waste. With quirks like the pros, especially erasers, they should be moving ahead. And you'll need the raw power to break across the warping underground, too. Not to mention the police and their firearms. Fat Gum, he yelled, I can shut these three down here. Let's go. Fat Gum shouted with a tight frown as he pushed his red-haired intern, the door's over there. Fat, the redhead gasped. Hey, hold on, wait. Setsuno hollered as he tried to use his quirk, but it don't work, not again. Pin down these three while my quirk is still in effect. Aizawa knocked Tabe out with a neck chop and the gloomy teenager obeyed him, pinning the henchman against the opposite wall with a hard slam. Everybody, Tamaki hollered to the group as they run down the hallway, I leave Mirio to you. Knowing him, he'll definitely push himself too hard, so please help him. Fat, Eijiro shouted again, what are you thinking, leaving Senpai there all alone? The kid's with your office, so I left it to your judgment, but give it to me straight, it's not looking good, is it? Rock Lock asked. He's the strongest out of any of us here. Fat Gum frowned, but his heart was weak. He was crushing himself under the pressure of Needon, to do everything perfect. He climbed all the way to UA's Big Three under that stress. That's the kid who made the call, he'd be able to shut them down, what choice do we get but to leave it to him? Senpai, the redhead muttered worriedly as they get deeper into the corridor, is he gonna be okay? Damn, I can't help but worry. Yeah, Izuku was in same boat with his fellow student. But still, Fat Gum shouted, when a comrade shows you their back, believin' in him is what it means to be a man. Senpai'll do just fine. Eijiro suddenly flipped around, he's our senpai. Wait, now it just looks like you're a guy who's easily swayed. The greenette agape at him. I'm still worried, but there's nothing for it, we gotta believe in him. The redhead replied quickly, we can't waste a single second of the time Sunniator's given us to work with. Let's go back up. Sir Night-Eye gestured to the stair with his eyes, take those stairs. Something's not right. Aizawa spoke, it's strange that the villains who was warping the basement hasn't shown any signs of movement. The heroes noticed that there was no change in hallway like he said, we're charging ahead to no obstacles. If he's not going to come try to impede us now, then it may mean that he can't exactly grasp what's happening across the entire basement floor and warp it. There's also the police squad that was left behind above Sunniator. Maybe it's them, his attention is probably focused in that direction. So the range he's aware of is limited. The black hero guessed. Ultimately, that's just my guess. The underground hero replied, he entered the underground and is manipulating it. He hasn't become it. If he's just moving through the walls, all the while watching and listening, when he changes things to hinder our progress, there's possibility his real body is somewhere nearby. And then, his body may peek out, eyes and ear probing. The group continued to run for a while until a wall suddenly shot out in attempt to separating Aizawa from everyone else, but Fat Gum acted fast, pushing him out of the way. Sorry, the underground hero shouted. Don't worry about it. Fat Gum called out as he forcibly moved to another room, unknowingly take Eijiro with him. He's at it again. Rock Lock gritted his teeth as Iranaka warping the corridor, quit this shit already. The ceiling, the walls, the floor, they're closing in. We'll all be crushed to death. We're gonna be turned into ground beef. Lockrock, Sir Night-Eye barked. Oh, don't act the leader. The black hero slapped the closest wall, cause the cause of this whole debacle is your mismanagement. He rotated his hand, deadbolt. The bending wall froze in place, this way. This side won't shift anymore. Don't complain about how cramped it is. My maximum security deadbolt can't lock down that many points. This is the upper limit of my range. The opposite wall shoot forward, look, see. He's attacking again from a point I didn't lock down. Watch out. Izuku swiftly shattered the shifting wall with powerful kick. He's like some kinda moronic mole. The lead detective muttered. If Fat Gum's team had survived, we could have made our way more smoothly, Eraser. Rock Lock shouted, making sure to lock shifting cement in places. I know, Aizawa barked, trying to locate Iranaka's body somewhere within the shifting room. At this rate it'll only gradually get worse. The black hero warned, we're gonna get cornered eventually. We're not making any progress. Like we'd let you stop us here. Izuku shouted to wherever Iranaka is before the shifting room suddenly opened up. It opened up. What are they playing at now? A random officer asked before the room suddenly shifting again with raising walls. Deku, the underground hero, grabbed the said boy and they look around at the new room. They split us up. The greenette catch his breaths. Why now? Hey, guys. Rock Lock hollered from other side of a wall. You okay in there? There was some muffling conversation between police and Sir Night-Eye until the greenette and scruffy man heard some noise on Rock's side. Lock, Aizawa shouted. What happened? Eraser, please move aside. Izuku kicked the wall open to see. An imposter appeared out of nowhere and attacked me. Rock Lock kneeled over another Rock Lock that was lying on ground with some knife wound. Keep your eyes peeled. There are new enemies. They're here somewhere. Aizawa moved over to check the downed man as the black hero approached the teenager. Midoriya, you okay over there? Yes. Izuku nodded. But we've gotta hurry to Chisaki. Rock Lock suddenly come at him with knife and manic grin. Wah. Aizawa sharply turned around to use his quirk on the real imposter and Rock Lock's face melt away to reveal Toga Himiko. That's me. Himiko shrieked giddily. Toga. You remembered. I'm like so happy we could meet again. I'm so happy. Izuku, baby. Like, so happy. What she will say will go down as one of unforgettable moments in Deku's career. Make love child with me. She got yanked back by the underground hero's scarves. This is the end for you, Toga Himiko. Aizawa shouted and the bloodthirsty girl flipped over him, stabbing his shoulder in process with a knife before she freed herself with a small tumble. Sensei. The bushy-haired boy shouted. I'm all right. The underground stopped him in track. Don't come any closer. They turned to the villainess, only to see slamming wall. He looked back to the worried teenager. Never mind me, I'm all right. Quick, stop Lockrock from bleeding out. And pick up the knife. It seems Toga uses blood. The teenager obeyed him while realizing Himiko's transformation quirk from the license exam. He wondered what the villain alliance is plotting this time. After few minutes, the area starts to shifting violently like whirlpool with a roar. I'm gonna crush every last one of you. Iranaka roared furiously with bloodshot eyes. A voice. The underground hero held onto Rock Lock as everyone keep their balance as best as they can in this situation. You heard it, too, right? The walls shifted faster along with that voice. Izuku nodded while listening intensely to pinpoint the source. Could that voice be Iranaka's, then? Where did it come from? I can't tell, the sound echoed too much. He located the source as soon as Iranaka gave out another roar and he lunged across the warping walls, then deliver a high kick to the ceiling, shattering apart to reveal Iranaka's face and upper body. Aizawa swiftly activate his quirk, erasing the villain's quirk as Iranaka fall down before Sir's stamp knock him out and Izuku grab him then land back with the group after few jumps. It would seem that we've been used. Sir Night-Eye catch his heavy stamp with a mutter, but now, this maze is over. Eri. Izuku handed the villain over to the police, Tagata-senpai. I'm glad we're not trapped in a living maze anymore, but now we can't tell which way's forward or back. The underground hero tossed scarves around his shoulders. If you're referring to the way to Eri's room, I've already ascertained it. The salaryman pointed to his left. Iranaka. The lead detective glared at the said villain. Change this damned mess back to normal and make it snappy. The trembling villain growled with drool. You hear me? The drugs must have worn off. Aizawa realized the signs. Fat Gum's earlier analysis was spot on. Iranaka's no longer able to wield that same power he was displaying before. But don't you realize? The detective gritted his teeth. Toga and twice, the villain alliance must still be lurking somewhere close by. Toga. Iranaka snarled. Toga. Twice. Damn them. Those backstabbing little shits. Where are the other alliance members? Sir Night-Eye asked. Like I know. The villain snarled again, but I'll ferret them out, just you wait. I'ma take each and every one of those bastards, head and split 'em in two. I suppose that means, the salaryman turned his head, there are only two of them here. There's no sign of an attack as of yet, but I don't think that just because they betrayed the cleansers means they're suddenly our allies. A cop scanned the area with his partner. The villain alliance are a nationally wanted crime syndicate. The detective glanced over his shoulder. There's no way we police can just ignore them. Sensei. Izuku looked to the underground hero and the man just stay quiet. What the hell are you doing just standing around talking? Rocklock leaned up on his good arm. Forget about them and go. Leave the alliance to the police. Or did you forget our primary objective? I guess that would be the best course of action to take. The detective muttered. Somebody would have had to stick behind anyway, what with Iranaka tied up. The black hero said, that girlie did a number on me, I'd be hurting a bit if I jumped back into the thick of it. If you get it, then get a move on. Yukio and the rest of the heroes on the surface. The police officers who were split off from us in the underground. Sunniator, Red Riot, Fat Gum, Lemillion, we've come this far, we just need one more push. Don't let the time everyone bought us go to waste. Don't worry, Rocklock. Izuku called over his shoulder as he ran with Aizawa and Sir Night-Eye, we'll save her for sure. The black hero clicked his tongue with a nod. He hoped the kids will make it out because they kept reminding him of his new baby. The trio raced down the hallway until the teenager spot a lying masked villain near what appeared to be a dead end and he take a mighty leap to break through the wall. Almost immediately, he see Mirio, who appeared to be heavy injured, standing in front of Eri and Shisaki was about to hit them with his quirk. In this moment, the Greenette acted fast and punched Overhaul's shoulder with hard force enough to sending the villain flying away. Night-Eye. Aizawa glared at the villain, secure them. Sir Night-Eye swiftly wrapped his arms around Mirio and Eri while noticed what his older intern have went through with all the damages around them. Kami damn you, Shisaki screamed as he slammed his hand on ground over and over, his quirk have been erased by the underground hero. Lemillion was able to drive them back this far. The underground hero charged together with the Greenette, we're gonna get some answers out of him. Wake up, Chrono. Overhaul yelled and it gave Aizawa a chance to react when he noticed something from the corner of his eyes. Deku. Aizawa shoved the teenager away as Chrono nicked the underground hero's arm with his arrow hair and he suddenly feel everything slow down. Anybody cut by my minute hand gets slowed to a crawl. Chrono pushed himself up. I was planning to skewer you both but you heroes really are next league. Shisaki. Izuku propelled himself to the villain. It's no use. Shisaki slammed his hand as Aizawa can't stop himself from blinking and the ground explodes with cement spikes. As if I'd ever let a bunch of little shits like you ruin my plans. He stand up with hand over his face, you agree with me, don't you, Nemoto? He said as the said masked man landed near him roughly, you can't stand the thought of me being finished here, either. I have to taunt you for everything, Nemoto. I know only you'd go so far as to die for me, right? He clenched his hand on Nemoto's face and another hand on his own face before they explode in shower of blood then merge together. Lemillion, you really were stronger than me. But it was all for nothing. Shizaski emerged to reveal 2 extra arms with claws, it's time you gave Eri back to me. He disassembled both himself and his comrade. The Greenette widened his eyes in shock, and fused together with him. I'm in an awful mood right now. Overhaul furrowed his brows with growl, but this is a little better. Izuku quickly assessed the situation. When someone lays their fingers on me, I can't help but feel the need to cleanse myself, I can feel the blood rushing to my head. This is the first time I've been pushed to this point. He chuckled cruelly, what a tragic life, huh, Lemillion. If only you hadn't gotten involved with Eri, with me, you would not have lost your quirk forever. You'd still be able to pursue your dreams. Lost, Izuku make a chilling realization, forever. Does that mean Shisaki have perfected the quirk erasing bullets and his senpai's quirk is gone for good? And despite losing it, because you insist on dragging this out, Shisaki bent down on floor with his hands down, you've gotten all your friends mixed into this, only for them all to die. He sent wave of attacks towards Sir Night-Eye's group before Izuku hurl a large rubble at him, which the villain caught, and the Greenette cleaved a stone spike with his leg, grabbing it in midair. The villain tossed the rubble away to see the teenager swinging the spike downward to him and the villain disassembles the stone to pieces before he slammed his hand on floor again to form a barrier of stone spikes, which Izuku blocked them with his boots. I can't read his movements. The inheritor of OFA gritted his teeth, if it weren't for these iron souls, I'd have gotten stabbed. It's not only his injuries, but also his stamina that has recovered too. Power and speed, Chisaki mocked, is that it? A stamp shot into his chest, knocking him backward with skid. I'll take this guy on. Sir Night-Eye lunged. Go take care of Lemillion and Eri-chan. Like I'll let you. The villain roared, barely avoid shooting stamps. Roger that. Izuku raced through the spikes as the salaryman fought the villain until he reached Mirio and Eri-chan. Senpai. He kneeled down to them. Can you move? Ah. Mirio groaned out with heavy pants. Yeah, no sweat. I guess this is bumming me out after all. Let's get out of here. The greenette kicked the wall open, carrying them out. It just got closed up moments ago, but this is the path that we passed through to get here. We've got to put some distance between us and Chisaki. At the very least, it'll be safer than here. Please, Eri whimpered with tight eyes as tears leaking out. No more. I'm sorry. The greenette want to say something but he can't right now. Once he get them to safe distance, Izuku raced back to the battle and his eyes widened at the sight of Sir Night-Eye with spike through his stomach and his arm have been severed off before his gaze whipped to Chisaki, who sent another wave of spikes. Izuku channel OFA into his leg then stomp it on ground, shattering the spikes along with the floor and Chisaki was surprised by the power, wondering if the kid was holding back earlier as Izuku poured 20% throughout his body. You guys coming here has only made things worse for yourselves. Chisaki spoke. You do recognize this, right? Give it up. It's just going to turn out exactly as I said it would. Everyone will die. I won't let that happen. Izuku glared. Even if that's what fate has decided. He propelled toward the villain. I will bend the future. I haven't touched the pieces of the ground that were broken into fragments. The villain glared deadly at the charging boy, so he's using that as his wall. How cunning. He smashed his hands on floor, shooting 4 pillars toward the boy. I can gauge the timing of the disassembly, but I can't dodge them all. The greenette stomped his foot through the ground to smash the stone attacks. Endure it. Until you win. He jumped up backward to avoid Chisaki's grabbing hand then bounce off the ceiling back to the villain with gritted teeth. He won't give up Eri, even if it kills him. I can't take too much time. Even if he accumulates damage, he can simply repair it. Finish it with one strike. To the head. He flip over to drop a heel kick on the villain, Manchester Smash. At first he thought he land a hit but it turned out that the villain dodged his dropkick with a sidestep. No matter how fast you are, compared to the first two, the approach of your movements is straightforward and easy to see. Chisaki dig into the ground with his extra claws before he stab Izuku's limbs, halt him in his track. Honestly, he huffed, although it's true I can repair things, it hurts quite a bit when they're disassembled. He glowered over the boy. I had enough of this. Not yet. Izuku pushed himself to stand up. Ah, the villain replied. Lemillion held on the same way. The latent strength of a human who refused to give in is not to be made light of. One of his hands opened up to reveal a mouth before it shout out echoingly and it sound like Nemoto, because of you, I had to die again. Is that what you wanted, Eri? That's, the greenette whipped his head around to see Eri stumble out back into the battlefield through the hole, not what I wanted. Why? The teenager's eyes widened in alarm, stay away. Eri, you need to stay with Tagata. Eri, Nemoto's hand-mouth spoke. Do you think this boy can overcome this situation on his own? Number. Eri shivered. In that case, what is it that you should do? Nemoto spoke. Come back. Eri shakily walked toward the villain in fear, and in exchange. You need to fix everyone back to normal. Indeed, Chisaki spoke. Rather than others getting hurt because of you, it's much easier for only you to be the one who gets hurt. You may have momentarily placed your hopes in Lemillion, but that fleeting hope that had begun budding within him has now been broken. Have you realized it yet? Your actions were the cruelest possible thing you could have done to Eri, and for that, you are unwanted. Even so, Izuku yanked the spikes out of his limbs, even if you think it's none of my business. He glanced to Eri. You were crying. He crushed the stones to pebbles in his hand. No one will die today. I will save you. The villain narrowed his eyes before they hear some crashing from above and they look up to see the ceiling caved in as Yukio smash Rikia through with her group to the boy's shock. Right on target. Ryuko roared in her dragon form. Hero. Suyu uttered. Yukyu. He gasped. You guys. Wait, if he's down here then who? The dragon heroine narrowed her eyes. They were led by her nephew on the surface to this spot, until it was an imposter. Deku. Ochako looked at the said teenager puzzlingly. What? So who was the Deku from before? The frog girl said. Oh, for the love of, Mr. Compress suddenly dropped down from the hole above as the dragon heroine snapped her head to him. This is just dreadful. Those two are complete psychos. I'm a fool for thinking they were being nice to me. The villain alliance, Ryuko growled. I've got no idea what's. The gravity girl was flustered until she heard her partner's shout. Gravity. Suyu pointed to Sir Night-Eye, who was lying in his blood under some rubbles. I'm leaving Night-Eye to you. Izuku jumped over to get Eri as Mr. Compress raced toward the girl from another direction before large pillar shot upward, flinging the little girl up in air. Chisaki. He shouted furiously as the said villain jumped onto the top of rising pillar, grabbing the girl roughly. This is complete mess. Chisaki scowled to the little girl. You worthless trash. I won't let you. The greenette jumped toward the top of pillar with outstretching hand. He can't let him escape with Eri. Give it up already. Overhaul said furiously before something fall down behind him, causing his head to snap to see Lemillion's tattered cape wrap around a falling stone. So it got blown up here. He huffed at his own startle. How sickening. Eri suddenly reached out to grab the cape and her horn lit up brightly with some lightning. It can't be. The villain's eyes widened in horror as Eri's quirk activated before Nemoto spout backward from Chisaki and he was forced to release the girl from his grip. Her quirk that rewind. Stop, please. Eri fall toward Izuku's arms with cape in her hand. I don't want you to die. This time, Izuku caught her in firm hold. I'm not letting go of you. Give her back. Chisaki thrust his hand out to them with angry roar. His another hand gripped the pillar and it disassembled apart. Not good. The teenager gritted his teeth as the villain lunged to him. I can't move well suspended in midair like this. He held Eri securely as his right leg reared back with power of OFA and overhaul attempt to pierce him with stone claw, only to have Izuku vanish from the villain's sight to his confusion before the ceiling explode outward. Izuku find himself miles high over the city to his bewilder. Wah, right when I was about to kick him, I got blown all the way up here. Exclamation mark single quote. He tried to figure out how it happened until he realized something. Did he accidentally use full power of One for All? Exclamation mark. His eyes snapped down to his legs. They look fine. He make a land on his feet with thud. My body feel hot. No, it's cold. Even though I used 100% just now. He put Eri down back on her feet as he crouched. All my injuries have been healed. He gasped to himself before he looked to Eri as she bit her lower lip with sparks around her horn. Is that your power? He suddenly feel pain within his body. What the? Now it feels like, the inheritor curled up, my body, is being pulled apart from the inside. She's unable to control her power. A booming voice catch Izuku's attention as the ground cracked open up with snaking spikes. By some chance, she was able to activate it, but, Izuku grabbed the girl before he launched himself up in air to avoid the spikes. You don't know how to stop it, do you, Eri? Exclamation mark quote. A gruesome creature of stone and flesh burst out and it opened its mouth to reveal top half of Chisaki as Izuku glared deadly. He realized that the villain had fused with one of his men again and it looked like Rikia this time, due to familiar mask on top part of beak. With Eri's quirk, she can rewind humans. Depending on how she uses it, she could probably revert a person to a monkey if she tried. If you continue to hold her like that, you'll disappear. She can rewind anything she touches to nothingness. That quirk of hers is cursed. Return her to me. There's no way to stop her other than my disassembly. I won't. Izuku placed Eri on his back then tied Mirio's cape to secure her, no matter what. I see, the instant my leg broke, before I would even feel pain. She reverted it for me, it's such a kind, gentle quirk. His comment make Eri to look at him with heavy tears, now that I've experienced how it feels. I understand. She continues to revert my body with blinding speed. In this case, if I'm constantly accumulating grave injuries at an even greater speed. He unleashed the full power of One for All as he slid into fighting stance. Eri, will you lend me your power? Neither you nor Eri, Chisaki lift the upper body of creature up, understand the value of her power. By developing a quirk, you make leaps forward. Through extensive research, I have been able to extract Eri's power and successfully brought it to its pinnacle. And the result is not merely the ability to rewind the body, no, but a flow that runs even deeper. The flow that brought about our kind. The ability to rewind back before the mutation happened. That is the power that lives within Eri. All of creatures' hands grab buildings to disassemble them, the power to extinguishes one's quirk factor, returning them to normalcy. The power to destroy this world, built on top of quirks, the power to destroy the way of things. That is Eri. The Earth sprint toward the hero while some civilians cried out within their home, she is not a product made for brats like you, who can't appreciate her value. The villain's eyes widened in surprise when Izuku appeared under the creature's head and the greenette's legs snap upwardly, launching the giant creature miles up in air with booming shockwave. It took few moments until Chisaki recovered from his shock as he dived toward the greenette with whirling arms. Every last one of you is missing the big picture. What I'm trying to destroy is this world. The very structure that makes it so. His bloodshot eyes bore into the leaping teenager, and instead, you fake heroes irrationally fixated on this tiny notion of justice that sits in front of your eyes. He thrust his arms toward the boy, stay out of my way. Instead of striking the boy down, the greenette suddenly appeared behind him. Izuku bent his legs up as he twisted his torso around to face the villain before he kicked the air, launching himself toward the shocked villain. I'm sure of it, when you take damage and reassemble yourself to recover. But at 100% speed. I can take advantage of that gap. He struck the creature with powerful double heel kick, rocketing toward the surface. And not give you the chance to recover again. He shouted out as he dove closer to Chisaki's real body, if I can't even save a little girl standing right before my eyes, he deliver a barrage of punches in a single blink, then how can I possibly become a hero that saves everyone? Exclamation mark quote. He sharply give a powerful haymaker that send his head flying backward, knocking out in process, and the teenager grabbed the creature's arm, swinging the giant monster downward as the creature flip over his shoulder before the teenager slammed the monster back on road with a shout. Everything shook hard as if the city have been hit by an earthquake for couple moments until it stopped and Izuku make a safe landing as he see that overhaul have passed out to his relief. Eri, are you injured? He asked the little girl on his back. I'm sorry. Because of my carelessness. A jolt stiffened his body as Eri's quirk increased its power uncontrollably. Eri's quirk. It's getting even stronger. He barely noticed that Chisaki tried to smash them with giant arm, only to be revert from Rikia as the villains passed out for good. What's the situation? Ryuko barked at Ochako as she crawled out through the hole with the group, her eyes widened at her nephew's situation. Night Eye is right behind me, and we've called for an evacuation of the local citizens. Ochako hurriedly tied Chisaki with distressed expression, and Chisaki has been defeated by Deku. But, something's not right. Izuku gritted his teeth as he tried to resist the power of Eri's quirk. The girl can't control it with painful cry. Deku used a crazy huge power to defeat him, so now he's suddenly in immense pain. I'm sorry, Midoriya. Aizawa signaled Tsuyu to turn his head to them as the frog girl support him up. I'm going to look at you. His quirk flare up to cancel Izuku's and Eri's quirks out, saving them as the girl passed out and the greenette hold her with heavy pants, lying on ground. Confirm if there are any victims in the vicinity. Ryuko quickly gave orders to everyone as she raced to her nephew's side in her human form. Call as many ambulances as you can get. Those villain alliance members may still be around somewhere. Search for them. She crouched down to check on the boy. Izuku, are you okay? Why yeah. Izuku opened his eyes. I'm fine. His aunt released her breath in relief. She's become feverish ever since she lost consciousness. The greenette said to paramedic and lead detective as he cradled Eri. The ambulances have arrived not long ago with the police vans. We'll take her to the hospital for now. The paramedic said, and you too. Understood. Izuku nodded before he heard his name called out and he turned to see Sir Night Eye on stretcher as the paramedics pull him to the ambulance. You really did, Sir Night Eye panted under the oxygen mask, twist the future. Night Eye. The greenette ran up to his side after handling Eri over to the paramedic, All Might. He said, I'm still alive. And that he's ashamed to look you in the eye. But you have to see him again, no matter what. You need, he bit his lower lip, to meet again. So, hang in there. He watched the paramedics loaded the wounded salaryman up into the ambulance and his aunt place hand on his back with concern. The rescue mission is completed successfully, despite a lot of injuries. Just to make sure, I gave you a full physical examination, but I found nothing wrong aside from your arms. The doctor examined the result on his clipboard. Gee, thank you. Izuku zipped his costume up. He's at hospital with everyone and his aunt and Aizawa insisted him to have a full checkup to make sure there are no side effects from combination of his and Eri's quirks. But how in the world did your arms? The doctor looked puzzled. They're fine. The teenager said. More importantly, how are the other? I just went and checked on them all. Aizawa entered the office, ignoring the nurse's shouts behind him. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku grinned happily. Are you all right now? I got 10 stitches. The scruffy man replied as if it's a normal thing. Now come. The teenager followed him out into the hallway as they walked together. Sorry I wasn't able to keep up with you at critical moments. Oh no, that's CC completely fine. He shook his head. So how are the others? Kirishima has immense bruising and lacerations all over his body, but it's not life-threatening. Aizawa answered. Amajiki has a large fissure-like wound on his face, but apparently it'll heal up without a trace, given time. Fat Gum suffered numerous bone fractures, but he seemed to be doing fine. Rock Lock was very fortunate. The blade missed all of his internal organs, so none of his injuries were serious. Thank goodness. Izuku exhaled. Eri, on the other hand, still hasn't woken up, and her fever won't go down. The scruffy man continued, we have her quarantined for now. Quarantined. The teenager muttered worriedly, oh no, does that mean we can't even visit her? This was a decision made based on the information you obtained about her. Aizawa replied, she can't control her quirk that can turn back a person's time. Should anything happen to trigger her quirk again, we have no way of stopping it aside from me. You experienced her power by ceaselessly destroying your own body, right? The teenager gave him a nod. Not many people would be able to do that, and even if there were, she might just increase her power output. Yeah, I definitely felt her power getting stronger. Izuku muttered, if you hadn't been there to erase her quirk. Because as we don't know how strong it is, and to keep our minds at ease, I think this is the most rational option at the moment. We're doing this for her sake, too. It doesn't work on things like building or the ground, only on people. Which means that it's not something we can easily train, discipline, or fine-tune. They walk into a room, in other words, we can't rely on her quirk. What do you mean? The teenager looked to the underground hero confusingly. All we can do is accept it. Aizawa glanced ahead as the teenager followed his gaze to see a group, also this is good time. That guy's just arrived. All Might. Izuku gasped at the said retired hero, recovery girl. He noticed that Kaoruko was fighting her tears back. But why are you here? I asked him to come. Kaoruko approached the greenette with a sniffle, because she buried her face in his chest with her arms sliding around his stomach. He was always thinking about All Might. Wait, does that mean? The greenette widened his eyes. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. The surgeon spoke softly. Honestly, it's a miracle he's still alive right now. At this point, my powers won't help either. Recovery girl said solemnly, I'm sorry to say this, but we don't think he'll last to see tomorrow. She led them to another room and they see Sir Night-Eye in bed with many tubes inside his opening stomach with machines around him. Night-Eye, Toshinori said and the salaryman's eyes creaking open. Oh, Sir Night-Eye breathed heavily. Might, you finally come to see me, he chuckled, when I'm on my deathbed. I don't even know how to reply to that. The retired hero looked down with regret. I've done such an awful thing to you. Night-Eye, Izuku cried out, you can't go. You have to live, hang in there. You humble yourself too much. The salaryman turned his gaze to the teenager. It's not like I blame you or anything. All I wanted was for you to be happy. That's why if you've decided to fight against fate, I'm fine with that. I want you to fight against fate, too. Toshinori begged, please, let me make amends for everything I've done. Making amends, Sir Night-Eye said, I also owe a lot of people, for troubling them. Up until now, I've been searching for every possible way, to change your future. I wanted to change the future, where you were killed, searched, all this time, but nothing worked, I couldn't change a single thing. But Midoriya showed me a way. I just couldn't clear away these doubts. I can't change anything, it's impossible to change. Those thoughts were always stuck in the back of my mind. His gaze turned up to the ceiling. Looking back, I think it was all about energy. A future that you strongly wish for, so strongly that there is no room for doubt, a strong and clear vision. Energy, from wishing. I'm sure Midoriya's not the only one. I think everyone believed so strongly in a single future that it all just joined together. I think all that energy was focused into Midoriya, and that was the result of him firing it all out at once. The future is never certain. You changed my views on that. I am very satisfied with that. However, I regret few things. Don't. Kaoruko grabbed the salaryman's hand with both hands as she squeezed it tightly with tears running down her cheeks. Don't die, Daddy. Look at you, the salaryman chuckled softly, and here I was wondering when you were going to call me that. I always think of you as my own daughter and love you like one. My great regret is not telling your mother how much I love her and ask her for her hand in marriage so we can be a family like you always want since you were little. Daddy, PP please don't. The blue girl sobbed, I love you, Daddy. And I love you too, Kaoruko, my little girl. Sir Night-Eye smiled softly before he turned his gaze to Izuku slightly. Midoriya, please, look after her for me, will you? The greenette just bit his lip with tears in his eyes and he was about to say something but. Wait, the group turned to see Mirio barging in as the nurse tried to stop him. Tagata, you mustn't move around just yet. Sir Night-Eye. Mirio cried out as he ran to Sir Night-Eye's side, no. Please don't die, you can't go, you just can't. Mirio, Sir Night-Eye spoke, I've made you experience so much hardship, if only I had been more astute. You taught me everything. The crying phaser shouted, it's because of you that I've gotten so strong. And it's because of you that I'm still alive here now. Please, you have to keep teaching me. You can't die. The salaryman lifted his hand up to cup Mirio's teary face, it'll be alright. You are becoming an outstanding hero, this is the only future that we shouldn't change. So please, keep smiling. He moved his hand back down to hold Kaoruko's hand gently as he smiled to them. Society needs smiles, laughs, and energy to bring about a brighter future. Daddy. Kaoruko sobbed heavily. Sir. Mirio wailed. Night-Eye died with a smile on his face as the heart rate on the electrocardiogram machine fell flat with beep. Few hours later, Izuku walked up to Aizawa and Recovery Girl as they listened to the news on monitor about an incident on highway with overhaul and police escort. They just won't stop talking about it, Recovery Girl muttered. Chisaki was, Izuku said bewilderingly, by Shigaraki. It's not something you need to feel responsible for. Aizawa said, don't let it get to you. For the time being, you students will be returning to school, save Tagata, who they'll keeping an eye on for a little while longer. The others have all been healed and have made a complete recovery. They should be here soon. Awada, that poor dear, have already went back after her mom came couple hours ago. The elder woman sighed, I think I'll make the rounds one more time and heal some more patients. I would also like to stay until Eri wakes up, the greenette said, may I? You being here won't change the situation at hand. The underground hero said, we need to leave her in the doctor's capable hands. I'm going to give my regards to Senpei. Izuku put his backpack down next to the hero's before he walked away. Hey, right now isn't, Aizawa sighed to himself, decide to let it slip this time. After a talk with Mirio and inquiries, Izuku went back to the dorm with Ochako and Tsuyu at night while Eijiro returned to his dorm. There Bach, Kami hollered as the girls raced up to the trio. Are you guys all right? Mina asked worriedly. We saw it all on the news. Toru cried out. Everyone was worried about you guys. Kyoka said. Here, comfort foods. Kanoko held out a plate of cake. You always come back after getting mixed up with some crazy business. Setsuna cried out to Izuku, who looked very sheepish by that. Quit scarring us, damn it. We're glad you all okay. Pony said softly. Okay. The rocker muttered, are they okay? Everyone. Itsuka jumped in between them. I know you were all worried, but calm down and give them space. You all saw the news, didn't you? So you know what they went through. As classmates, we should be sensitive to their feelings and let them rest. It's not just their bodies. Their spirits must be hurting too. Itsuka, Izuku called out to his best friend as she turned to him. Thank you, but, he smiled softly, I'm all right. Oh, are you sure? The Oranget asked worriedly and he nodded again. I'll make some lavender herbal tea. Momo raced to the kitchen, it'll put your hearts at ease. Ochako, is everything all right? Suyu glanced to the said girl. Ochako looked at her hands, want to save people. She feels so furious for not able to do anything in the end and Aizawa had gave her some words. Where's Kaoruko? The teenager boy asked worriedly. Her room. Yui replied. I'm going to check on her. Izuku jogged to the elevator and almost everyone give him a nod, worried about the bubble girl because she haven't come out since she came back and refused to let anyone in. They figure Izuku will have better chance since he have same internship with Kaoruko and was there when it went down. Both Katsuki and Shoko stay quiet before they turn in early because they have provisional license training tomorrow. Kaoruko sat on floor against the side of her bed with her legs pulled into her chest as she sobbed in between her knees and she ignored the knocks on her door until she hear Izuku's voice. Kaoruko, it's me. He said softly behind the door. I want to check on you and, to let you know we're back, all. The greenette nearly jolted up when the blue girl opened the door slightly with puffy eyes. Cow. PP please see come in. Kaoruko sniffed and he walked in as the blue girl closed the door softly then walked to the middle of her room with Izuku. Izuku don't know where to begin with until she suddenly hugged him with her face buried in his nape and the greenette froze. Can we? She sniffed again. Stay like that, for a while. Hi, he replied softly as he hugged her back, rubbing her back gently without thinking. At some point, they end up cuddling on floor and his shirt feel wet. Kaoruko slowly release him with couple sniffles and they get up. Sorry for getting your shirt wet. Kaoruko rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand. It's fine. Izuku quickly waved it off. I'm going to bed so, I'll see you out. The blue girl walked to her door with the greenette behind her before she turned slightly to him as her right hand hovered over the doorknob. Izuku, can we do it again tomorrow? When I come back from visiting my mom about, she can't bring herself to say funeral arraignment because it makes everything too real. Why yeah, he nodded. Text me, text me anytime when you need. I will. She cut him off with twitching corners of her mouth as she opened the door to let him out and he was about to head straight to the elevator until she stopped him by holding his wrist gently right outside her door. And thanked again. Kaoruko surprised him with a light key on his cheek, barely touched the corner of his lips and she back away from the fluttered boy. See you tomorrow. She quietly closed the door and Izuku rubbed his keyed cheek with his hand as he blinked few times before he take the elevator, wondering if it was just an innocent key out of gratitude or her way of coping. He decided not to think about it for now because he have to support her and help her get through her grief as possible as he can. The October barely began and a lot of things happened within few days. The intern group with All Might and their teachers attended Night Eye's funeral and it was decided by school and Hero office that the internship will be postponed for the time being. Night Eye's office have been taken over by Centipeder, who will look after it with Kaoruko's mother's help. The intern group was told that Eri have finally regained consciousness but her psychological state is still unstable, considering what she have went through and her horn have shrunk to a lumped size, which revealed that her quirk originated from the very same horn. It's not particularly elegant. Ectoplasm gestured to the blackboard as the Class 1A listened, but calculate the integral of this equation. Whoever has the answer, raise your hand. Ectoplasm does occasionally get really into his hobby. Kyoka nibbled her jack softly. Even number 1 student Yaoyorozu has been stumped. Habuko glanced at the said student. This is real hard question. She heard a rapid-fire mumble before she looked over to see Izuku going over the problem before the bush-haired boy swiftly stand up with raised hand. Midoriya, the math teacher called out. 107/14. Izuku answered. Wrong. Ectoplasm said before Momo stood up with raised hand. Yaoyorozu. It's 107/28. Momo answered firmly. Correct. The math teacher nodded. Let's go to the next page, then. That was close, huh? Ochako leaned across her desk to peek over Izuku's shoulder, a calculation error. Izuku nodded with a groan. Lunch, Ectoplasm said as soon as the bell rang and the students get up. Deku-kun, you were ferocious. The gravity girl said. Let's go and try beat the lunch rush. Abara said. Yeah, I'm starving. The teenager boy got up with a nod and he walked out with Ochako, Abara, Kanoko and Reiko. The latter kinda catch him off guard since he rarely socialize with Reiko. Oh, you're joining us? Ochako asked the ghost girl with a bright smile. Yes, Reiko replied as they make their way to the cafeteria and they get in the line to get their lunches before she looked to the teenager boy. Izuku, if you want to build up more muscles, you should ask Lunch Rush to serve you triple. Oh, should I? Izuku looked back with a blink. Yes. The ghost girl nodded before she pushed something into his hand, and here. You need it. He looked down in his hand to see a big package of protein powder. Thank you, Yan. Reiko. She corrected him before she mumbled under her breath, or you can call me dear. Thank you, Reiko. Izuku said, not have heard the last part with a light blush. Izuku, how is Kaoruko? Abara asked him with some concern. The said girl have been excused from school for few days. I want to check on her this morning but, she really doesn't know how to comfort someone in this situation and she doesn't know if she's the right person. I'm asking you because out of everyone, you're close to her. She's still upset but little be better than the other days. He replied. I see. The vine-haired girl muttered softly, will you let her know that I'm praying for her? I will. Izuku nodded as they receive their lunches from Lunch Rush and they take seats together at table. Izuku, are you okay? Kanoko asked him suddenly and he blinked at her in confusion with others. I mean, USS seemed to be pretty impatient lately since, after the internship. She's right. Abara glanced to the greenette, you have rushed things lately. Well, the bush-haired boy flinched slightly. Yeah, all I can say is it's related to the internship and, he looked at his hand, my quirk. Should it be that you're blaming yourself for what happened to? Ochako realized as he nodded slightly. Oh, Izuku, that wasn't your fault. I know, but what if I have full control of my strength, Sir Night-Eye? Izuku frowned sadly. Please don't do these, what if, things because it won't do you any good. Abara placed her hand on his shoulder gently. Doing that will cause nothing but pain. She's right. The gravity girl replied, as horrible as it sound like, there are times where you can't save everyone and he know that it was his. She exhaled softly as if she can't bring herself to finish it since it's fresh on her mind. I get it, he muttered softly, I know it won't do me any good to think about it but still. Is there anything the mushroom girl reached out to squeeze his hand with a small stutter, we do to help you? And no, thank you. Izuku replied with a light blush, I mean, why your support are enough for me. He believe it's complicated to share some certain problems with them since they must not understand and he don't want them to worry about him, although it's really nice to know that he have more friends that care about him. Well, let us know if you need help anytime. The vine-haired girl said, no matter what it is. Everyone nodded and Izuku just give them a small smile before they eat the rest of their lunch, chatting a bit in between. Kaoruko, it's me, Izuku. The greenette boy knocked the door gently as he held a plate of food. I bring you some dinner. The door opened with a slow creak to reveal Kaoruko with little puffy eyes, due to tears and she was wearing a loose blue shirt over jean pant. Here. Thank you. Kaoruko received the plate from him before she looked up to him. Can you come inside? Hi, if that's okay with you. Izuku entered her bedroom. Of course it is because I asked you to. She chuckled lightly, causing him to blush out of embarrassment. The blue-skinned girl sit down in front of a low table before she pat empty spot next to her. Can you please sit next to me? Sure. He sat down next to her and the brunette leaned against his side with her head on his shoulder as she slowly ate her dinner. The brunette put his arm around her shoulders without thinking. How was school today? Kaoruko asked, taking some comfort in his cuddle. It was okay, just usual. Izuku replied, you don't really miss anything. But everyone miss you, they're worried about you. She just hummed softly at that. Oh. Abara said she's praying for you. Tell her I said thank. She pressed herself against his side with a soft sigh and they just sit in comfortable silence as she keeps eating her dinner. They don't say much for the rest of time as he keeps her company until then. Hey, Toru. Kami held her phone out to the invisible girl in changing room at afternoon the next day. Do you know what this is? What? The invisible girl tilted her head. Kamui Wood and Edgeshot are forming a team. The illustrator said. Really? Toru gasped. That's the site. Lurkers, right. Kyoka checked Kami's phone out. There's been rumors for a long time now. There've been a lot of team-ups here recently, huh? When we become pro-heroes, let's form a team, too. Mina become excited. Ochako, you'll make me float, okay. And I'll make it rain acid. Isn't that a bit harsh? Ochako muttered. And I can get a boost from Abara's vine. The pink-skinned girl continued. What are you talking about? The said vine-haired girl looked at her. Kyoka, Kashiko and Setsuna will do reconnaissance. Mina grinned. Team Rainy Day. Woo. The rocker replied flatly with raised fist. What about me? Kami pointed to herself. No thanks. The pinkette smiled bluntly with joking tone. So cruel. The illustrator cried out. Teaming up is not just about your quirks. Momo tried to be supportful. How compatible your personalities are is important, too. Yao Momo, that's kinda overkill. Toru's sweat dropped at the rich girl, and I'm pretty sure they were joking around. Oh. The creator blushed sheepishly and Kami just slumped on floor with childish pout. The girls exit in time to meet up with Izuku as they head out to a gym building for their training. Now for today, let's keep working on improving our super moves. Smentos stand in front of the heroes in training. Previously, I charged you all with a 2 super move minimum. Those who haven't met this goal yet will focus on development, and those who have will focus on even further improvements. Everyone start to moving around to their spots at safe distance and Izuku walk until he feel a bump on his shoulder before he turn his head to see Katsuki walk ahead. Have you gotten any better? Katsuki grunted. She asked out of curiously to see how far have he get better with his risky quirk. A little bit. Izuku replied. A little bit, huh? The explosive girl scoffed. Didn't you say you were gonna surpass me? He blinked owlishly before he looked at his hand, thinking about his limit and that he need to master it fully or he will not be able to save anyone else like Sir Night-Eye. Izuku, can I ask you for help with our training? The said boy looked back to see Habuko with Kashiko behind her. Oh, sure. Izuku nodded rapidly. What do I have to do? We need you to be on move and try to ambush us from any directions. Kashiko explained. Since both of our quirks have went through awakenings, we need to get more better understanding of our limits and to build our supermoves from there. Oh, right. He remembered that some of his classmates' quirks have been awakened during the camp attack and it occurred to him that he never asked them about the changes. Can I ask you too, what changes did your quirks have? My target will stay paralyzed after I break eye contact with them but I don't know how long. Habuko replied. Also, I want to test one of your theories out, the one with mirrors. She pulled a handful of small mirrors out from her pouch on belt to show him. For me, my quirk now can show me strength and weakness of anyone that show up on my map like Ragdoll. Kashiko bring a holographic map up in 3D, along with other things. Wow, that's amazing, both of you. Izuku gasped in awe. I can't wait to see how they work in action. Let's do it. He started to help the girls with their quirk trainings, giving them some suggestions while writing everything down in his notebook at furious speed to some girls' amusement. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.